Magnus Carlsen is officially the winner of the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour 2022. With one tournament to spare, no one can catch up with the fantastic Norwegian. And today, he celebrates by playing a semi-final against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. Welcome, everyone, to Aimchess Rapid.
This move I have never seen before.
It's now or never for Irine. You've got to call that Prague style.
They're playing like stockfish.
But he's gone for it.
White hanging on, and he's dropped a bishop.
Dropped his bishop.
Handsome mistake.
This is so difficult.
Whoa! Oh!
No way!
Magnus has logged off. What has happened?
Magnus has resigned.
Magnus Carlsen. He is the winner of the Julius Baer Generation Cup. And now he's also the winner of the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour 2022. But can he also win the Aimchess Rapid? This is the day of semi-finals in the tournament. And to guide you through it, as always, Grandmaster David Howell, International Master Jovanka Houska, and today we're also very lucky to be joined by International Master Irene Sukandar. Welcome to our chess show.
Thanks, Kaja.
Very nice to have you here. You've traveled from Indonesia, where you live, and you played a tournament with Jovanka in Austria.
That's right.
Now in Oslo.
Yeah, happy to be here.
And how did the tournament in Oslo go? Because you two were teammates. In Austria, sorry.
In Austria, yeah. We played quite well, I guess, yeah. Jovanka and I and our teammates, and I think most importantly, we enjoyed our tournament.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had a very good atmosphere within ourselves, and then, yeah, I think we're looking forward for the next edition of the European Club Cup.
Fantastic. And we're very excited to have you here to commentate today on semi-finals with four great players in the Aimchess Rapid. What do you expect from today?
Well, I would expect something more fire on the board, and we see that the semi-final, we see like Duda versus Magnus Carlsen. This is also the semi-final in the World Cup Sochi 2021 last year. True. So I don't know whether Magnus will try to get revenge on this match. We'll see. And then there will be, of course, an interesting match between Rapid and Mamedyarov. This is actually another match that I was looking forward to.
Yeah. Mamedyarov against Richard Rapport. Other than fireworks, unexpected moves, David, who do you hold as a favorite?
I mean, that's the only thing I can predict, Kaja, the fireworks. I'm going to say Mamedyarov slightly, just because he's got that psychological blow in the prelims, winning in 16 moves as black against Rapport. Rapport yesterday had a really long day as well. We followed it for hours and hours, it seemed like, at the end. So I think Rapport might be a bit tired. So I'll say Mamedyarov, but anything can happen. It's two geniuses.
Gonna keep a close eye on that. And then, of course, Magnus Carlsen. He's always a favorite, but he struggled in this tournament, Jovanka. And now, Duda. He won the preliminaries. He's played some fantastic chess, and he beat Magnus in Miami only 2 months ago. So who do you hold as a favorite today between those two?
Magnus always has to be the favorite. He is the champion. And I do have to say, in their matches until Miami, it always seemed like Magnus had the upper hand. You know, he's always tricking Duda somewhere in the opening. But he will be riding high after being announced the winner of the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour 22.
Yep.
So maybe he will just kind of let the action fizzle out.
Maybe feel inspired today, Magnus Carlsen. In the quarterfinals yesterday, we saw a repetition of the final from the Julius Baer Generation Cup when Magnus Carlsen again played the Indian teenager Arjun Erigaisi.
This is just classic Magnus, back to... I mean, the last game was really shaky, we've got to say, but this is back to his best. Again, just slowly... It's as if he's done nothing, essentially, Magnus, or nothing special, and he's got a winning advantage. It's just perfect strategy. Bishops next to each other, they control every square on the board, essentially.
The black king can't move, the knight can't really move. The white king is just going to wander all the way over to the left side. Oh, you have to feel for the young Indian.
Now the pawn is running through, nothing to do. That pawn is going to cost black at least a knight, and Erigaisi resigns. Stockfish confirms it, as we see just below the board there. Greed is good. Take a pawn and probably win the game.
Yeah, I like it. I see it, I like it, I want it. Yes.
Magnus did get greedy, and I think he's justified in doing so. Okay, he's really trying to park the bus now. Again, Erigaisi just putting his rook on this square. Magnus, this is just putting the boot in now. He's actually ignoring white's pawns. White could even make a new queen, but he's going for checkmate, pushing the pawn forward. Checkmate.
The quarterfinal match is over. Magnus Carlsen wins it in 3 games.
5 minutes against 39 seconds.
This is mad. This position is so
position.
crazy.
Suddenly, Gukesh, 5 seconds. He's got to react to this idea. Bishop takes pawn check because this rook is undefended, but it does look like this might be a blunder. Oh my God.
2 seconds.
He's not going to find those moves. He gives a check.
Gives a check and it's winning now. The king can come to the e3.
He's losing.
And he's losing.
Big threat of checkmate again. I think he's got it.
Yeah.
This is it. Now the rook is coming down to checkmate. Black can't prevent it. And there we go.
After 167 moves, you guys, it's over. Richard Rapport takes the quarterfinal match. He's ready for the semi-final. It's actually a record in the Welterweight Champions Chess Tour, 167 moves, and I'm surprised we're back already, David. That game could have gone on for so long.
Yeah, I slept like a baby after that game. 167 moves. I think it took nearly an hour and a half, just that one game, and a real test of stamina. But Rapport got there in the end.
Yeah.
In the meantime, though, Gukesh, he'll come back stronger. He learned a great lesson yesterday.
Yeah, but how much confidence does Rapport take away from winning a game like that? You're not supposed to win it.
Yeah, I would say for 99% of players, you'd be buzzing, you'd be full of confidence. But we saw Rapport in the interview, he was still down about his chess. He was still down about his chances in today's semi-final. But yeah, I think that's just a lesson for everyone at home. Just play on.
Yeah.
Play on, learn about endgames.
Yeah.
You can grind down your opponents eventually if you push hard.
No matter how long it takes, you guys, keep playing. Let's take a look at the results from the quarterfinals. So Jan-Krzysztof Duda, he won his match against Vidit. We did see Magnus Carlsen beat Arjun Erigaisi. Even if he did struggle in the first game, Magnus, he did win enough games to win the match. Mamedyarov won his match against the great teenager Abdusattorov, and Richard Rapport eventually winning 2 games, making a comeback to win his match against Gukesh. So let's take a look at the big semi-finals coming up today. It's gonna be, as we know, Jan-Krzysztof Duda against Magnus Carlsen and Richard Rapport against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. And we call them crazy, entertaining. What kind of styles is up against each other when Rapport and Mamedyarov play each other?
You basically nailed it, Kaja. Mamedyarov, we've seen throughout this tournament, he's just going for the opponent's king. He doesn't want any endgames. He just goes for checkmate, and that's a really refreshing style. It can be one-dimensional, however. If he's not in form, if he's not energetic enough, it can backfire. And Richard, he's also known as being a bit crazy, but the older he's getting, maybe the more mature his playing has become, like yesterday, playing for those end games, happy to just try and tire out the opponent. And I do feel Rapport, if it gets into a slower, more strategic, more psychological battle, maybe Rapport will be the favourite there.
Okay. But Mamedyarov, he's probably never played better on the tour than he's done in this tournament. He beat Geary, he beat Magnus, he beat many of the top players. Have you seen him better on the tour?
Yeah, it's not even a question. On the Champions Chess Tour, I think in any online chess, this is the best he's ever played, Mamedyarov. He just feels comfortable and he knows when to take risks. He seems in control all the time, and that's not normal for his brand of chess. Normally it's just chaos, but he seems to be in control of that chaos, and yeah, he's looking great right now.
Yeah, And then, of course, it's a big one between Jan-Krzysztof Duda, second place on the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour standings, against the one who's already the winner, Magnus Carlsen. And if there is someone that can beat Magnus, it must be Jan-Krzysztof Duda.
Yeah, you would say that, as Irene mentioned, over the board, Duda has Magnus's ticket, actually. He's beaten him a couple of times. On the tour, it's tended to be the other way around, but recent trends show that Duda is also on fire, and Magnus this tournament has been a bit up and down. So if anyone can do it, Duda can.
And what does he need to do to beat Magnus? We saw Irine almost yesterday in the first game beat Magnus.
Yeah, the only thing you can do against Magnus is attack. Put him on the back foot. Don't let him dictate the pace of the game. We've seen Magnus against Irine yesterday. As soon as he was able to slow down the pace, make it a bit strategic, ask difficult questions, Irine collapsed. And I think Duda would be up against it if the same narrative continued. So Duda just needs to be all-out attack. That's what brought him success last time in Miami. He went for Magnus, and Magnus can occasionally crack if the opponent's going for him.
And Magnus has been a little sick, but today he wants to get revenge after losing in Miami to Duda, and he also maybe feels inspired from now winning the tour overall. Do you expect to see a more inspired Magnus today?
I would love to see a more inspired Magnus. I mean, he's so good when he's on form, but there is a trend in chess history of players, once they've achieved their goals, taking the foot off the pedal, maybe not being as focused, and now Magnus has achieved his big goal of winning the tour as a whole. It's going to be hard to bring his A game. It's not going to be easy for him to show 100% intensity.
Yeah. And let's take a look at some highlights from Magnus Carlsen's road to the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour title 2022. Is Magnus Carlsen asleep?
No, I think he must be recalling some variation.
It ends here. Magnus Carlsen winning 2 games today. He is the winner of the Air Things Master after an incredible final with a great Jan Nepomniachtchi, but Magnus Carlsen showing his genius.
One thing I would love to see in the tour is a beauty prize, like the most brilliant game prize for each event, and Magnus is trying to achieve that now. Again, Black is completely stuck. Black just cannot move. And there we go. Magnus plays the simple approach. He trades off, and this pawn is going to win the game. We'll see a result any moment. This pawn will step forward.
It's over. Winning also game 4, Magnus Carlsen.
Black's queen wants to go on the diagonal in front of the white king. That's checkmate in one move. Duda's turned it around. White's queen is overworked. Duda, he resigns.
And look at that smile on the champion's face. Magnus Carlsen wins the Charity Cup.
And Magnus, look at him.
Oh, my words.
Just hallucination.
He resigns. Wow, it's over, and a reaction by Magnus Carlsen. He is the winner of the FTX Crypto Cup. Look at Duda shaking his head. He won the first 2 games today. He had it all in his pocket. But Magnus winning 2 games in a row now. It's going to be tie breaks, you guys.
Magnus really looking happy with himself.
Yeah.
Proud. This queen sortie. Yeah, don't try this at home, guys. The black queen shouldn't really be developing this early. She might get kicked around a bit later. Classic Magnus. He's back to his old self, back to top form. Simply swaps the queens, heads into an endgame where he can just grind it out with his extra pawn.
Maybe the king can snake its way to the right.
Stalemate tricks. If you take the pawn...
Oh, checkmate.
Checkmate beats stalemate.
That's true.
Have a checkmate.
Have a checkmate. The white king trapped.
And Magnus has logged off. What has happened?
Magnus has resigned. Magnus, this is just putting the boot in now. He's actually ignoring White's pawns. White could even make a new queen, but he's going for checkmate, pushing the pawn forward. Checkmate.
The quarterfinal match is over. Magnus Carlsen wins it in 3 games.
Backs to the wall, park the bus. This is park the bus.
Simple way to do it.
Over.
He's going to win the tournament.
Wow. And there
smile.
it is. It's over. Ordinary Geisy resigns, facing an impossible world #1, Magnus Carlsen. It all started in February, and in Tournament 8 out of 9, Magnus Carlsen secures his victory in the Champions Chess Tour 2022. And now he is one of 4 players left in the Aimchess Rapid. We started out with 16 great players, and 4 of them are now fighting for 2 spots in the big final starting tomorrow. It's going to be either Magnus Carlsen or Jan-Krzysztof Duda taking one of those 2 spots. Here are the Aimchess head-to-head stats. Anything about Duda, David, that catches your eye?
Well, unfortunately for Duda, he's behind Magnus in every single category. I will say Duda is very resourceful in general, so 32% there. I don't think shows the full picture. I think Duda's great at fighting back from those difficult positions. But also Duda in the endgame, surprisingly high, 70%. So maybe he'll be able to match Magnus in some departments, but he needs to bring his best game.
And we know he's definitely capable. Irene has mentioned it as well. Jan-Krzysztof Duda, he's beaten Magnus before in over the board and in the Champions Chess Tour. He won in blitz tiebreaks in the FTX Crypto Cup in Miami to win the match against Magnus. What was the secret, Jovanka, for Jan-Krzysztof in this match?
A powerful first two games. You know, he really went out there, put Magnus under pressure, and Magnus seemed to have an off day. And there we also saw Jan-Krzysztof Duda win against Magnus in the tie breaks as well. And I mean, just simply created mess on the board. And there he was superior.
Yeah. Do you think we will see tie breaks and maybe in this match today, Irene?
I will hope so, and I think it will happen because what I notice is Duda always has this surprise element within himself. That is why, well, he became the winner of World Cup last year too, beating Magnus Carlsen, and then also in the finals Sergei Karyakin. So I would expect him to have this type of element again for this match against Magnus, and yeah, I hope to see the fire.
Yeah.
Yep.
Surprise element. That's very interesting. And do we know anything about who Jan-Krzysztof Duda is working with, David?
Yeah, I think he works quite consistently with a few Polish grandmasters. The most prominent is Kamil Mitton, very strong Polish grandmaster who's been his mentor, his kind of confidant for many years now. There are others, as far as I know. I think Robert Kempinski and a couple of names that elude me right now. I can see their faces. But yeah, essentially the Polish chess community, they always have backed Duda, and that's why he's he's been so successful in the last few years.
Yeah, and there he is, ready. So is Shahryar Mamedyarov snacking on a banana. And Richard, report, there comes also Magnus Carlsen today wearing his suit and blazer, which brought him luck yesterday. He starts with the white pieces. Magnus Jan-Krzysztof Duda, he won the preliminaries and he chose to start with the black pieces. And what can you say about Magnus's first move?
So it's the English opening. Jovanka and I are happy about that, being very patriotic here. But 1c4, and that is met by black, just pushing a pawn, very flexible from Duda. Has Magnus had a haircut, or was he just flattened it with some water? He's looking smarter than previously in the tournament, perhaps. Maybe
probably some hair gel, not water. Maybe, yeah. He's freshened up for sure.
Trying to be professional.
Yeah.
Now it's business time of the tournament.
Yeah.
But he did mention yesterday that whenever he felt like he needed a change, he did something radical, like either changed from a hoodie to a blazer. And there we have an English, pawn steps forward to attack the knight. And I love the name of this particular variation. David, what is the name?
Is it not the Mykonos?
The Mykonos, yes, that's a
variation of the English.
Sounded Greek? Mykonos.
Sounds Finnish.
Isn't it a Greek island?
Yeah, that's what I thought. Mykonos, the Greek island. That's what
Mykonos.
Oh, Mykonos.
Okay.
Let's pretend it's after the Greek island.
Well, those pawns look kind of strange.
Yeah, I'm imagining some tropical location where these pawns are like rocks in the island. But meanwhile, this is... I wish we had Simon Williams to help us out here, because this is one of his specialities. I've seen him play this move, this white bishop move, just developing in front of pawns in the centre, which is quite counterintuitive. But yeah, I mean, white now is ready to castle. At some point, white will maybe step this light squared bishop into the centre, start advancing with pawns in the middle. What do you guys think? Any experience in this variation? I must admit, I have minimal.
No experience here, but I'm checking the database and I can see that Jobova has played it twice. And Jobova is the Georgian grandmaster who's famous for his creativity in the opening. We also see that Hikaru Nakamura did play this in 2007, which admittedly doesn't, to me, feel like a long time ago, but it actually was. And he beat Ramesh, famous coach there. And again, it's popular with grandmasters who are around about 2,500 and does seem to be scoring quite well with white.
I think it is safe to say that a player like Jovanka, he would find his name in any sort of variations because he plays all sort of openings. So, yeah, I don't...
Jovanka London?
Yes, exactly, yes. And in this position, I don't really have any experience as white, but I did play this as black many years ago. So, yeah. I kind of lose touch of this variation already. But maybe I think for white's perspective here, you just play bishop c2 and then push the pawn from d2 to d4, right? I think that's some sort of like a simple plan for white.
So yeah, slightly surprising that Magnus didn't go for this. I agree completely. This just looks so logical. Just move the bishop, push a pawn in the center. Magnus starts in a different way. He drops his bishop. He moves his rook across first. Maybe he's hinting that he'll put his bishop in the center and go for this pawn. But Duda reacts instantly, brings his knight out.
And that rook move is a novelty.
Okay.
No one's played it before.
Move
So
10.
we're in new territory.
Wow.
Yeah.
Brand new territory. Yeah, this rook looks good here, but it's not necessarily doing too much. I'm just wondering why they're delaying castling. OK, he brings his bishop to the center.
Yeah. And this idea was an idea that Jovanka himself played. And the whole idea, I guess, is just simply to say to black, OK, you can castle, that's fine. But what are you going to do about that light squared bishop that's stuck behind the wall of pawns?
Yeah, it's tied down defending this pawn now that white's rook is staring down at it. And there's always a trap as well in this type of position. If white, for example, pushes a pawn in the, forward in the center, you can't actually take it. This would be a horrible blunder because white's real idea is to bring the bishop out. And suddenly the queen is trapped on this square. She has nowhere to run to. She's dominated by white's minor pieces, the bishops and knight. So a small trap there. I'm not sure Magnus will go for it because it's pretty obvious. I guess Duda can meet this, for example, by just pushing a pawn, just controlling this square, stopping the white bishop using it. But either way, Magnus, we've seen him delay castling a few times in this tournament, and I'm wondering, just by the fact he's thinking in this position, OK, he sets that trap. And Duda replies instantly. Is Magnus... Again, if Simon Williams was here, he would be suggesting pushing the pawn forward, going for the black king. I don't think you can get away with this. While the white king is sat in the middle, you're not ahead in development, but slightly tempting.
OK.
Slightly tempting to go on the attack.
Well, Magnus has been hanging out at the Good Night, where Simon this year also has been hanging out. Could he have taken some inspiration from Simon?
Yeah, I've seen some blitz games between those two, and Simon's had Magnus on the ropes a few times.
Really?
Yeah, Magnus always tricks him at the end, but yeah, maybe inspired. Magnus, he's definitely considering it, because if you don't want to go on the attack, you just castle the king. It's just a normal kind of standard middle game. But he's pausing. What do you guys think? Is he
G4.
Burn his bridges, or?
No, G4 is absolutely the move that I would play in an instant, I think. It is totally my type of move. It's just push forward, keep moving. Also, later on, we have H4, G5 coming up, Rook G1. Yeah, I don't know how black would handle that. I'm sure Duda has something in mind too, but I would think about it just later.
Because you're a very attacking player, right, Irene?
Yes, I love attacking. Not so much about defending, but yeah, I think that's most of chess players are like that too.
Yeah.
That's true, actually.
Yeah.
We do like to attack. There are only a few of us in the world who are born to defend. And, well, whilst players are thinking, and Magnus is considering whether to go forward with that pawn, well, it's the semi-finals. It's such an exciting moment. So we're asking you at home to share with us your best chess picture, and you can do this tweeting us using the hashtag #ChessChamps. You can also ask us any questions, share with us your thoughts, and we will feature them on the show.
Yeah. And maybe you have some questions for Irene. She's not only a great chess player, she also played, and correct me if I'm wrong, one of the most watched chess matches in the history of chess. And
online,
yeah?
online,
okay.
yes.
1 point, you told me earlier,
1.25 million.
Watched your chess match live, and then obviously a bunch has been in there and seen the clip later on.
That's right.
Incredible. And we're going to talk about this chess match today because it was very special. It was against someone accused of cheating. And
yes.
you took him on. Was that to prove that he was a cheater?
Well, the whole story was steered completely different from the start to finish. And yeah, it was a long story. I was being a kind of like a spokesperson for my federation because before the federation took this issue into account, there were so many speculation on the internet. They were asking also for my personal opinion, but I didn't have a very well-founded reason to say about it or anything, so I just being silent until the federation hired our IT experts, you know, just to get all the statistic graphics and all this data to translate this data to the non-chess viewers, because most of them who enjoyed the scandal, they were non-chess players.
Yeah.
So after we had all the data, and then the data showed that this guy was basically, or this account was basically playing much better or almost in the same level of Magnus Carlsen, the world champion.
Okay.
So if we somehow had a hidden talent within our country, it would be a wonderful news.
Yeah.
But it would be very slim chance to have it. So we had this data public, and then we shared it, and then there was one Indonesian public figure who took this into his podcast, and then he gave his time in the podcast for, well, the accused account owner. And then
So he came forward.
He came
was
forward,
a public
yes.
figure, basically.
Yeah, but what I showed with the data is that this account cheated. I don't know who played behind it. And he claimed to be the owner of the account. So I was never personally accused anyone. I just showed, okay, this account cheated.
Yeah.
And then somehow the story went as in I was challenging the guy, which I didn't. And I also said that I didn't need to prove anything because I'm a professional chess player. And I didn't know him before. None of my friends in the national team, none of my coaches also know anything about him. So it means that he's not a real chess player or national chess player. And then I was not approving the match, but somehow I got bullied online very heavily for a few days. And it came to my personal space, it came to my family, and then in the end, after 3 days of not answering or of actually refusing to play, I accepted the challenge.
Wow. And
And then out of the 4 matches to be played, I won the first 3, so the 4th game was not needed anymore.
Wow. What a story.
Yeah.
And you won those 3 games in style, right? Just
Yeah.
very convincingly.
Yeah.
Incredible. We do have some moves on the board. Is anything particular happening in the game?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
So Magnus, I don't know if he's inspired by Mamajarov's play this tournament or inspired by his own suit and new hairstyle, but either way, he's gone on the attack. And we've got to say this is getting exciting. It's heating up already, and maybe if we just jump in to show what has happened. This was where we left it. We were kind of half joking that Magnus would push his pawn towards the black king, and he did it. He played it. So the whole idea is to push this pawn forward. It's going to act as a battering ram towards the black king. This would attack the queen as well, and most importantly, this pawn push that Duda played on the last turn, this is what we call a hook. So using the hook, you push your pawn forward and you can guarantee your blast open at least one file, one line towards the black king. This threat was met by Duda trying to trade off bishops. That makes sense if you're about to get attacked, swap off pieces. And Magnus continued pushing Harry, just as you said, Irene, just both the pawns marching forward. Duda trying to fight in the centre. Again, logical. If your opponent's attacking you on the wing, fight back in the centre. And this is the current position. The black queen was hit and had to move. And Magnus can open up a line at some point by trading a set of pawns, but I'm not sure he wants to rush yet. The white king is still in the centre and things are about to open up. What do you guys think of this move? I'm a bit surprised Magnus is willingly opening things up. He's allowing a queen exchange, actually. I thought he'd maybe block things and then put his rook on this square, try to go for the black king, but he's played pawn takes pawn, allowing a queen exchange.
Yeah, the one thing I have noticed about Magnus's play in general is that often he will extend with his pawns as much as possible and then offer a trade of queens just to get that superior piece play in the endgame. And here it fits the criteria. I mean, white's light squared bishop is just an incredible piece. So if the queens come off, the white king isn't going to be in danger. and he can go about just asking questions to the black defences.
Yeah, maybe he's just trying to grab a pawn as well, because there's still the tension, assuming the queens do come off, still tension with the bishops. Black, I think, has to trade off the bishops. Unfortunately, if you take this pawn, then white will take the black knight, removing the defender of this piece. White would win a piece on the next go. And wow, we see the Stockfish suggestions just below the board. So in this position, Duda has just played it. He played bishop takes e5, which Stockfish says is by far better than any of other moves for black. Actually, swapping off the queens there would have given white a decisive advantage, which wasn't obvious. Maybe white would have pawned a pawn, but now the queens are off and it's on black's terms. Oof. We were getting excited about the attack. Suddenly, the attack is less scary.
Okay, and Duda, still 14 minutes on the clock. Magnus is obviously planning something big here because he's way down on the clock as well. But does it look good for him, the plan he's brewing?
I'm not 100% sure. What do you think, Irene and Jovanka?
I think, well, we know that Magnus is such a great endgame player. So, and of course, he's a very good attacking player. So I think if one plan doesn't go well with him, he would go for another. And then now we are seeing, I think for me, it's like a very equal endgame. And then Stockfish say so as well. But in the hand of a person like Magnus, this might go entirely in different directions. So I'm actually looking forward to see what Magnus has in store.
Yeah, I agree. And we should just point out, it looks like white can win a pawn by taking this guy, but this would walk into a deadly pin. You definitely don't want to allow this right now. So I'm expecting Magnus, like you said, Irene, just to try and work his magic. Maybe that's bringing another piece that's not in the game into the centre now, just to block this file. So black can put a rook here, but it's less deadly if you block it up with your other bishop. This would be one move. You can maybe make an argument for moving the king off this open line. And, OK, I didn't expect him to castle.
I was just going to ask, Magnus isn't going to castle in this game, right? Because it just looked so open.
I would have said I bet my house that he wouldn't castle, but he has.
Why?
I mean, he had to resolve something, you know, because the king and the rook, the king and the bishop were on the same line, so he had to do something against that potential awkward pin. So, I mean, I'm not so surprised he castled. I was actually thinking that the light square bishop would improve itself and park itself on the d5 square.
Looks like a nice outpost. But maybe he just wanted his rook nearer the centre. Maybe he's given up on attacking the black king, and he just wants to bring his rook to somewhere. Interesting.
Also, the fact that the queens are off of the board right now, I think it makes the white's king safer to castle. I think this is actually one of quite a logical move to do in this position.
Yeah, let's see if Duda reacts to that surprise. Do we think Duda was still in opening preparation up until that point? Because he played very quickly. Jovanka, you don't think so? I see the shake of the head.
Yeah, I mean, even if you had vaguely looked at this g4 pawn move, you would probably discount it because Magnus doesn't play this type of chess.
True.
Magnus is more about, developing, harmonising the pieces. He's not really going to burn the bridges so early on. And
maybe he'd studied it at some point, Duda. Maybe before the candidates, he'd looked at this opening.
But there is something that I have noticed with Magnus. Magnus is in preparation for the Fischer Random World Championship, and there you have all sorts of crazy positions right from the word go. So perhaps this is a deliberate strategy now, just to play this creative, funky chess, just to get used to putting your pieces in very extraordinary positions. Squares, I mean. And
actually, while we're on the topic of Fischer Random Chess, castling is probably the hardest part of that game. And we've noticed throughout this tournament, Magnus, sometimes he's just not castling at all or forgetting. Sometimes he's leaving it until move 15, 20 to castle. And the most effective thing in Fischer Random is to kind of keep your opponent guessing. Your king starts right on one side of the board, and then it can castle the whole way across. Sometimes it can go 6 squares across to castle. So maybe, that's he said he was training for that, as you mentioned, Jovanka.
And the knight retreats backward, and I was going to ask this question. I think white can simply capture the pawn, because if the rook steps forward, steps to the side and just starts eyeing up the light square bishop, it can move backward, and we're going to see Magnus do that right now.
Yeah, so a bit of a smash and grab, just stealing a pawn and running away.
Or maybe this is actually Duda's trick, you know, to open the B file for the rook ladder. So probably after this bishop e6 might be played, followed by rook b8.
Yeah, you're right there, definitely. So this is the current position. This is maybe the most natural move. I'm not sure whether you flick in a capture here first.
Oh, yeah. I think we need to capture first, yeah.
Possibly you capture first, assuming white takes back with a pawn, and now your plan, yeah, I think you're right. White is a pawn up, but these are pretty ugly pawns, it's got to be said. And, for example, if you defend one of them, black has access to the open file if he wants. This would be very natural. I guess you could also reroute the knight back around at some point to go and take this pawn. Yeah, it's not the healthiest pawn advantage I've ever seen. But OK, Magnus, can he work his endgame magic? We saw the Aimchess stats earlier where in the endgame Magnus scores something like, was it 87%?
That was insane, yeah.
It's just ridiculous. Yeah. But Duda was pretty good there too, on 70%. So, yeah, I'm expecting Duda to be OK here. Just the evaluation bar shows he's completely fine. He doesn't need to worry too much. At some point, he'll go for these pawns.
He's finally thinking, Jan-Krzysztof Duda, now ticking down to 11 minutes. Now, remember, this is Aimchess Rapid, and every day we're doing an Aimchess analysis. So if you want to get your online performance analyzed by our very own Grandmaster David Howell, then you need to share your username on an online platform. If it is Chess24, Lichess, or chess.com. And sometime today, David will analyze your performance and share also why you need his expert help. It always helps when picking out someone to analyze.
And the bishop develops, and the black bishop retreats because it was under fire. So now there is a big threat of the bishop taking the knight on f3. And whilst Magnus is considering how to defend the knight, whether to move it, we did ask for your best chess pictures.
Yes.
So I wanted to share with you some moments from Donkey Chess. It says that their favourite chess picture was a move so powerful it sent the opponent flying. True story, that. I mean, he was going to play a checkmate, I think, in 1 or 2, and the opponent just went, and fell
off the chair.
Yep.
Oh, that is a great move.
It is a great move.
Wow.
And the knight does retreat. And Tapes New Bane says, also my best chess picture. And that's a very nice one in the pool.
Oh,
I
you
do
play
quite-
chess everywhere.
Yeah, I know. We've seen it on the mountains, in the desert,
Tell me
on the
one
oil rigs.
place where you cannot play chess.
No, but this is the point. You can always play
Yeah.
chess. There's even something called diving chess, where you place
you
a
can play it
weighted
in the
chess
air.
at... Yeah, the
In the air as
in the
well,
space.
yeah.
I was
Not
thinking
only
also
water
when
diving, but
diving.
also skydiving.
Yeah.
That's true. You can play it in the air.
Yeah.
How about on the moon with gravity being an issue? And
You can find
there must
a
be a way. Magnetic piece? I don't know.
Yeah, probably.
Well, one David and myself, many years ago, we did play in a very special tournament on the bus.
I heard, my favorite tournament.
And I remember winning this game. This is one of my few games I won against David.
On a double-decker.
It was on
Around
a double
London?
decker. It was around Scarborough. And,
How cool.
But I think I was helped by the fact that at some point the bus braked and the pieces kind of flew all over the place.
Yeah, I can see that would be a problem. How about you, Irene? What's the strangest place you played chess?
Well, without the pieces, I was playing blindfolded. I had all these earpiece, and then I was in a drifted car with a professional drifter.
Oh, really? Like going
Yes,
really fast?
Going
and
really
turning?
fast. It was actually very exciting for me. But also, if you couldn't hold yourself, you could be sick. and then the game went for exactly 15 minutes. In the end, I couldn't hold it anymore. I was so dizzy. I offered my opponent a draw in a better position, and then he accepted. It was actually featured in Indonesia against one of the most prominent public figures in Indonesia. So it was a very good promotion for chess as well.
Yeah.
Were you both in the car? Or
I was the only one in the car. He was outside in a tent with the chessboard. So he was actually playing the moves. Okay, I had my own assistant who played my moves, and I just scream it to the earpiece. I cannot just talk normally because I was in a drifted car, and then that public figure and then the drifter, they're kind of they're teaming up each other against me. So I think I had some advantage in my game, but then I traded off and I completely forgot my position at some point. I needed to.
No wonder.
Yeah, it was exciting, totally exciting.
Oh, what a cool idea. And I mean, blindfold chess is mesmerizing in itself, doing it in a thrifting car. Holy cow.
Yeah, and I love the fact that the driver was colluding with the opponent because it's like the opponent could go, this is a tricky moment, and the other way is, I'll help you there, buddy.
Yeah.
We start drifting. Like,
Nice.
Next challenge.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like Indonesia have some great initiatives to promote chess.
Yes.
Definitely.
Yeah.
The countries need to take note.
I like it.
And meanwhile, an exchange of pawns. We're expecting Magnus to maybe recapture with a pawn, but White's bishop can also take back on this g5 square. And that would maybe come at the cost of Magnus's pawn structure. White's pawns are really ugly. They're fractured and are all isolated right now. Which way do you think he's... OK, I was going to say, as soon as I talk about pawn structure, he'll do the ugly alternative.
I was going to say, before White played bishop takes g5, both players really took the principle of chess too literally, as in, you know, bishops are great in the distance, and then look at the bishops of Whites and Blacks. Blacks have the bishop on b7 and b8, and then White had it on b1 and c1, just really from the distance.
Yeah, long-range archers.
Long range, yeah.
Just shooting from afar. But, yeah, especially the black bishops, actually, they look pretty good right now. So in this current position, I'd be slightly scared as if I were Magnus, because these bishops do point down towards the white king. And White's king might face some issues. And this knight also jumping into the centre of the board, potentially.
And it must be hard to go past the lines of those two black bishops.
Mm-hmm. It's going to be very difficult. And, OK, a slightly surprising retreat from Magnus. Now the black knight can jump in. What's his idea if the knight comes to this square? This looks like a really fatal check if you allow it. Oof. Is his idea to save the white king with his knight again? I mean, is he having to go back with the white knight? I guess you can go to one of these two squares to cover any knight check. Duda does not go for that. Instead, he jumps in with the black bishop. OK, actually, after an exchange of pieces, he's jumped in. And, yeah, makes a lot of sense what Duda's doing, but now the white rook can get active. So, again, White's a pawn up. If he gets one more move, the knight will control a lot of squares.
And this would be a very good outpost square for the knight. And bishop on g5 is also very safely placed. I think I like White's position in this position, even though I'm more to like a pair of bishop person. What about you, David?
Yeah, same. That's all I ever talk about is the bishop pair, the two bishops. And they do look good, but as you mentioned, White just needs one more move. And the knights, it's all about outposts, as you say there. And one more move, for example, if Black just plays, I don't know, nothing, just pushes a pawn, then this knight, you can never, ever get rid of it. It blocks the black rook. Later, if the rooks disappear, it can jump into some outposts. I'm still not sure what the plan is next, but two great pieces. Yeah, and Magnus still a pawn up. Whether that's relevant or not, I'm not sure, but can't hurt. And a rook on the 7th rank. Black would love to, for example, come down and pin the white knight, but unfortunately just no time right now, because White's rook would step up with a double attack.
I mean, can he still go for that line?
Yeah, possibly. For example, the king could move, and after rook takes bishop, you could go after the white knight. This was possible, just to simplify the position, but Duda, I have a feeling he's quite ambitious in this position, just because he loves these kind of imbalanced, weird pawn structures. He loves trying to set up tricks. He's threatening the white rook, kicking it away, and does it have to retreat? No way it can stay in the black camp,
Or
unless
probably,
you trade off rooks.
Yeah, trade off rooks. I was about to say, yeah, rook e7. Otherwise, the next square that you might go is rook d1, because you cannot afford of having the knight on f1 being pinned. Yeah, rook e7 is the move.
All right. And normally exchanging rooks would help Black, maybe, because Black's bishops could get active, but suddenly there's no way to defend this one. So in this exact position, White would at least go another pawn up. And not easy, suddenly, for Black to deal with. Maybe Duda missed this one. He's blowing out his cheeks there. If he has to run away from any exchange, then White can play that move we've been highlighting, the knight coming out, and suddenly White's pieces are just great. You can also maybe attack the bishop and a pawn. But yeah, looking good for Magnus, suddenly.
Yeah, I agree with you there, David. I don't think the rook can step away. I think instead it's time to activate the dark square bishop.
Ah, OK, that's clever.
Bring it out to the middle of the board and attack some pawns.
Yeah, black's pieces defend each other, the bishop defends the rook, so it's possible to go for this. Got to activate sooner or later.
OK. It's heating up then, this game. Well, it's been hot for a while.
It's not been boring. Despite the queens leaving the board, it's still really imbalanced. Still chances for both sides.
Good start to the semi-final match. In the other semi-final, the bar looks like it's slightly over to Richard Report's side in game 1 against Mamedyarov. He has the white pieces in that first game, Richard Report.
I think he's going to win quite quickly, actually.
Oh.
I've just taken a peek over, and the evaluation bar, it's a bit on white side, but it's going to go even further. And there we go, a result already.
Whoa, you said it, David.
Resigns. Yeah, I think he was just a pawn down Mamedyarov in the endgame, and he hates to suffer. So he wants to get his suffering done, resign, move on to the next one.
Wow, Richard Report takes the lead in 15 minutes. They will start game 2. And now Mamedyarov, he will have to make a comeback at some point. 3 rapid games to go in their match. All right. This one, though, will it be a long game? And what is the most likely result? Is it a win or a draw?
Should we have a vote? I think longish, and I'll say draw.
Yeah, I think it's probably a draw, although Magnus is definitely having an advantage here. I think White's plan is very simple. White just wants to liquidify the extra pawn. I don't know, maybe I'm a bit too ambitious, or it could really happen. But I think if I were White, I would try to do it.
Do you think Magnus will win?
I think it would still be drawn.
OK.
Yeah.
And just to be different, I'm going to say win for Magnus.
Well, it is Magnus. And he looks inspired today. Maybe this is the day.
We've seen many long grinds from Magnus turn out successful. And OK, good move. He's now changed the pawn structure somewhat, so he's still a pawn up, but it's a more healthy pawn this time. White's A pawn is a passed pawn, and it could someday dream of launching up the board. But there are some problems now. White's knight can sit in the centre of the board, but the white pawns that were doubled earlier, they did control a lot of squares. Suddenly the black bishops have access to some great diagonals. Yeah, it's still anything could happen. Clock times, both sides are completely fine there. Both sides have been handling the clock very well. And the knight does indeed come out. Probably had to before it's too late. And yeah, it's difficult to say really what either side's plan is. For Magnus, maybe slightly easier, as you mentioned there. Irene, just at least you have something to play with the extra pawn. Black needs to set threats somehow, or find a way to go for white's pawns. Not easy.
Yeah, I do think it's time to just maximise the bishop pair, especially the light squared bishop, which is in danger of getting locked out by the white knight. My idea would be just to relocate the bishop perhaps to the f3 square, just to try to cage in the king and try to source some counterplay. And then, oh, look at that, on the board. And then I was thinking, once that has been achieved, if it's unchallenged, move the rook over to the B line. OK, the white king steps forward, is planning to disturb the bishop. So therefore, I would say, no, I can't go for that. And perhaps give a check.
Yeah, it's very strange what Magnus is doing, allowing this check. Is he really trying to hide on the edge of the board? We'll find out. He wants to hide on this square. Doesn't look too safe to me. If you could teleport the black rook down into the corner, then this would be checkmate. The king would then be trapped. But how do you get it there? You need to use the long way round again. 1, 2, 3. So I'm assuming Magnus has a way to stop that. But how? If the rook starts its journey, and it does, you've got 2 moves. You're threatening checkmate in 2, essentially, if you're Duda. So white needs to get rid of one of these 2 bishops, I guess. You need to kick one of them away. As you guys mentioned, just cutting off the king's escape. So Magnus does start harassing one of the bishops, and the bishop has had to move. If it retreated now on the same diagonal, keeping the king cut off, then I guess Magnus's idea was to just continue attacking, maybe from this angle or maybe from here. But the bishop instead plants itself on an outpost. At least now the white king can breathe a sigh of relief. It has 1 square to escape.
All right, Magnus, 4.5 minutes left in this game. The bar slightly over to his side, moving his king, as you expected.
Yeah, at least once he's got safety with his king, all of White's pieces actually very well defended, nicely anchored on some outposts. Feels like risk is past, essentially. No more danger for White. And again, it's just about whether eventually that White A-pawn has any role to play, whether it can make a difference. Okay, Duda going for one of White's pawns, meanwhile.
Magnus is in a little bit of drama these days, as most people in the chess world knows, accusing Hans Niemann of cheating. And has it been proved that Hans Niemann did cheat on chess.com, or would you just say that chess.com has sort of come forwards with what they call proof that he cheated?
They've come forward with their own proof. I mean, I've seen several discussions on Facebook from people who are very good with numbers, saying that, OK, this is part of the story. And certainly there's been no proof whatsoever that he's been cheating in over-the-board chess.
Yeah.
But I have to say, I do quite like your use of little bit.
Little bit of drama. Maybe never been in that much drama.
Yeah, I mean, it's total storm.
You've been in the chess world for many years, Jovanka. You've been a chess fan your whole life. Can you recall bigger drama
than this? No, I mean, this is the most sensational drama of my life, I think.
Yeah.
I've never seen a situation... OK. There was one other drama that did involve cheating, and that was when Topalov accused Kramnik of cheating during the World Championship match. That was very, very scandalous. But apart from that, this is the next big thing. I mean, I've never seen anything like this. And for a world champion to state his position on cheating so obvious and so clear, it's unheard of. I mean, Magnus has put his reputation out there on the line, which has to be respected, but at the same time, I mean, you have to be concerned about the precedent it sets,
And the guy that you played in Indonesia, he was accused of cheating on chess.com, right?
Exactly,
yes. Levi Rossman, was it?
Levi Rossman,
yeah. And when you played him, that was kind of to prove that he did cheat. What has been his life since then? Because I guess the match kind of did prove that he wasn't that strong.
Well, I haven't heard of him since after the match, to be honest. So I don't know what he's doing at the moment. But I think we sort of continue our life. I mean, this has been my life, traveling around, playing chess tournaments, and probably he's come back to his own old routines as well.
Yeah. Do you think chess is a big problem in cheating? Cheating is a big problem. Do you think cheating is a big problem in chess today?
Well, with the advancement of technology, you cannot avoid the problem because it will be there. Even before the computer era, I'm sure there was so many cheating issues before, but now I think we're just going to see more and more of those in the coming few years. So I think something has to be really enforced in this matter.
Yeah. Is that at least a good thing, do you think also, David, that at least now the chess world is definitely talking about this, addressing it?
Yeah, it's definitely a worthy topic, and I think at some point every sport has their reckoning. Meanwhile, this game's about to fizzle out to a draw. But every sport has their moment of reckoning in terms of doping, cheating, any scandalous issues. And it's interesting, chess has never had such big headlines as now, since 1972, 50 years ago. And meanwhile, OK, this game was a draw. The rooks came off, bishops got traded, pawns disappeared, and nothing left to play for.
And I guess no use to analyze it either, David?
I mean, we can show what happened at the end, but yeah, essentially, Duda found a great way just to hoover off all the pawns.
Well, let's take a look at what happened in the end.
OK, so in this position where we left it a bit earlier, we saw Duda find a really nice strategy. He put his rook attacking one white pawn. This pawn is doomed now, no real way to save it. He put the other bishop to attack this pawn, and Magnus decided, actually, things are starting to turn around. So he decided, To put the gears on, put the brakes on, he stepped his knight back. This forces a trade of one of black's bishops, because this bishop is attacked, and after one bishop went to capture a pawn, this is a nice way to always try to force a draw to go into opposite colour bishop positions. Essentially, the bishops bypass each other, they can't create damage on the same colour complex, and as we saw in the game, things just started to disappear. This was the final position after the rooks disappeared. Simply nothing to do. Pawns blocked, and bishops can't cross over with each other.
All right, so no cheating here, just a regular draw. And in now 14 minutes, game 2 will start for Magnus Carlsen and Jan-Krzysztof. Duda then with the white pieces. Game 2 between Richard Report and Mamadjarov. Mamadjarov lost the first game, is coming up in 5 minutes. So we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to follow that, and we're going to talk some more about the big topic in chess these days, cheating. We'll be right back.
Welcome to the new Chess24 playing experience. Play in light mode or dark mode. Choose from a range of time controls or create a custom game. And get paired with players from around the world, fast. Enjoy a polished playing experience while making moves on a fresh, responsive board to claim your victories. Train and improve with over 80,000 puzzles. And that's not all. Download now and discover what more you can enjoy in our brand new app.
The French is the opening you play against one e4. It starts with e6. We prepare the central push to d5. Chess openings are always about fighting for the center, because if you control the center, you can go to any direction very quickly. After d4, we play d5, and already white is at a crossroad. He has to either give up the e4 square, trade the pawn, push the pawn forward, which will then counter with c5, with counterplay against the d4 pawn, or after knight c3, you can pin the knight. And that's the French defense.
He will go queen h5 check with a double attack. Attack the king and attack the pawn. And you thought, no, can't have that. I don't want the double attack. And so, with this very good insight, you chose the move g5, trying to block the queen's access.
Welcome back to Aimchess Rapid. We're getting ready for game 2 in the semi-final between Richard Report and Shakhriyar Mamadjarov. Richard Report won the first game in a very nice fashion, and here is today's FTX exchange.
So Report won a really instructive game against Mamadjarov, and it was on the theme of exchanging. And the key here is that not all exchanges are forced, and you should always think twice before you go for them. In this position, Mamadjarov is under serious pressure as black. White's rook has broken through to the 7th rank, and he thought he'd found a clever way to exchange pieces. He thought here, after rook takes rook, that he could just simply slide his other rook across to exchange pieces, playing on the fact that White's back rank is a bit weak. For example, rook takes pawn would be met with a rook check, and Although white can throw a knight in the way, this would have really bad consequences. Instead, however, he had missed a tactic. Not all exchanges are forced, as we mentioned, and therefore Rapport could flick in what we call a Zwischenzug, an in-between move, ignoring this threat and just moving his knight to the edge of the board. This is really sneaky because a fork now is inevitable. Black here had nothing else to do if you push this pawn forward. White comes in with a check. This is also disastrous. Instead, after the exchange of rook takes rook, this knight check is a fork. Black's king had to move, and after knight takes rook, we do a quick count. White has won a pawn in the process. He wrapped up that game very nicely.
And that means Mamadjarov will have to make a comeback. 3 more rapid games to go in their match. And let's take a look at the head-to-head stats between 2 super entertaining players. Well, first, let's take a look at the results from the first set of games in the semifinals. It was a draw between Magnus and Jan-Krzysztof. Game 2 will start in around 9 minutes, I think. Richard, report. Won the first game, Mamadjarov, with the white pieces in game 2. And these are 2 of the most entertaining players. Accuracy, though, very high for Mamadjarov. Does that surprise you guys?
Yeah. I think that's the most surprising stat of all of them, the accuracy for both players.
Yeah.
Considering they both have reputations of being kind of swashbuckling, slightly bohemian characters with odd, surprising moves. And also very good endgame stats for Mamadjarov, 75%.
Wow.
It's almost at Magnus levels. Very high numbers for both.
Now, he is down by 1 point, but he seems like a guy that won't be too much affected by that, Jovanka. The Mamadjarov, he can strike back when he needs to.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's such a professional player. He's able to make that comeback win. But I have to say, if he struggles in this game, I think
then it's trouble.
It's going to be trouble.
Yeah, he's notoriously really strong with the white pieces, Mamadjarov, because he can guide the game in his direction. He starts with the first move. He can get that attacking kind of foundation. And if we have a throwback to last season, I think it was, in the tour finals, when Mamadjarov against Carlsen, 7 games, all decisive, all white wins.
Yeah.
So that shows Mamadjarov with black can be a bit shaky, but with white, it's it's hard to contain him.
It had to go all the way to Armageddon, where Magnus Carlsen obviously chose the white pieces and won the match. But yeah, that was super entertaining. Here we go.
Yeah, and Mamadjarov, with this last move, this last little pawn push, pawn to g3, he's created a nice home for his bishop, fianchetto that piece, but not necessarily in attacking position.
No, and this was exactly the same line that he played against Nordibek Abdusatorov yesterday, and he didn't really achieve too much from the openings. So I wonder what surprise he has in store for us now. Yeah. I mean, is it a good idea to repeat a solid opening such as this? I mean, because we were quite critical of Magnus. OK, here comes the new move, so to speak. We were very critical about Magnus for repeating certain lines. We were saying, OK, they were quite shady, dodgy. He shouldn't do that. He shouldn't keep on playing the same variation and instead just duck and dive.
Yeah, maybe the intention is to just, I mean, he studied this plenty, surely, before the tournament. He was going to play it consistently. And maybe the intention is just to get a playable position, not really indulge in any opening theory. But we saw Rapport there kind of look up, then look to the side, and still he's frowning a bit. He has seen this move before. I think Magnus might have played this one, or at least a very similar idea, this pawn push. And he's just wondering, OK, how much risk do I take? What do I go for? And actually, until this last pawn push, I had this exact position against Rapport, but when Rapport had white. So he did something a bit odd against me as well in that game. So both players just trying to get out the opening, and Rapport blocks things up. Black did have the opportunity to grab a pawn, but I don't think it was necessary. It's basically a branch of the Queen's Gambit if you capture white's pawn on the c4 square, and that pawn wouldn't last for long anyway. So it makes sense what he's just played.
Yeah, but it's quite a weakening pawn move, so to speak. I mean, it concedes certain squares. So the first instinct that I've kind of been trained is that when you see this reaction from the black side, just capture in the middle of the board. And see if you can grab the b5 square. Oh,
he's played it.
He plays it.
So both sides will, assuming black takes back with a pawn, you could also take back with a knight. Normally you wouldn't OK, he does. Normally you wouldn't want to because white gets a pawn centre at some point. Maybe you don't want to rush this with white, but at least black gets the nice outpost on the b4 square. And yeah, just to show Jovanka's point there as well, if black had recaptured with the pawn, it looks completely symmetrical. It is symmetrical, but because white gets the advantage of the first move, white is the first one to install a piece on a nice outpost in the enemy camp. And OK, that variation we showed has actually happened. Mamedyarov, I'm slightly surprised he rushed to push his pawn to the centre. He's got this nice duo, but he has left himself open to a pin on this diagonal. So, OK, this creates a bit of pressure, but Mamedyarov just steps his bishop into the middle and, again, supports his pawn. What do you guys think? Would you take white with the pawn centre, or would you take black with the relatively active pieces?
That is a hard question for me.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm all about asking those hard questions.
But anyway, this game would be very interesting because we see that white has dominance in the center with the pawns, but also we see that black has a very good knight outpost on b4. And I think this, you know, there are a few things here that white has to take care of, like, okay, white is better in the center, but how to exploit the fact that it is better. And then also black just wants to swap off a few pieces here just to have more spaces in his territory, and then probably at some point push b5 or c5 at the right moment. Of course, black has to prepare the major pieces to be exactly in the central files. But OK, this is going to be very interesting, I say.
Yeah. And I can tell you there's just been 2 games in this exact position, and both games black reacted in the same way. They thought the time is now to start action, and so they've actually challenged with their pawn immediately in the center by playing the move e5.
e5.
Okay.
Yeah.
Instantly pushing a pawn, challenging these guys. Again, utilising the pin, so white's knight doesn't actually have influence on this square. And he doesn't go for this, Richard. I was going to say he's going to find something a bit weird. He loves to surprise his opponents early on. So this pawn push would have been justified by a capture. And I'm assuming now the idea is to just move the black knight, and you will guarantee that you'll win this doubled pawn in the near future. But Richard, being a surprising player, moves his queen. And the idea is to stop white pushing this pawn forward, first of all, kicking this bishop away. So if you can't push this pawn, then this pin is really frustrating, really annoying. Second idea might be eventually to move this bishop to challenge off and trade for white's nice bishop, the best defender of the white king.
The bar is not a big fan of that queen move.
Yeah, I think in general, computers, they do always want to challenge spatial advantages. So if your opponent has pawns in the center, then challenge as quickly as possible. As Jovanka pointed out, that was possible on the last go. Also, this queen does take a square away from this knight. Now, this knight, its only real square is to develop to the edge of the board, where, again, it looks decent, but it's blocked by its own knight. Both knights kind of want to use the same square, the same launch pad on b4. But, yeah, I guess it's the type of move that can, you know, it doesn't look natural, it looks a bit clumsy, and it can cause the opponent to think a lot. And that's why Mamedyarov has his head in his hands, just wondering what to do. Black also has freed up this square, at least for his rook, so the target will eventually be this pawn in the center. So a few questions to answer here for Mamedyarov. I would just want to get out this pin as quickly as possible, I've got to say. Maybe move the queen forward 1 square. I'm not sure what next, but that would be maybe my first step.
Mine too as well. And whilst the players are thinking, you know, we've asked everyone at home whether they can send in their best chess pictures, send us your chess questions, your thoughts, and you can do all this using the hashtag ChessChamps. And Chessilla says that one of their favourite chess memories is this meeting Jan-Krzysztof Duda.
Lucky you.
And Tapes New Bane once again reminds us that chess can be played anywhere. The Ice Chess Challenge.
Yes. You guys stayed in for at least 2 minutes, I remember.
Yes. I'm reading a book on winter swimming, and what we did was apparently quite dangerous. You need to acclimatise to the cold. They're like, yeah, on your first ice dipping attempt, you should stay in the water for maybe like 20 seconds max. And I was like, Well, David and I did 2 minutes each.
Wow.
Yeah. We live to tell the tale.
Yeah.
Still here today. Actually, that started an addiction. I just love sauna, ice dips. You know.
No, but I remember
Barbed water
after
swimming.
it, David, you were saying for several days how refreshed you were feeling.
I felt high for weeks.
Yeah.
Natural high, yeah.
Have you ever tried?
Oh, I want to try. Actually, Jovanka was invited me to try.
I can imagine, yeah.
In my upcoming visits later to Norway. Yeah, I'd love to try that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is very nice, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely to be recommended. Yeah. And there we see that Shaq did step up with the queen to break the pin. And I do have one final picture from Tomasau Scotty, who says, Magnus giving a hint of what happens when you cross 2,900. Do you guys recognise the cartoon character at the end? I mean, I've seen it before.
I think it's from the Dragon Ball. I think that's the Super Saiyan, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, we have an expert.
Got to ask Magnus as well.
Yeah, very cool.
Some clear inspiration.
Yeah, the only cartoons I really know is Pokemon.
Ah, I miss Pokemon.
I know. Did you have the cards, David?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Me too.
Gotta catch
Do you have the cards?
Well, I'm into more younger generation. I do it in my application on my phone. To catch the Pokemon.
I know people still do that. Norwegian's prime minister was caught going around the government building catching Pokemon. Addictive game. Just like chess. Yeah. Got to catch them all here as well.
Yeah.
Is that a name in this game right now?
Eventually, all the pieces are still on the board, so you do want to catch them all eventually. And there's only been an exchange of one set of pawns, so it is really tense. And meanwhile, the Black Knight has developed on the edge of the board, not a great square. That's, again, what we call superfluous knights, where one of them is kind of unnecessary. They're both fighting for the same square. So Black's knights defend each other, but one of them is always kind of itching to move, and it's not necessarily the best construction ever. But meanwhile, for Mamedyarov, it's hard to utilize the pawn center. What next? Big question. Not easy to improve the white pieces.
They are definitely hoping to keep their king on the board, these two. And the kings, or at least the black king, came in the center of the limelight yesterday in, of course, a game with Hans Niemann. You guys saw the clip, right?
Yes.
US Championship. Yeah. Hans Niemann played against Sam Sevian. And suddenly Sam Sevian took up the black king, and he was playing with the white pieces, and took something off it. I guess the crown kind of fell off, and then kind of threw it back on the board. It was very strange. I want to hear what you guys thought of that whole situation.
Don't want to get in trouble.
No, but was it Sam Sevian sort of demonstrating against the cheating accusations against Hans? Could it be something to do with that?
I mean, so my experience with Sam Sevian is that he just loves twirling pieces. So I've played him a couple of times, and every game he's just kind of fiddling with a pawn or a piece. And I think he just wanted, at least my kind of perception of it was that he just wanted to fiddle with a piece. But because he was calculating, he was thinking about the black king maybe moving, he just picked up the king, and it was Niemann's move, which was the worst part. But he just started fiddling, and when Niemann called him out on it, he was like, what? Because he just didn't realise. I think he was just calculating in his own head.
Wow.
And people have been joking that he was like, oh, let's settle this outside. But I think he genuinely, when he realised, he was like, oh, let's go glue it, or let's... I don't know. It was just a series of unfortunate incidents. Yeah. I don't think it was anything personal, at least I hope not. But
Yeah, I think what he was trying to do is, let's call the arbiter, because, well, when he was doing that, he took up some of Niemann's time, right? So something had to be readjusted. So I think calling the arbiter was the right thing to do. But I think what Sevian was experiencing before, I think he just had a temporary blackout. Wow. Like he was in another world maybe of his mind, and then somehow he put it on the board and then did those strange things. So yeah.
Wow. What a strange moment. And of course it happens in a Hans Niemann game, because if it would have been anyone else, there wouldn't have been any thoughts of, oh, could this be a demonstration, I guess.
Right. Yeah. No, I mean, I think David and Irene have said it very well. I mean, it was kind of comedy gold, though. I've never seen the like, and I don't think I'll ever see it again. And it's the kind of thing where it's the kind of clip you could put your voice to and come up with your own funny sketch.
Yeah. But has it seemed in the US Championship as like there is some sort of hatred even towards Hans Niemann from the other US players, or is there a lot of support?
I mean, there have been, especially in the early rounds, for example, Christopher Yu, the young player, he lost to Hans Niemann in round 1. Then Hans gave an interview after that. The next day, Christopher Yu said he felt disrespected, and there was some kind of jokes going on, some wars of words. Wesley So kind of waded in with some comments. And it's kind of been forgotten. I don't think it's been kind of brought up, the topic, in the last few days, and rightly so. The chess should be the focus, but I guess it's just awkward for everyone involved, for Niemann especially. It must be hard to play under those conditions, for his opponents too. But yeah, a lot of symbolism with the king, you know, being decapitated and losing his crown. And,
Strange stuff happening in chess these days, you guys. But also some great moves happening. And now the bar is definitely going up for Mamadjarov. What's happening?
Okay, wow. The fact that the evaluation bar is so far in White's favour now means there must be something relatively direct. I don't see it yet. Mamadjarov has done a good job of stacking up the 2 white rooks. This is, again, good chess strategy in general. If you have open lines, double up your rooks. If you're supporting pawns that you want to push later, double up the rooks behind them. But what next? Maybe a pawn push in the centre at some point. Maybe White's dark square bishop can go and attack the only loose piece in Black's camp, the knight on c7. Do you guys have any ideas? I don't see anything concrete.
Probably. OK, so first of all, what Jovanka was mentioning before, that the pawn push to f5 or e5, e5. Yeah, it was quite committal, and that's why I think Rapid didn't do it, because there are so many things other than e5 that Black could do, and then this is one of the things. Like, I think this is exactly what I expected before. Like, Black would bring all the major pieces into the center of files and then slowly try to get something out of it. And probably now the queen might go to b3. What do you think, David?
Yeah.
Right? And then after that, maybe doubling the rook on the file. And probably then after that, some pawn push. I don't know which one, but there should be some pawn push at some point.
So yeah, I think you're right. That's Black's plan. And how can White cut across that? So Mamadjarov on the move. I'm trying to calculate in every move whether you can push forward in the centre.
I'm desperately trying to make that work as well, because it is the most thematic push. I mean, shall we try?
We can try.
We can have a go and see whether it's working, because it could also give us ideas of what to play for White. And, well, the proof of the pudding is in the eating, so capture that pawn.
Yeah. So the reason we're looking at this one first is because we want concrete moves, so checks, captures and threats, no checks, captures. So this is a big threat, hitting the black queen. But OK, as you say, Jovanka, we've got to take it. But how many times is this square covered? So it's attacked by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 black pieces. So this is really the square where all the action is happening. But it's also defended by 1, 2, 3, 4 white pieces. So this is the focal point of the whole board. So let's say pawn takes pawn. Let's say White does the same, recaptures. One of the black knight captures in the centre. And the question is, can you utilise the fact that this is a pin temporarily? Black's rook at the top of the board is only defended once. It would be attacked twice if Black's knight moves. So if you can up the pressure on this piece.
Like, for instance, could you attack the bishop?
Attack. Ooh, OK, interesting. I was going to suggest maybe bring the queen across to attack the knight one more time, but you're right, Jovanka, you can attack this bishop. And the whole idea is this was previously impossible because it would just drop a pawn. But now, if we see an exchange of bishops, then Black's queen has been distracted, lured away. And now you can capture in the centre with a knight. And, OK, let's do a whole bunch more of exchanges. And at the very end, we'll do a count. White has an extra knight for 2 pawns. So maybe it's possible. Wow, I mean, that's a lot of calculation. This is a 6-move variation that we just showed on the board. 6 moves for each side, so 12 ply, as we say. And, yeah, pushing pawn forward. Maybe it's possible. Maybe it's just very strong. But Mamadjarov, he has to calculate that line. He has to double-check. The other candidate move here would be potentially, for example, moving this bishop first to attack a loose piece, the only loose piece in Black's camp. But that knight could just be defended by one of Black's rooks. I'm not sure which one. For example, this one. And black is ready to double up. This was one of the plans you highlighted earlier, Irene. So, yeah, I mean, it looks like this one could well be strong. It's just he doesn't have access to the evaluation bar, Mamedyarov, so he won't be 100% sure. And calculation is needed.
Yeah, definitely.
But I'm sure Rapport has something in mind, because playing Queen E6 is like asking, come on, D5, come to me.
Red rag to the bull, as they say.
Yeah, so it's like the most natural move to do for white to play D5 here. So Queen E6 is like asking for it. So yeah, let's take a look actually. What I'm actually very curious, like what is the best response here for black if white played D5?
Yeah.
Okay, guys, I cheated. I cheated, and basically what we put up on the board was like top computer variation. So we can give ourselves a pat on the shoulder, as they say in Norwegian.
And that's why, I mean, the topic of cheating has been out in the news so much, but that's why if you just get one kind of nudge or one tap on the shoulder or someone coughs at the right time, often you realise there's a good move. And, I mean, I might look at this, but I might not. If I realise there's a good move, if I realise, I can get a +1 advantage, then you'll be able to calculate it and you'll have confidence that it works for you. So often we don't even need to be told the move's strong players. We just need to be told, OK, there's something.
There's something. There is a move. Like for you guys now, seeing the bar can be that help you need.
It's all you need sometimes. I think Anand has said something about this, Magnus as well. They said they'd be almost unbeatable if someone just nudged them when the evaluation bar shifts in either direction. Meanwhile, a different move, and Irene's prediction game's on point.
Very nice.
White's queen stepped back. The whole idea is that to kind of facilitate this pawn push. The white queen indirectly defends this square, so h3 would be a way to get the black bishop off the board. Next move, and the black queen's jumped in.
But Jovanka, did you notice that after white played queen d2, white actually wasted a tempo there, playing queen f2, queen e2, like a move after and so on. I think that's a very crucial tempo for white. Like, I think white should have
time with his queen.
Yeah, exactly. I think white should have already had something in mind before carrying out that plan. So probably that is also one of the big reasons why the bar is in Rapport's favor right now.
And how do we deal with this queen? Mamedyarov has a big question to answer. Also lower on the clock. It feels like he's not in the flow today like he was on previous days, Mamedyarov. Previous days he was just playing super quick, sacrificing pieces left, right and centre. Now he's hesitating a bit.
But is it his nightmare also to play someone like Richard Rapport, kind of similar to him?
Yeah, I mean, we mentioned the word fire a few times today. He's a fiery player, and when fire meets fire, it's always unclear what the consequences are going to be. But normally he's meeting like a earth-type player, where it's, he can burn through them, and he's more used to that at least.
But he did win in, what was it, 16 moves in the preliminaries, Mamedyarov against Richard Rapport. So Richard Rapport is out for revenge.
Sorry, I just got distracted by Richard's camera, because it did look like he was doing the old Beth Harmon trick when he was
the ceiling.
The ceiling,
yeah. Giving me answers. There you go.
He's like keeping one eye on the screen and one in the ceiling. Isn't that strange?
What he's doing with his hand, but maybe I don't want to know.
Is that calculation? Is that what he's doing?
I think so. I've seen Richard do this over the board as well. Just look away from the board, and you can tell something's going through his mind. I mentioned the word genius as well for these two. That's definitely the case. They both have just fantastic instincts in general, but they back that up with calculation, which you need at the top level.
Yeah. And sometimes the attitudes of certain players, they are different when they are playing over the board and online. I actually saw one particular player, he's in the top level, and over the board, he would be looking anywhere else but the board.
Oh!
And then after that, after some minutes, he would just play the move. But during online chess, you cannot do that, because otherwise you would be suspected as cheating.
Oh, yeah.
So he would be focusing on the screen and so on and so on. So it's just like, for me, it's hilarious to see this type of behavior, in these two types of chess. So, but in this game, Rapport is doing exactly like what Beth Harmon did. So.
I guess that is the good thing about online chess as well, because there must be a lot of annoying habits that players will have over the board. that you just don't have to deal with in online chess. You can just turn the webcam off, focus on yourself.
Yeah, exactly. And Irene talked about how White has wasted all the time with the queen, and here she comes again. It's another tempo lost.
Yeah, this is the fourth time the White queen has moved, and she could have moved here in one go earlier. What was it, 7 moves ago? She could have sat on this square. She was sitting on this square just last move. So if Rapport wanted to repeat the position, of course he won't do this because this would actually worsen Black's chances. But Black's queen, if it went back where it came from, that would be the second time we've seen the repetition of that position. So strange. It just feels like Mamedyarov is hesitant. He really can't find the right plan. He didn't know that there wasn't actually an immediate breakthrough, which was quite hard to see and calculate. But maybe he's missed his moment, and that's often the case in chess, right? If you miss your one moment, you can get stuck in the mud, I call it. But you can get stuck in a position where you just can barely move or can barely come up with anything productive.
And there's hardly any squares to move around with on the White half of the board.
Occupied them all with pieces.
Yeah.
Also, I think every pieces of White here, they are safely placed, they are correctly placed. So even though White doesn't really have a clear plan to do, I think another strategy is the waiting strategy, just to come up with, okay, Black, show me what you've got, and then I will try to respond to your plans. Because White definitely is just waiting here, and clearly Mamedyarov is happy for a draw in this game.
Yeah, and it is good centralization, right? White's pieces, they're all on their almost ideal squares, as you mentioned. And normally if tactics start to happen, it's pieces that coordinate well. Tactics will work in your favor if all your pieces are protected and they're all ready to spring to life. And that's the case for White's pieces. So although they don't have life right now, if the center does open up, they'll be ready. So Rapport certainly has to time things correctly if he wants the action. Or he can just wait, and we'll see kind of a standoff between the two sides.
And he must be happy with the draw in this game. He won the first one, he's got the Black pieces in this one, and he's got one more game with the White pieces. Plus, a lot more time on the clock. Again?
Yeah.
Eli.
Rapport, yes. Some games he's very, very slow. He likes to take his time if he can, but often he's very capable of making 10 moves lightning speed, and I think 2 extra minutes in this position could be quite useful. Mamedyarov will need some time to come up with a plan at some point. Planning is the most time-consuming kind of facet of chess, and he goes back, second time we've seen this position. But this is where we said White has a very strong move.
Yes.
White's pawn can push forward in the center. He doesn't find it. Second opportunity for Mamedyarov, but he doesn't repeat the position. That's the key. Richard was kind of bluffing there. He was like, OK, I'll step back. What are you going to do this time? Do you want the draw? And Mamedyarov says no. He attacks the Black Knight.
Right, and the Knight does retreat out of the way. I guess this queen stepping back was with a purpose, because White was potentially threatening to ask questions of the bishop. So I don't disapprove of Richard's play, even though it seemed quite strange and passive.
So you wanted next move to attack this bishop, Jovanka. That's why the Black Queen went back, to cover that square, the h3 square. And, OK, Mamedyarov tried a different plan, hitting the Knight. The Knight moved. It's like, I threaten something, you react. I threaten something, you react. And here, Mamedyarov still lacking a plan. The problem is now this pawn push that we highlighted a few moves ago, less effective, because after an exchange of pawns, the queens are staring down at each other. And I think a queen exchange would be very acceptable for Black here. Black would no longer have a lack of space. So if you can't push your pawn forward again, what do? I'm struggling. Black has a plan as well of bringing the Knight into the position, and the White Queen goes back where she came from. It's a dance of the queens right now. White's Queen, this is the 5th time it's moved, and it's not a great square, but it does threaten to push this pawn forward. The Queen indirectly covering h3.
I'm going to bet that Richard is going to answer this by just moving his queen to the b3 square.
So what was it, 3 moves ago, the White Queen came to this square. The Black Queen came forward, the White Queen moved forward, and we saw a dance of the queens. So this is the current position. Will we see the dance continue?
But it doesn't make sense if they already now go into a draw, right? Because there are so many pieces they could switch up or take off the board first.
Exactly. I mean, there's a whole bunch of options. It's just... oh, he doesn't go for this, Richard. I thought he would be consistent, but...
Wait 1 second. Wait 1 second, David. Let's not get too enthusiastic.
You think now the queen will jump back in?
Yes, because there's a threat in the position of pushing the pawn forward to, again, ask the question of the bishop.
We say it's a threat. I think White's whole idea is that you're kind of paralyzed by this pin. You just want to break that pin. So you need to kick away the pinning piece. At least force it to commit. I don't like this pawn push by Rapport, though. It just feels like a weakness long term. Now Black's king is going to be a bit weaker because the pawns are pushed too far forward. We'll see. Can Richard stop this idea? It's just so tense. Yeah. We're expecting fire, and I still think it will happen at some point, but it's like the flame is like struggling to burn at the moment. You're lighting a match, but it's not quite catching on fire.
Yeah, I have to say, I think the action is really going to start heating up in a few minutes, and the knight has relocated itself to the c7 square, and well, we'll see whether Mamedyarov asks any questions to the bishop. It does, and it takes a step back.
Just pouring some coffee.
That time of day.
Yes.
Yeah. We see the players fueling up, snacking often, drinking.
Or drinking directly from the jug.
Exactly. I've seen that before as well. You're allowed to fuel up as well.
Sorry, you guys. We're saying about the position. I mean, the bar has gone up for Mamedyarov. Is it looking better for him?
Potentially, but the fact the evaluation bar's gone up might mean there's something very direct, and he's struggled to find that in the past a couple of times. It's not obvious at all. So, for example, if the status quo is maintained, yes, it might be slightly better for White, but you need a follow-up at some point. And, OK, he has kicked this bishop all the way back now.
It's coming now.
He's going for it.
Finally, d5.
The fire, the match has been lit.
Ooh.
And kicking the queen away, potentially. It's all about this d5 square. We see a trade of pawns. Can Black capture? Earlier we said no, right? If the Black Knight takes, or one of the two Black Knights takes this pawn in the centre of the board, there's a pin on the d file. That's where all the action is happening. If you can't take that pawn, though, the Black Queen's going to be kicked to a really bad square.
Queen a6, probably.
Yeah.
Because there's bishop b6 that you have to stop it. I don't see queen d6 or maybe queen f6. Actually, there are a few squares for the queen.
Yeah. But you want to stay on the 6th rank, right?
Yeah.
One of these squares, as you mentioned, just to show your point, if the queen moves away somewhere, then the white bishop can come in, and this is really awkward. So, yep, she does offer the queen exchange. Your first instinct there, Irene, just to try and trade off these pieces. The white queen wasn't great, so it's unclear who this exchange will actually help. But
yep, because, well, this is the basic principle when you're playing against an isolated pawn, right? You want to exchange as many pieces as possible so that the pawn can be weakened in the end.
Yeah, that's right. So, OK, the queens do come off the board, and I'm not sure which way Black will take. I think with the rook, yep, he does. But, yeah, we could start going after this pawn. Maybe not yet, but in the near future. And big weakness there. Mamedyarov, I'm surprised the evaluation bar says it's this much better for White. It looks OK, but why is it this good? It's isolated pawn. Maybe you put your bishop on this square, attack this loose pawn. Undefended, he does say that.
Well, this is exactly what Mamedyarov needs. He is down by 1 point in the match. The bar goes down again after that move. And drama seems to be happening also in game 2. Duda, Carlsen. The bar is now over to Duda's side. In that game, he has the white pieces. First game was a draw. Maybe Duda taking the lead against now the winner of the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour 2022.
Wow, that game is... I mean, it's as if the games have been switched. Duda against Carlsen is just... that game, it looks like a Mamedyarov against Rapport game.
Really?
It's just so chaotic. It looks like Duda's going for a checkmating attack against Magnus very early in the game. It's only moved 21.
Well, you always have the power, David. If you say that we should switch, then we do.
Okay. Oh, so much pressure. We won't switch yet.
Okay.
Oh, Jovanka thinks yes?
Maybe we should have a little vote. What do you think, Irene?
I don't mind. I like... Actually, I've been watching both games, and, well, both games actually have different type of positions, and both are instructive, so I don't mind.
Okay, maybe we'll switch. Let's switch.
Yes.
We'll come back to this one. We
Yeah?
promise.
Okay.
This one could go on a long time. It's in an endgame. It will be a grind.
Point.
All right. Well, let's have the control room make Duda Carlsen game 2 ready. We're going to jump over to that. Apparently, it's crazy.
Yep.
Yeah.
Bring us into the action.
So it's in the middle game now, but look at the kings. White's king is castled to the queen side. Black's king is out in the open on the other side of the board, and it's actually check right now. White's last pawn push has created a discover check. White's queen hitting the black king. White, however, is material down. White is down a rook and a pawn, for just a knight. So that's a significant material disadvantage. Duda is burning his bridges. He's sacrificing, but maybe breaking through to the black king. And okay, look at the clock times as well. Magnus at 6 minutes, Duda at 5. Can the black king survive this one? I would be terrified, I've got to say.
We've got to pull up the board because, I mean, first of all, the black king just cannot run, so you have to block the check. The most natural move is to block it with the pawn. And then what is Duda doing next?
That's a good question, yeah,
Very good
because
question.
the queen has to be involved in the attack, and now it's being blocked by this pawn chain, so probably maneuvering the queen somewhere.
Yeah, maybe, not sure where to bring the queen. How do you get her in? You could somehow use this diagonal, you could somehow go back and then try and switch across later.
Wait one second. If it's just a check, right, the queen just needs to get in.
Yeah, the
So
queen
if we
needs to
get
get
rid
in.
of the c6 pawn, let's pretend we're Mamedyarov.
Sacrifice a knight. Is that your
Yeah.
idea, Jovanka?
Yeah.
Or probably you can do it,
I mean,
you play queen c3 first and then see where the knight goes later. You
Yeah.
can take on c6, or you can put the knight on f5, some forcing square. So at least you got the queen on the right square first, yeah, aiming toward g7. Yeah, this could be very dangerous.
This is...
And Jovanka's idea as well looks very dangerous, just moving this knight, trying to get it into a nice outpost. This would be a deadly check. If you take it, then
Okay,
get
yeah.
a check.
Okay, so this is where perhaps I wouldn't have the courage to do anything like this. But because it's not my pieces, I guess we can do this. And, okay, the queen has to intercept this check. I mean, is this...
I mean, we would see just complete chaos here where White's a whole rook down, but if you land 1 or 2 correct checks, you might just deliver checkmate. You might just be winning this game. And that's why Magnus is pausing, surely, because in the current position, after the pawn steps forward with this discover check, I mean, you have 2 moves, as Jovanka pointed out. Either you block with a pawn. If this works, you're just winning as black. But you can also block with a bishop, which is maybe a bit more shaky. And okay, he blocks with a pawn.
Oh, yeah.
Immediately sacrifices his knight.
Jovanka's idea, yeah, this is such a brilliant idea.
Yeah, and the evaluation part is really up in Duda's favour, which shows it works. I mean, can you allow the knight to nestle in and sit on this proudly on this d6 square? I don't think you can.
I think Jovanka and I, we have a similar trait. We like attacking, but when it comes to sacrificing pieces, we won't think twice to do that.
I can relate to that.
One of the great things about commentary is that you can just... You suggest the most ridiculous moves because they're not your pieces and you don't have any emotional attachment to it. But I mean, okay,
Wow, so we see the stockfish suggestions for black, and 2 of them are certainly losing, 2 of them are definitely losing. The top move, the best move, is not the move Magnus wants to play, but he has to, and he does find it. Simply, if you took this knight, you are getting checkmated. It's confirmed. This is a check. If you block, you get checked again. You get kicked around the board, and eventually this will end in disaster. Your king will be trapped, no matter where you run to. So Magnus had to go for the move he played, but now White has various options. If we go back, Magnus shuffled his rook across. He's ready to eliminate the knight if it jumps in to this square. And, yeah, I mean, for White here, you think, I mean, your move earlier, Irene, looks very tempting. The queen's sliding across, trying to break in on this diagonal. You could, for example, just slide in with your knight anyway, say, OK, I'm going to win back some material. And after a trade here, now you start trying to get in with your queen. Yes, black's 2 pawns up, but that's completely irrelevant. It's just the fact the king's so open. And you have 3 pieces to attack it. Black's got 2 pieces completely asleep, still haven't entered the game.
But David, I was I have another idea. What if instead of exchanging the knight with the rook, white also has bishop g5 here?
Yeah.
Oh, no. c5 is hanging.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I mean, this would be winning immediately, right?
Yeah. It would have been a good move if c5 wasn't hanging.
Yeah. And unfortunately, it comes with check.
Yes.
If the white king was like on this square, then you're just winning, probably. But you're right. In this position, we look for the checks first. If that's not working, then we look for the threats. If that's not working, we look for other ideas. But so many tempting options. You could also park the bishop in the center and try to come in with a rook. Oof, just here we've seen 5 or 6 very tempting moves for Duda. Maybe that's his biggest problem. He's got less than 4 minutes and he's got 4 or 5 very tempting options.
But are we in a situation where there's only one path to victory? Or?
I don't think so.
Maybe we can see again, what does Stockfish say? How many strong moves does white have here? I think it's at least 2 or... Oh, OK. It is 2 moves.
Bishop d4 is the
It's the best.
the best choice, yeah?
So it makes a lot of sense.
And knight d6, equally good.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense threatening this skewer, this deadly check. So this is the best move and or equally good as throwing in a knight check.
And, well, the good news for Duda, these are very forcing moves.
Yeah.
So these are moves you would have on your radar if you compile that checks, captures and threats. Anything else is maybe too quiet.
Yeah.
This move makes sense as well, but maybe black can just block this, so maybe you rule this one out.
And usually if your candidate moves are centralization like that, knight d6, bishop d4, it's easier to find instead of some quiet move if you have to sack your queen on the edge of the board or something like that. Yeah.
The hardest moves to find are often the quiet ones, like you say, just like, oh, move the king or something.
Yeah.
Something unnatural. The easiest ones to find are the direct checks. I think he's going to throw in the knight somehow, but this one also is so tempting.
Yeah, bishop d4.
Yeah, let's see what Duda comes up with. He does throw in the knight. Yeah. It feels like the safer option, at least. It's like now you're only 1 pawn down, and your opponent's king is just completely naked, just no clothes for that black king. And OK, Magnus rushing to defend, rushing to develop pieces. And yeah, opposite colour bishops, we talk about the drawish tendency, but when there are queens and rooks on the board, actually opposite colour bishops helps the attacker because black can never defend on the dark squares. He has a light squared bishop. So yeah, if you're trying to attack opposite colour bishop situation, make sure your opponent's king is weak and keep heavy pieces on the board.
All right, the Duda ticking down to 2.5 minutes on the clock. Magnus, he looks focused, but not super worried right now. I have to say, though, his hair was very nice at the start of the day. Seems like he's been pulling his hair in this game, because it's growing upwards again.
It reminds me of my old days in the primary school. Like, before I went to school, my mom would do my hair, you know, nicely. And then after I come back from school, it would be like, messy all around.
Yeah, playing in the schoolyard. Maybe that's what Magnus has been doing in between the games. Yeah, I was chopping some wood.
Mystery to me. And we see Duda give a check to the king. King has to run, and it's a difficult choice. And whilst Magnus is in deep trouble, I'll share with you a joke that Admir Kadunic sent to us. Why do grandmasters use Tinder in Prague? Can you guys figure out the punchline?
Something about a checkmate.
Because they want to find it, checkmate. And talking about checkmates is very appropriate because that is exactly what Duda is looking for.
I mean, surely he's going to get it. What is this king doing in the middle of the board? Magnus had...
Oh, look at the bar, you guys.
Magnus had 6 squares to run to with his king, and I thought he was going to go back somehow, but coming forward, maybe he's just trying to confuse Duda. And, OK, Duda swings the queen across. There's a threat of checkmate in 1 move. The white queen can go and park itself next to that black king. Game over on the f6 square. But, OK, the evaluation bar swings down again. What can Magnus play to defend? OK, only 1 move to defend.
He has to move the rook to f8 and challenge its counterparts. I would play that almost instantaneously.
It is an obvious one. The black rook has done nothing all game. Magnus finds it.
Happen on the board, yes.
Yeah, I'm wondering where the win was. Duda maybe panicking about the clock situation down at 2 minutes. He didn't find any knockout blow.
I have a feeling Magnus would survive this game. I think it would end as a draw again. Yeah.
I think he's over the worst. Yeah, when we joined, he was just in deadly trouble, but...
Maybe we shouldn't look at his game, and then he would win.
Yeah. Do you know what? I think that Magnus might turn it around.
And win it. Interesting.
He is a pawn up.
He is a pawn
Yeah,
up, and I'm just saying this because of the clock situation, and I can see Duda, for instance, refusing this rook exchange and then making some inferior choices just because he will be thinking at the back of the mind, but my position was winning. Why can I not win? And when you go on tilt like that...
We've seen that, right?
It's such a common thing to occur.
He did shake his head at... There we go again. He shakes his head. He knows that he's blown a big opportunity. OK, he captures a pawn, but now you kind of have to trade off rooks. OK, maybe not. Maybe not. OK, I thought the black rook at some point is now going to go for the white king. So, but first Magnus has to run away.
Because there is a discovered attack, yeah? Or discovered check, actually, bishop c5.
Yeah, so now there's a big threat on the board, though, from Magnus. Black's rook was threatening to come over to the c-file, pin the white queen to the white king, so the king is running. How can Black defend? I would still be a bit scared, because Black's king is still a huge target, much weaker than its counterpart.
Yes. So, but probably in this position, Black would just play in the light squares, yeah? So not to make the white's bishop active in such a way. So probably play bishop f5 here, covering the f-file for the king, and then activate the f8 rook.
Yeah.
Yep, block this up, you're right. He hits the king with a check to block that file. And now you're saying activate the rook?
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know where, but it should be somewhere, probably c8
maybe
or...
here or, yeah, or here or somewhere. You can gain time. Why not gain time? He does. The white queen's going to move. Where's she going to sit? OK, in the center. Eyeing up a pawn. I'm not sure that's so relevant, but a pawn is a pawn.
We have a result in Game 2. Mamdiyarov report. It's a draw. That means Report is still in the lead in that match. And if he wins Game 3 in 15 minutes with the white pieces, he's going to be ready for the final. He can knock out the great Mamdiyarov in the next game. Mamdiyarov, he needs at least a draw, and he has to win either that game or the next one to take it to tie breaks. Or win both games and win the match. Still possible for Mamdiyarov.
Yeah, he's going to be kicking himself. Missed opportunity just before we left that game. After that, it did fizzle out a bit. There were a bunch of exchanges, as we predicted, and a very logical draw. But Mamdiyarov, yeah, after a promising opening, not finding his usual energy.
Yeah. And Duda retreats the queen. I mean, the position is still so treacherous for Magnus. I mean, he has to navigate all sorts of complications, especially whilst his king is stuck there in the open. But I love what he's doing.
And you're right, Jovanka, Duda's in his own head. He's really down on himself, shaking his head again, like just covering his face. He's still got a decent position. Black's king is still quite open. I don't think you're in that much danger with white if you just swap off the rook, swap off the queens, but maybe he's just annoyed that the win is gone. And you've got to be careful. You've got to pull the brake at some point and just say, OK, I've blown the win, but I'm not going to lose this game. Now he's down to 1 minute, pawn down. And, yeah, he's just overthinking.
He's so annoyed.
Yeah, and Magnus does have a big threat on the board of just advancing the pawn in the centre, one square forward, attacking the bishop.
Yeah, and actually, it's hard to get to the black king now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we did have a talk before, yeah? The first victor of the match is usually the victor of the whole match.
Yeah.
So okay, in the other match, Rapid against Mamdiyarov, Rapid already won the first game. It might actually dictate the whole course of the match. And then here, this is a very important game. Okay, we saw yesterday Arjun Erigaisi against Carlsen when Arjun was actually in the upper hand, and then somehow Magnus could save the game, and actually it gave like a very big psychological hit to Arjun, and then he just lost the match.
Yeah, that's
so
true.
probably this one, it might repeat that Duda was winning, and then he realized that he already lost his winning chances, and probably he would, you know, go downhill very soon now.
Yeah.
Yeah, what we're learning is Magnus is just a great defender, and that's why his resourcefulness stats on the Aimchess, you know, numbers They're so high for him. Wow. Back in the centre again.
Now, be honest, David. Out of all the pieces in the world, did you expect the king would step forward to protect the bishop? I mean, I thought the queen would slide across.
I love it,
What's
Jovanka.
wrong?
One of my favourite variants of chess is King of the Hill, where you just try. It's a race to get into the 4 central squares: E4, E5, D4, D5. You don't even have to go for checkmate. You just try and rush your king into the centre. If you get checkmated, it backfires. But
Wait, so normal chess rules?
But
get your king in the center.
You win by getting your king into one of the 4 central squares.
Whoa.
And I've played thousands of games like that online, and it's so satisfying when you just like sacrifice your queen, everything, just to get your king into the centre.
Have you played that game, Irene?
Well, I don't know, maybe not. I cannot remember. My memory is not as good as David's, so probably I had something like that, but I couldn't remember now.
I recommend it's good to learn for endgames king activity.
Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna. Is it good training for chess, or will it get you confused?
It's maybe very, very confusing, but I think good training as well. Just don't play it thousands of times. It's too much. Trust me, you don't want to waste your life like I do.
One question, maybe it's a bit dumb. Are we having an endgame right now? It is endgame, is it? But we have 2 major pieces and then 1 minor piece. I don't know how to judge this position. Are we still in the middle game or are we in the endgame?
I genuinely don't know the answer to that question.
It's not a stupid question. Like, if this were to go into a book, this game, how would we define it? End game or middle game? Or...
And why is that difficult? What? Because, okay, queens are on the board. Usually that means not end game. There's also rooks.
But there's only 3 pieces each left. So if it was, for example, if the bishops disappear, if it's just queen and rook versus queen and rook, we would probably still say endgame, heavy piece endgame. But, OK, Magnus is trying to trick his opponent. Does this work? Can you take that black bishop?
No, I don't think you can.
No, you cannot. It will be a back rank mate.
Are we sure?
Hey,
probably. I don't know.
No, it will be. It will be. Yep. Queen h1 is coming.
OK, so rook takes bishop right now would win a piece. This would be a check. The bishop could block.
Oh, bishop wait, rook e4 and there is no more check, yeah?
So this is a skewer.
Oh.
He's played it, but this is a losing blunder. I think.
But there is rook f7 or... I don't...
But rook f7, any check now is just met by a king move.
Oh, my God.
Oh.
It's just met by a king move. I'm not sure where you go. Maybe this square or maybe this square. Is there a difference?
Or rook d5? Yeah.
The king is trapped.
But there's... Oh my gosh.
Duda knows it. Look at him.
He's blundered.
He's blundered. Yeah, he's blundered.
White can't save everything. The queen is attacked, the rook is attacked, the king is checkmated in the corner. Magnus pulling miracles out the bag. Duda at 10 seconds. Let's go to see his emotions, Duda, because he's about to lose this game.
Oh, no.
And does Magnus have to be careful? I mentioned 2 king moves. I'm slightly worried that one of them will walk into some checks.
OK.
Definitely not to the... I was about to say definitely not to the e5, but he
The
did.
queen can come to the b3 square.
And look at Magnus.
Magnus blundered. Wow, this is really interesting.
Losing blunder.
He went from completely winning to completely losing in one move.
Wow.
And look at Duda. Suddenly he's energized again.
What is happening? Good for Duda that he did save some time on his clock. Magnus laughing at his blunder now.
Yeah, if he put the king on the other square, it was winning. But now we see this is the block. This is a discovered check. White hits the black king. This was why it was a poor choice of square.
And why is it a loss? Because the queen cannot be taken.
That's true. I guess the black king is just so open. Queen and rook endgames. For example, if white just...
just play a3, for example.
Just push a pawn, give the white king some breathing space.
OK, now I got it.
I think the black king is the one... Earlier it was white getting checkmated, right? Now it's black.
And the queen centralizes herself. And I agree with you guys. There's going to be a small pawn move, and the black king is in mortal danger.
Yeah. How do you survive now out in the open? There's no way you can ever find shelter for the black king.
I think this game will be in tactical books. Really? You know, in the new tactic books, you know, I don't know who's gonna author the book, but
we should.
Actually, David, I think it is going to be one-man task to compile all the tactical sequence in the Champion chess tour. Yeah. In this event.
Because there's loads, right? Every day there's new tactics.
Yeah, there's always something.
And okay, meanwhile, Duda, he's protected his first rank. That is the number one priority, but he's also getting ready to jump in with some deadly checks of his own. Yeah, wow, that was... we did not expect it. We thought it was fizzling out towards a draw. Magnus has got over the worst. He's back in danger now.
Yes. And it was King E6 that was the blunder, right? What would be the correct move then?
It must have been going the other way, and we will show this at the end.
Yep.
Let's just see whether Duda can finish this one off.
I mean, is this so easy? I mean, because the king is going to be using its rook to hide behind, and Duda is just saying, OK, I'm just going to grab all the material I can. I don't need to calculate any checks. And that is a very effective technique.
Yeah. Pawn up. It's not going into the endgame, but what else can you do? Magnus is basically stuck, and there we go.
A3.
Yeah. Very calm, very instructive. Give your king some breathing space, and then you're free to do as you want. Just the white rook is free now. Oh,
wow,
the
centralizing the king, because we already got into the endgame.
And he would have won. If this was King of the Hill, he would have won Magnus, because his king got to the centre first. But this is regular chess.
Yeah. And I guess Magnus probably will be praying for a miraculous escape from the king. Somehow Duda just checks the king into safety. But nope, that's not going to happen. King back in the centre. And the bar saying it's 7.8 for white. This is just devastating.
I think also in this position, white has so many good moves. You don't really have to find the most precise one, because whatever you do, the bar would be in your favor. So I think what Duda is trying to do now is to pressuring Magnus's time, because it is black who has to think precisely what to do, not to get checkmated in a few moves.
Yeah.
All right, and the bar now, 6.3 for Jan-Krzysztof Duda. He has stacked up some time on his clock. Magnus Carlsen desperately looking for a plan to come back in this game. But I guess it's impossible?
Unless the queens come off, then he has significant drawing chances. But the problem is, how can you ever track down the white queen, force her to swap off? Yeah, now the white rook's finding a different angle. OK, he's trying to get those queens off the board. I'm impressed he survived this long, actually. Over the last 5-10 moves, Magnus looked like the king was doomed much earlier. But surely now a rook check from white. The king's running out of squares. There must be a way. He's getting pushed towards the edge of the board. Feels like checkmate is coming. I don't see it yet.
I don't see a checkmate, but I like this move, checking along the diagonal.
And I'm so desperate to move the H pawn. I really want to use it so much. Maybe now is the time.
Maybe now, yeah. Or you kind of want the H pawn to just be off the board in a way, so you have more open lines.
That is correct,
so you just push it forward until it gets taken. You have an open line.
Well, the rook is caging in the black king.
Yeah, the king's cut off now completely, and all you need to do is relocate the white queen. That's a check.
Well, the queen can intercept this and offer herself up for a trade. Small hope.
I have a feeling the white queen's going to swing across to the G file.
Yes, Queen G2 looks really good.
Yeah.
And that's a deadly threat.
Yeah, because you are attacking so many... Oh, okay.
He comes back. Magnus still fighting. He's holding on for dear life.
Queen G4. Queen G4 with the other Queen H4.
Looks good.
That's good. H4, please, H4.
Use the pawn as well.
Yeah.
You're just getting frustrated again, though.
Yeah.
And it is frustrating when you know you're completely winning, your pawn up, your opponent's king has no protection, but your opponent's just fighting, stopping every threat. That's what Magnus has to do. Magnus is just playing move by move. He's like, OK, that's your threat, I'll stop it. That's your threat, I'll stop it. And he's going to hope that one day the threats dry up.
Yeah. And there is a clock ticking as well, under 30 seconds now.
Irene, you got it.
Yay!
I got it.
I read the H pawn. But yeah, unfortunately, if that pawn was off the board for white, you can just deliver checkmate immediately. So that pawn being there is like a blessing and a curse.
Oh.
And now, no matter where you pick up the white queen and put her, there's no checkmates, actually. So black has covered all the squares. How does Magnus defend like this?
Would most people have given up by now?
Or I think most people would have blundered by now.
Yeah, would have blundered, I guess.
I think
If they were Magnus.
If they were Magnus.
Yeah.
OK, we saw him blunder the win away, but ever since things turned around again, losing position, he's fought very well.
And it feels like we've seen that before. Even yesterday against Eric Icey. He fought for a long time in the endgame and saved it.
The problem is this type of position as well, you're going to have to defend for 50 moves accurately, or maybe even longer accurately, and at some point you might fall off that tightrope. The white queen and rook looking for different ways into the black camp.
And this is the problem with the position. You know, white is still winning. And I do think that Duda will stumble into the correct plan, find the right configuration, and then it will be all over. But for the time being, Magnus is just pushing him, asking him questions, defending against every threat. And now he attacks the queen. I was thinking the queen would dive all the way to g8 square, but she doesn't. She gives a check.
Now she's trying to swing across on the 7th rank behind that black king.
Threat on the board to move the queen to the h7 square and give a check.
OK, I have another question.
Yes.
So you were talking that if the queens were swapped off and then we come into the rook endgame, black has a higher chance to make a draw in the endgame, right? But what if the rooks get exchanged and then the queens are on the board? Does white have a better chance to win?
That's a very good question. I would say black has decent drawing chances still, unless white can win one of those two black pawns. If white can get a passed pawn on this side, that's why he's keeping pawns on the board, I guess. Also, he doesn't want open lines towards the white king. But yeah, maybe Magnus could be trying to trade off rooks.
You know something? I was just looking at this position where you guys were talking, and I was thinking, Magnus, you cunning fellow.
With all these pawns, yeah?
Are you trying to win this position? Because he went on the attack there. He asked the Duda, what do you want to do about your pawns on the left side of the board? And his clever plan was that if his king were being checked, then the pawn... Wow.
Queens are off the board.
The queens are off the board, but
I think this is a trick that Duda miss. If taking on, you cannot take on a5 because there is b3.
Yeah, we could
and then
show this.
mate is coming up.
Yeah, because who has this favoured? Sorry, if I just catch up with the analysis board on the move. So if we just backtrack a few moments ago, white said yes to the queen exchange. He didn't need to, but he says yes. And just to show your point there, Irene, it looks like white's about to win a pawn, and then this pawn would go on and crown victory. But don't get greedy. Always think first before you capture anything, because suddenly this pawn push locks in the white king. And this would actually end in a black win. Turn around again. The king would be checkmated on the back rank. Not for the first time, that tactic in the game. But yeah, really nice from Duda, pushing the king forward. And the king is going to participate by coming in, as it has done. It's going after this pawn long term. So again, let's catch up with the current position. White is winning.
Okay.
Essentially, these two pawns are going to drop off long term. Black's king is too far away from the action, cut off by the white rook. I think he can simply... Well, I say simply, but it's never simple when these two play. Maybe at some point you can march your king forward, kick the black rook away, and then win this pawn. Maybe you can start by improving the white rook first.
So apparently, pushing the pawns on the A and B pawns here, it's like a double-edged sword for Magnus, because it looks like Jovanka was mentioning before that Magnus looks like trying to win the position, but now when those pawns were moving up and then the queens were exchanged, and it's actually becoming weakness. What's happening?
We have a blunder.
Maybe the win has disappeared, because what is his plan after, for example, the black king moves across? I'm not sure what the best move is here for black, but the black king could move across. You could even make an argument for the black rook getting active now, trying to go for this pawn. I'm not sure what the drawing move is, to be honest. It's still not easy. For example, if the black king moves across, the white rook retreating, there's no threat. Maybe the black rook just waits. Maybe this is the idea, because white can't actually get greedy and grab this pawn. If you grab this pawn, then you get checked and you lose your rook.
Well, David, I can provide the answer. Apparently, the drawing idea is it's now time to let go of the A pawn and activate the black rook.
Okay.
And the whole idea is that once the rook moves...
Say you go the whole way across, try to come down for this pawn.
That's it. Any one of those squares will do.
Oh, wait, is the idea that after the white rook retreats, this is Duda's plan, for sure, he's going to come after this black pawn. If you took the other one, then black's doing... Actually, maybe black will even win if this pawn disappears. But Duda's plan was, I think, to retreat his rook. Is the idea that you... Oh, wait.
Yeah, rook endgames are always the most hard one to play.
I was going to say you kind of trick... OK, he doesn't find the draw.
King d4.
OK, so the bar will jump back up.
Maybe, unless this is OK too, but there we go.
Yes.
The evaluation bar does jump back. I think the idea was to deliver a check from the side to draw this game, and when the king moves, you just bring the king across, and you're saying, OK, my king is nearer now. Because if you compare this to the current position in the game, black's rook is active, but after this move, Magnus, can he defend? Can he defend this pawn? Maybe this is the idea. Maybe he can... I'm saying maybe with every sentence because it's so unclear, even for top grandmasters.
And it didn't seem
two.
like they realised either that there was a blunder in the position.
No, it wasn't obvious at all. And what Magnus did is very natural. He's got essentially the same position as he did in the game, but one move less, one tempo less, because now the white king is on a slightly better square than it previously was.
But now if black plays rook h2, for example, and you take on b3 and then king c4,
yeah, the white rook has this one safe square.
That's why. That's the difference,
That's the difference. You're right, Irene, because earlier the variation, white's king occupied this square, so it wasn't possible. But now we go into the current position, and Duda is a big favourite. This pawn is going to drop off eventually, and meanwhile, white's extra pawn, the a-pawn, will be decisive. Look at what Duda's doing. He's snaking his way back. Another check would be met by the white king dropping back. Another check, and the white king hides finally behind its own pawns. If it's 2 pawns versus 0, it's an easy win. And, OK, still, Duda has to get rid of black's remaining pawn.
Magnus is really making him fight for this win.
He really is. It's another marathon between these two. It started as just a blistering attack. We joined it at move 20. We thought, oh, Duda's going to checkmate Magnus. Then 20 moves later, Magnus was about to checkmate Duda. He messed it up. Then Duda was about to checkmate Magnus again. And now it's a rook endgame. That's just how chess works sometimes. That's why we have to study openings, middle games, and endgames, because if you fail to checkmate, you have to work out, you have to be successful in ideas like this.
And some very instructive manoeuvring from Duda. Now he's moved his rook to the 6th row, and he's going to create a bridge for his king.
Yeah, he's looking very confident now, Duda. He knows he's got this. As you mentioned, Jovanka, the idea, you step across, challenge the black rook, then the white king is no longer cut. And, yeah, that bridge should be effective. Some calculation to be done. You have to make sure if you move your rook across that there won't be a trade of rooks. But, I can't count at the moment. Let's just show what Duda... OK, he's calculating whether rook takes rook is possible now for black.
No, it's not possible because you'll take it with the pawn and then you have one tempo extra.
Let's show this, and this could be decisive. If rook takes rook, you take with the pawn. You're just about to promote, and to show this race, black takes a pawn, white pushes, black moves, but unfortunately black is stuck with a b pawn, a knight's pawn, and we know that this is losing for black. If the pawn was actually on c2, it's a draw, but yeah, unfortunately white has ways to stop this pawn advancing. For example, you can drop back, or you can deliver a check from afar, and white's king is actually nearby, so this should be simple.
That was actually an intriguing endgame. Yeah, the pawn on c2 would have been a draw, but the king is on a5, so there might be some tricky variation with king b4, king a3. In
this position?
Yeah, I don't know. There might be some sequence like that.
Yeah, it could have been interesting for Magnus to try and promote the queen, go for the draw here, but if we catch up with the game situation, what is Magnus doing? What's his king doing here?
I don't understand. I mean, isn't it just to push the a-pawn?
The white rook can even just come back and take this guy.
Yeah, just take.
Yeah, that's what
it's the easiest, yeah.
And we do eventually see a result after all those twists and turns.
88 moves, and yeah, as David said, a bunch of twists and turns. It ends up with Duda taking the win and the lead in this semi-final match. With 2 rapid games to go, Magnus Carlsen is down by 1 point in 15 minutes. He's going to have the white pieces in game 3. Look at this. What do you think is going through his head now, David?
I think he's analyzing. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, you're right, Irene. I think he's analysing.
This is what Magnus looks like when he's analysing.
Yeah, and there he is pinpointing his mistakes. He looks like he's just realised where he could have won the game. Maybe he's looking at the opening as well, realising that that didn't go well. But we saw someone in the background as well. Was that Magnus's father?
I think it was Henrik, yeah.
Yeah. Maybe just asking him if he wants any refreshments in the break. But disappointment for the world champion.
Wow, Duda takes the lead, you guys. This is going to be a dramatic finish to this semi-final. And what a dramatic game, David. Take us through the highlights.
Yeah, I just want to show that moment where it turned completely. It went from a good position to white to completely losing and then back to completely winning again in the space of 3 or 4 moves. And it was here Duda got tempted by a poisoned bishop. This bishop looks tempting, and he did capture it, but this was a mistake because suddenly problems along the back rank for the white king. White's bishop jumped in the way to block. The black rook now came to skewer the white queen to the white bishop, and after rook takes pawn check, Magnus now had a win. There's 2 ways to go, to the right, to the left. He chose the wrong way. He went this way, as we'll see in a moment, but if he'd gone the other direction, Duda could have resigned. Simply, the queen is attacked, the bishop is attacked behind it, the white king is trapped in the corner, and worst of all, the white rook is also under fire. No way to save all those pieces, and it would have been game over. Magnus would have won. Instead, he went the other direction, but he's now on a poor diagonal. The white queen can swing across, and the whole idea is that this looks like checkmate. It looks like the white king is trapped, but white can drop back with a block and a counter check, a discovered check, and this would have turned the game. In the end, Duda went on to win.
Wow. Tiny moves making the big difference. And you said it, Irene. It is the player who wins the first game who has the advantage. Do you now think Duda will win that semi-final?
I think so, yeah. He's been showing a very great play so far, yeah. Beating, I mean, to be honest, Duda could have won the game much quicker. Yeah, so I think, yeah. I don't know. I'm rooting for Duda right now.
It's going to be a tight match, that one. Game 3 coming up in 13 minutes or so. This is game 3 between Richard Rapport and Shahryar Mamedyarov. And if Rapport wins this game, he will be ready for the final. Move 15, the bar is slightly over to his side. What do you think, David?
Yeah, it's early days, and this is a really typical Italian opening where actually all the pawns, all the pieces still on the board. It's very tense. The reason the computer slightly prefers white and why white probably has an objective advantage is because he has those pawns in the center, just like the last game, actually. Between these two, white has pawns on e4 and d4 in the middle, and if black ever wants to exchange off or challenge, white is always going to be left with an extra central pawn. But black's pieces look active. Irene, you played this opening, I think?
You played this opening as well? We had actually 2 games in the Italian.
Really?
Irene beat me in New Zealand 2015.
No, you beat me there too.
Yeah.
We had 1-1. We beat each other.
Nice.
Yeah. And I always like to have the knight. I mean, if I were white, I always have. I like my knight to be on f5, and if I were black, I'd like to have it on f4, like what we saw on the screen right now. So even the computer shows 0.4 for white, but I think this is roughly an equal game still.
Yeah. I think in practical terms, black has great chances. It's just frustrating for Shak if he can't find any immediate way to attack now, just because of who he is. He wants to be unleashing some sacrifices against the white king, and I don't think they work at the moment. But maybe we can just jump in to show a couple of, well, what's going through Mamedyarev's mind, essentially. So you mentioned this knight.
I ask myself that often.
Yeah, me too. I wish I knew what was going on in his head. So knights on f5 will thrive. That's the rhyme. We need one for knights on f4 for black. It's the equivalent.
Once more.
Knights on f4 want more.
Want more.
Knights on f4 something floor. But OK, wow, he's going on the attack. I was about to say, once you have a knight on this square as black or as white on the corresponding f5 square, the signal is always just attack. You don't want to play positional chess necessarily. You want to attack the opponent's king. Your knight has eyes on all the important squares. This one, this one. White has to be really careful around here. And OK, Shak decided it's time to attack. I thought, but no, he's offering to swap off the queens, actually. So there are often sacrifices on this square, but they don't work right now. White's bishop keeps the king nice and safe. White's knights are great defenders. So Shaq decided, OK, don't want to sit on the position too much longer. He pushes forward, maximum tension, and after some exchanges, we see this position on the board. So again, an attack brewing, unless White trades off the queens. I wouldn't even hesitate, I've got to say. I would just be like, oh, I'm playing Mamedyarov, get the queens off. I don't want to get checkmated. If you avoid this queen trade, for example, with a check for White, the black king will just move, and now massive danger along this open line. The black queen and rook lined up here. White's king just looks way too vulnerable. Got protectors around it, but there will be sacrifices to open up that position. For example, knight takes pawn, knight takes pawn. Something will open up the white king sooner or later. So what do you guys think? Surely a queen exchange?
I agree. I think that there's going to be a queen exchange, but I do think that Richard still has to navigate some danger in the position because, yeah, the queens may come off. But first of all, there's some tension in the center. And if White clarifies that central tension, then the bishop, that was sleeping there on the a7, is now sprung to life. There's still a threat on the board now of... there's also a threat on the board now of knight takes pawn as well, just to destabilize the protection of the knight on f3. So...
And the knight would disappear, and equal material, but suddenly black's pieces are far more active. The king's still a target. And black will pick up this pawn next move, most likely. So you're right, Jovanka. Maybe that's why he was hesitating, but the queens, they do leave the board.
I'm shocked. He does what you guys say is the most sensible.
Exactly. We know he likes to surprise us, but there, I think it was just strictly forced. And I think his idea at some point will be to neutralize this bishop by putting his own bishop in the way. But still, as you pointed out, Jovanka, there's a threat of knight takes pawn, wrecking the white king.
All right. Richard report, he still has a lot of time on his clock. A draw is more than enough for him in this game to take it to a game 4. It is Mamedyarov with the pressure on. He cannot lose this game, and he needs to win either this one or the next one. 12 minutes left on his clock.
It's a tense moment, exciting day, and, well, I share with you a few pictures. And Maritza says that one of their favourite moments was meeting these two. And hopefully the picture will come up. There you go. And it's Shaq and Duda.
Oh!
Is that at the Olympiad? And
Bermuda party. I remember. I think I was standing just a few meters away at the time.
Okay, well, cool picture. And Yado2K has a comic for us. And there we'll have to see it in full screen.
Okay, it's a Pokemon.
No, it's not a Pokemon. It's a chess comic.
Okay.
And it will come up. It's chess humor. Come on, killer knights. It's very cool.
It looks cool also in the Bermuda party.
It is very cool.
Did you also play there, Irene?
Yeah.
For Indonesia?
Yes. I thought you were about to ask, like, were you attending the party?
I thought everyone went to the Bermuda party.
But I think Jovanka didn't. You didn't, right?
It was in our hotel, Jovanka. It was literally 5 meters down there.
Okay, here's okay. And there we have our ninja knights. Woohoo! And it's doing a smothered mate.
That knight is basically, in the bottom left picture, that knight is basically doing what Sevian did to Nina's king.
That's true.
It is true, yeah. I like this picture. I thought it was very cool. So thank you, Yado2K, for sending us that. And meanwhile, there has been a move.
Yeah, there has been a move attacking one of the black knights. That knight on the really strong f4 square. It's forced to make a decision. And some calculations required, some small tactics. Let's jump in. It looks like Mamedyarov either has to retreat this piece, this really mighty steed, or he has to capture a pawn. This is the idea we showed earlier. You're opening things up to hit this knight. I'm not 100% sure what Rapport plans here. You could make an argument for moving the king, but no. OK, we get an answer on the board. This is happening. Bishop takes knight, hitting the black rook. The rook recaptures a piece, so black is a pawn up. But at the very end, the bishop slides back, and this is a skewer along the diagonal. Black's rook has to move. I don't think you can afford to give up material here. But no matter where you go, let's say you step back to this square, white can just grab a pawn back. restore the material balance. Hit the rook in the corner again. Black can gain time, but black and white's bishop can drop back with a check, and next move white will block up this diagonal before the black bishop gets alive. I'm not sure whether you want to do this yet, or it looks possible. Still some tactics to calculate after rook takes pawn, but it feels like white should be out of the worst right now. And this is the current position. This bishop is looking strong. Both players look frustrated, to be honest, on the camera. Looks like Mamedyarov, he's annoyed. The queens have come off. Actually, in all 3 games now, as soon as the queens have come off, Rapport's played maybe a bit better than Mamedyarov. It feels like he needs to keep the queens on in his, if he gets to a 4th and final game.
Do you know, but I do remember that Mamedyarov had this epic match against Jordan van Forest in the Oslo esports, and we were kind of, and I remember it was a long grind, and he took it tie breaks. Or have I got the players confused?
No, I think you're right, and it went to an endgame, and
yeah, and he showed us that, you know, actually he's quite mean in the endgame, and I think he also beat Magnus as well in an endgame. So, you know, just because one person has like this knockout punch with tactics, aggressive stuff, don't underestimate their abilities in other aspects of the game. I say this because, I mean, I find that players, especially lower-rated players than me, they see that I have a reputation for very solid play, and so they try to come at me swinging. And I'm like, yeah, you know, I quite like these positions where it's like a, what do you call it? You know, free for all. Anything can happen. So don't just underestimate someone's abilities.
You can't stereotype a player nowadays too much. Everyone's so universal, and everyone, I mean, even the top players who are tacticians, they work on endgames. Even endgame specialists, they work on tactics, puzzles. I think Mamedyarov, those endgames you mentioned, Jovanka, when he beat Van Forest and Magnus, they were endgames where you could calculate quite a lot. But I think Mamedyarov, at least when I've played him, he doesn't enjoy endgames where it's kind of really slow, really like minimal calculation, just putting pieces on squares, looking for pawn structures. I've managed to defeat him in some rapid blitz games there, but okay. Meanwhile, he doesn't look happy at all, leaning back.
Yeah, thinking for a long time now, 3 minutes. Mamedyarov, he has to win a game. Only 2 rapid games to go in the match. But we are,
Yeah, no, I was just wondering, why is he thinking for such a long time?
Is he thinking about, I think Richards is confused as well, looking maybe at the camera. Richards' eyes are darting off, either that's at the clock or maybe he has Mamedyarov's camera up on his screen. He's looking over a few times, but the rook has to move, surely. You can't just defend it on this square.
Yeah, and to me, it looks quite logical. What is the square to put it to? I mean, I would put it all the way back to the f8 square. To me, that's the safest.
Yep.
Anywhere else, and it can get kicked back.
Definitely thinking for a long time here, Mamedyarov, and that gives us time to talk about the topic we have been talking about today, cheating in chess. It's a big topic these days, and Irene here has some experience herself playing one of the most watched chess matches in history against someone who had cheated. We do have a move.
We do. The rook removes itself from the attack, as expected. Yeah, very safe square. Jovanka wanted another one. This looks okay too.
And I'm so curious in that. It must have been so strange to play in that match with over 1 million people watching. Yeah. You were convinced that this guy was a cheater, right, going into the match. How was the match, the games you played? What was it like?
Well, I was so stressed prior to the match. I mean, I couldn't sleep because there was so much burden on my shoulder because, well, technically speaking, I knew that I would be a better player during the match, but before the match, there were so many, like I said before, harassment, online harassment and bullying, you know, and then it affected my mentality. Yeah. So, yeah, during the match, I was just trying to focus as much as I can, but then somehow, like, the burden got lifted off after the move 6, I guess, when my opponent just blundered a piece in the opening. Then I thought, okay, the rest of the match would be quite easy.
Nice. Because so I guess you guys didn't really know what level he really was on. but it turned out during the match maybe around 1,800.
1,800 or below, yeah.
Wow, wow. And how did the media and how did his fans, I know, react to this? Were everyone just convinced, here is proof, he's a cheater?
Yeah, this is a shocking proof of how powerful media can be. Because before the match, I could see like probably 90% of the people in the internet, they were, underestimating me, they were insulting me in so many ways, until I actually turned off everything. I didn't want to see it until after the match. And then after the match, I opened my social media and all the comments just turned 180 degrees.
Wow.
Like everyone who was bullying me before, they were like supporting me. Like
now you were the hero.
Now I was the hero. But again, this is something that we already expected. So I just had to be really tough. I have to be really strong in the process of everything.
Yeah. Wow. And the way you guys went forward to catch this cheater, is this someone we could use in chess today? And interrupt me, David, if big moves happen, of course. But basically, because chess.com has suspicion, too many grandmasters even, they've said, can we test them? Have them in a locked room, play against players of their strengths because we don't know? And would that reveal? Or is it more difficult with grandmasters?
It's difficult. I mean, there have been cases in the past of grandmasters who have been caught cheating over the board, and I mean, they're very strong players in their own right. They just use. I mean, there are cases of players, for example, getting caught in the bathroom with a phone, and they just use it maybe once or twice a game, and that gives them the boost. But they're just very strong in general, so there's no way to prove beyond reasonable doubt anything, essentially. I mean, if it's a puzzle, if they know it's a puzzle, they'll be able to solve it most likely. Or if they don't, then they'll say, OK, other grandmasters similar rating might not be able to as well. If you play them in games, they'll still be able to post decent results. It's really hard nowadays. There's just, there's no entrapment.
So I thought you could do a honey trap.
What was that?
Well, I thought, with all these grandmasters who you suspect of online cheating, you could actually invite them to a real event. And at this real event, then you make sure that it's all heavily monitored. And then see how the chess actually compares and whether there's a change in style.
And can it be used as proof?
Well, I mean, this is the big thing, because most of the top players, they tend to be very consistent. You won't just see them playing one amazing game and then playing like an idiot the next day. You'll see a lot of consistency. You'll see a lot of steady patterns. I mean, if they're thinkers, they will spend a lot of time. I mean, if they play quickly, it will be... Again, it will be very clear. And you just monitor them for patterns. And I don't know. And I'm a big fan of if you are caught cheating, and you should be given a second chance and everything. But I do think the punishment might not necessarily be banning. I think I would like to see some form of like community service where they have to give their chess knowledge, just free. I mean, just put it out there for kids to learn so that at least we can all benefit a little bit.
So you're thinking online chess, cheating, second chance, but over-the-board chess? Over the board chess, again, I don't want to be so black and white because, I mean, if a kid is caught cheating, I obviously do not want any form of, like, punishment. I don't want any open blame. I think it should be tempered down, and I do think that parents should be involved and some kind of restorative action be taken so the kid learns, that this is not OK to cheat. But then an adult, and if it's... I do believe in second chances. But meanwhile, lots of trades happening. It is a tough topic because, I mean, there's so uncertainty. You have to be so careful about just throwing out accusations. And at the same time, I mean, it does feel like cheaters, especially online cheaters, have just gotten away with it scot-free without any form of punishment whatsoever for the last several years.
And the danger, of course, is they kill the motivation for the serious top players.
In 2020, during the pandemic, I played a few online events, but only the ones where I could guarantee that most of the players, I would know who they are and know they're relatively trustworthy, because I ran into so many events where I would just get crushed by players who I mean...
You wouldn't get crushed by them.
Yeah, I mean, I've played Magnus before. I don't get crushed like that. Yeah, I mean, these players would just absolutely destroy me. They'd destroy everyone. They might get banned after the tournament. They might get found out. They might not. But it was just like, OK, what's the point?
Yeah.
So I stopped playing pretty much anything for a year and a half, 2 years.
I've heard some stories where, you know, grandmasters have been invited to do simuls, and their opponents have just all cheated.
What's the point? I mean, you're not going to win against the grandmaster.
Well, they did. It was very convincing. They just wiped the floor.
I played I think it was a 15-board simul online. It was half an hour each, and the average rating was about 1,500. I think I lost 8 games.
What?
I not just lost, but absolutely crushed in 8 games. And then a couple more mid-game. Suddenly, the accounts would be banned when I was completely lost.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's unfortunately, it was rife cheating. But
Never, ever, ever cheat online, you guys.
it's a topic now. So
Yeah.
that's,
It's a
topic,
that's
yeah.
the start.
That's a good thing. All right, in this one, remember Mamadjarov fighting for at least a draw. He should win it. I should also mention Game 3 has started. Magnus Carlsen and Jan-Krzysztof Duda. And Magnus, he is down by 1 point. He has to win either this one or the next one, and he has the white pieces for the last time in the match in this game. So probably going for the win. And what's happening on the board we're looking at now.
So on the face of it, it looks balanced, apart from the fact that in the little transition earlier, Black did manage to grab a pawn. So Black is temporarily a pawn up, and OK, this last move by Report, he's burning his bridges, so he's allowing a trade of pieces. I was about to say White's main compensation is his bishop pair, but he's saying, OK, let's get the dark square bishops off the board, because then White's rook can break through on the b file. This one looks very risky to me. I don't see an immediate refutation. The evaluation bar doesn't react at all, which means it's probably just a good move. But White's light squared bishop now is tied down to the defense of this central pawn forever. Can you guys see a way of Mamadjarov just keeping the integrity of his structure? Everything's on dark squares. If you look at Mamadjarov's position, it looks like checkers. It looks like he's not playing chess. Everything on those dark squares, but he can't keep that forever.
No, I actually can't see anything. I mean, I did think that perhaps the knight could sound the retreat and try to be the glue that holds the position together.
Yep.
But that's not very successful, in fact, because, of course, the knight can be destabilized.
Yeah, eventually the white bishop might come and kick it away.
I think, yeah, that is true. But the knight is a trickiest piece on the board, especially in the endgame. So having the isolated pawn on d5, it might be, you know, Black might have some compensation there.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, the first move that comes to mind is bishop takes bishop. And if you could somehow plant, you mentioned the trickiest piece on the board, if you could somehow plant it on this central square, you'd probably just strategically be doing very well. But unfortunately, first, it can get captured on the square if it ever moves. Secondly, White's very quick. How about your idea, Jovanka, with the knight retreating? If the bishop steps back now, we can maybe go for a capture and block things up before the white rook enters, before the white rook gets in. If we can block, it looks very decent here.
Yeah.
Still a pawn up for Black.
The moves that I was calculating after the knight retreat, I wasn't worried about the bishop stepping back. It was bishop takes bishop, in fact.
OK.
And
OK, this hasn't been played, but if the knight recaptures...
oh, yeah, I was hallucinating. Knight is a fantastic defender.
Yeah, it looked like your move was very decent to me, at least. But in the game, we see a different approach. He took the bishop off the board and first a check. So the white rook guaranteeing it breaks through first, and only then, after the king moves, he captures the bishop.
I have absolutely no idea what Mamadjarov is planning in this position, because look, the rook on f6 doesn't have any square to go. It's really restricted. And then the rook on b8, it has so many ideas. You want to go to b7 or you want to go to a8, you know. Both moves, I think, are equally good. So
I have one idea, and again, it's a bit out there. It's actually to play the move either c6 or c5.
Wow.
Ooh.
Giving up a pawn.
Yeah.
You could do that allowing en passant as well, if White takes this pawn.
And then the whole idea is go on the counterattack, attack the bishop, and then
the bishop moves, then finally this rook that you mentioned.
It can munch a pawn.
Yeah, it finally gets some life, and not just any life, it's coming in. Black's a pawn up still. So, wow, that would be a really cool move.
Yeah.
It's rare to allow en passant, but also, even if you just give it up on this square, I guess the question is, if the pawn advances, he plays it, Jovanka.
Plays
you're right.
it, wow.
I guess the question is, if this pawn advances, let's do a quick count here. It looks like at the very end, white makes a new queen, but it's immediately captured at the very end. Black's still doing well. Black's still a pawn up. You can come in, maybe. You can come across into the position. Wow, Mamedyarov, nice idea. I mean, I'm surprised slightly that the evaluation bar still says 0-0, because this is, I mean, every line we've seen there looks good for Black.
So I think White didn't anticipate this idea, because otherwise he would have gone playing rook b7, for example, instead of rook b8.
It's a difficult idea to see. I mean, I only saw it after I started thinking, wow, is he going to save it?
Yeah, and the Black King looks in a bit of trouble, but it's fine for now. It will eventually run out of the checks. Check here. The King will, I think, zigzag out of the checks, or does it? How do you escape the checks, actually? Do you have to block with the Black Knight? If you block with the Black Knight, I'm a bit worried about some kind of pin. At the moment, any pin on this knight could be met with the king moving and attacking the two pieces at the same time. This would just end up in an exchange, and Black's still a pawn up, although it looks quite close to a draw. And okay, if you do block with the white with the Black Knight, I'm just worried about the white rook moving across one square, going after this pawn, and a secondary threat of winning this pinned knight. And he's going for this rapport. How is the Black King going to escape the checks? Mamedyarov, if he allows a draw in the current position by repeating, stepping his king back, for example, moving it away, and the dance will just continue between the rook and the king. A draw does not suit him, Mamedyarov. Pawn up as well. This might be one of his final chances. Or does he take the draw and go for a win with white in the last game?
I think that's his last option. I agree with you. Just sounding the retreat with the knight. Oh,
he's playing for the win.
He plays it.
Wow.
But this is such a risky move. I mean, you shouldn't really go passive in endgames like this. And yeah, you can see the bar immediately went into White's side. And primarily this is because the rook and bishop work much better as a duo in endgames. And as David's highlighting, that pawn on a5, that is a target.
He's taking risks, Mamedyarov, to be able to win this game. But I guess it's bigger chance he'll lose it as well.
Yeah, and now this pawn has disappeared. It's level material for the first time in a while. White's won his pawn back that he sacrificed earlier, and look out for this one. This could be a potential winner later in the game.
Okay.
Not only does it promote on the same square as White's bishop, so the bishop will support its advance later, but knights are notoriously bad at stopping rook's pawns. Knights always have to go really passive to stop these pawns long term. But first, Mamedyarov is trying to justify his risk-taking with a pin on the 5th rank. I really just hate what he's doing, actually, for Mamedyarov. It just feels like he's taking risks, but there's zero reward for this risk. White is in no danger if he pushes a pawn. White is in no danger if he just moves his king towards the centre. Yeah, I think he should have taken the draw. Gone to game 4 with White. Now,
Do you think now this game will end up with a winner, most likely?
It could. It's most likely to be White if it does end up with a winner. Still should be a draw with best play, of course. The Black Knight is okay, is doing a decent job of stopping the White Rook getting in. But I don't know. We've seen Richard Rapport, remember, twice already in this tournament have an endgame of Rook and Bishop against a Rook. And I just have a feeling, third time maybe in this game. I don't want to tempt fate, but I just have a feeling.
You know, last night I thought I've got to check my notes because I had some really awesome notes on the rook and bishop, knight versus rook, but I was so tired after yesterday's broadcast that I just didn't check it, and now it's going to come up again, and I'm going to like, oh God, what is the winning technique? Did you go back home and refresh your memory?
I slept immediately. I was just knackered from that endgame workout.
What about you, Irene?
Well, fortunately, actually, I I had that end game. Like before the Olympiad, I was trying to go all sort of end games like bishop and knight, bishop and bishop. I mean, bishop and bishop is actually quite basic, but bishop and knight sometimes we forgot. Yeah, and then rook and bishop is actually happening quite often. So I was trying to memorize it again, trying to understand again, try to, put my mind into it. And then when Rapid played it, and after bishop F5 was it, or C4? Which square was that?
F5.
F5. Yeah, it was just game over. Yeah.
And how often will professional players end up in rook and bishop endgame?
Quite a lot. I would say I've had about 10 or 12 in my life.
In your life?
In my life, yeah.
Oh,
So-
and he's had it twice in this tournament, maybe 3 times.
Yeah, twice. This one shouldn't go into rook and bishop, especially after this move. You can get rid of that bishop, but just in case it does, 3 times in a tournament is like record-breaking numbers.
Whoa.
Okay, the bishop's gone, so we can breathe a sigh of relief. We won't be here for another 2 hours on this endgame. And okay, after the king retreats,
It should be drawn, yeah?
yeah, we're heading straight into a drawn endgame. 2 pawns versus 2 pawns.
And that means drama in game 4. White pieces must win for Mamedyarov to take it to blitz tiebreaks. Drama is definitely coming in this one.
Yeah, and Richard slightly shaking his head as well. He probably wanted rook and bishop versus rook. He wanted some kind of winning chances, but yeah, this one, 0. And good technique from black, putting a rook behind the passed pawn. Best way to stop it. I would still maybe take white just because black's king is in no man's land. It's like it wants to be nearer its pawns to defend them, but yeah, it's hard to imagine any world in which white wins this one. And then we'll be on to game 4.
Yeah. And, OK, the king attacks the rook, so we think this is, well, we know this is a complete draw. So I'm just going to take this opportunity to ask you a question. It's from P. Jayaram, who says, great chess players sure have excellent memory. Does that make them good at academics too, or are they just turn out to be mediocre? Any analysis or data on some top players?
I do know a lot of top players who do very well academically, but it's hard to combine both. If you want to reach the top of world chess, for example, it's just the time. I mean, I think they could switch their talents to other things, but they spend 90% of their time on chess, so other things, of course, fall by the wayside.
Yeah.
It's hard to say in general. It's hard to make any generalizations.
Yeah. Well, I was told a nice little phrase about chess players, especially top players. High IQ, low EQ.
No, I can tell everyone that's not correct. The chess players I know are not like that.
I saw a tweet earlier as well today. It said, jack of all trades, grandmaster of one. Just only at one thing can you actually master.
You know, Kaja, I did see something a bit unusual once, and I mean, it's a top grandmaster, and he was going round after the end of the tournament saying, look, I'll pay someone 50 euros if they can pack my suitcase.
Oh. You know who it was, David?
Yeah, I know who that is. It's not the only time he's asked someone to pack a suitcase.
And they said, look, it's very easy. You just pick up your clothes, put it in. And he said, I just can't do it.
And he wasn't young at the time either.
No.
I'm in the dark now. I don't know what they're talking about.
I think many people struggle with the suitcase thing. It is the most boring thing in the whole world. Packing and unpacking suitcases.
Yeah, it's a big part of being a chess player, right? I really get to travel all the time for tournaments.
Yes, I've been to, I think, both more than 60 countries.
Wow.
Yeah.
Playing chess.
Playing chess.
Wow,
yeah.
that's a lot.
Over 20 years of traveling. Yeah, I think packing is my
The players
my
are
virtue.
They're going to agree a draw any minute now.
Yeah, they would agree for a draw now.
Here it is. Yeah, it's a draw. Game 3. That means Report is still in the lead in the semi-final match, and Mamedyarov in 15 minutes will be in a must-win situation with the white pieces. That's going to be fireworks, you guys. We are looking forward to it. Question is, are we having fireworks in Game 3 between Magnus Carlsen and Jan-Krzysztof Duda? Duda is in the lead. He won Game 2, and Magnus will have to make a comeback, and this is his final game with the white pieces. Does it look like this is something he can win?
It's not looking too likely. If we do a quick count, OK, black's rook moves across to defend a pawn. If we do a quick count, black is simply a pawn up. yes, white has the bishop pair. That's something we mentioned earlier. But if that's the only saving grace, I'm not sure, firstly, if it's enough compensation, and I'm definitely not sure if it's enough to win this game. So Magnus maybe even fighting for equality on the back foot. Feels like the opening was a big success for Duda. Am I being too harsh?
No, I think you're absolutely correct. Yeah, I don't think white has enough compensation for the pawn because, especially with the queens off of the board right now, with the pair of bishop, you cannot really attack anything. And the pair of knights actually on c4 and d5, they look very strong to me.
Yeah, I agree. Those black knights look really well placed. If Duda just defends everything, at some point surely he'll be able to say, OK, I'll give back my pawn and swap off some pieces. It doesn't feel like any risk at all for Duda. And if he gets white in the last game, only needing a draw, he should be the favourite. OK, Magnus. This is classic Magnus, pushing the h-pawn, trying to gain some space, ready for an endgame. Black's bishop. Maybe black's bishop is the only problem piece, especially if it gets pushed even further on the diagonal over to h7, maybe. This is, well, we have seen Magnus turn these types of endgames in his favour from time to time. If he wins his pawn back, maybe some chances. But, yeah, the jacket's off. Did you notice? Yeah. Something didn't work in the last game. A couple of blunders there, so jacket off.
Lifting it up again. He seems very focused today, Magnus Carlsen, and it is a tough task to beat Jan-Krzysztof Duda. He had a very good 2021. How will you sum up his 2022?
For Duda?
Yeah.
Yeah, a bit up and down. He's had some decent results on the tour. He won the first major of the season in Oslo. His performance at the candidates was OK. Should have probably been better. He lost quite a few games there. I think he was on tilt in the second half of the candidates. And yeah, he'll maybe regret that. But in general, not too good, not too bad. I think just and the Olympiad as well. I think he only played 5 games out of 11.
And he didn't do very well there. So
online chess. An expert becoming in online chess then, maybe.
Yeah, and yeah, when I was thinking on the tour, like David said, he won the Oslo Esports. He came runner-up in the Charity Cup final.
Yeah.
Any other in Miami? He did quite well in Miami. I think he came second.
Third, maybe. Yeah.
I think also since he won the World Cup, I mean, Duda has always been a strong player. But since he won the World Cup, I think the other top players, they've been taking him more seriously this time. So, I mean, he's not the new kid in the block anymore. So that is why too.
And probably a lot of attention as well in Poland, because chess is very big in Poland. They're just looking for that next big guy, and it is Jan-Krzysztof Duda.
Yeah, chess is huge in Poland. They're organising so many events these days, and it's great to see. But yeah, it's going to be a while to hit that next level in classical chess. That's a big goal. Not easy.
Yeah, no, talking about chess in Poland, I don't know, it's completely exploded. Duda is their superstar. And I know the government has supported lots of initiatives. And I do know that the national team is very well supported. There are a lot of tournaments to help them. And I think it's just a very good chess country.
Yeah. Absolutely. How about Indonesia? How big is chess in Indonesia?
I think it's getting bigger and bigger, especially after what happened earlier this year with the match. Yes, and I think, well, despite of everything happened, it actually gave a very good impact to Indonesian chess. Like we have more promotions nowadays, and people try to see us in a complete picture, because before chess was seen as some sport that only being played by the unemployed, for example, like in the coffee shop, you know, lazy people, or just for the gambling and so on. It has a completely different image. But now, after the match, people were seeing this is actually the life of a chess player. We are researching, we are studying, and we have a completely whole different life compared to what they've imagined before. So they gave us more respect. And now, and also especially after the Queen's Gambit series.
Was that popular?
It is, yeah. And then only a few months after that, there was this match. You know, it's just like chess was actually at its peak in Indonesia. And before then, if I was being asked about chess, people would drop the question, would be, oh, so you're a chess player? Okay, that's cool. And now they would be like, oh, have you seen the Queen's Gambit? Or have you thought about the Sicilian defense or anything? They engage. So this is another improvement, you know, and a development in Indonesia that I've never seen before.
How cool. All right, so it's definitely growing in Indonesia.
Yes.
Nice. Who will be the heroes for then Indonesians, new fans to chess? Who will they have as favorite players, for example?
Well, for about a decade right now, or maybe a little bit more than that, since I got my WGM in 2008, Chess Indonesia has developed more in the women. So
nice. That's the perfect answer, right?
Yeah. So from 2008 until present, we have 3 WGMs.
Wow.
But from 2004 until present, we only had 2 more grandmasters, for example. I know when we are seeing about the number, Indonesia is about 270, 275 million people. This is actually a small number. In total, we have about 8 grandmasters and 3 women grandmasters. But we are trying to get better and better because this is not an easy task for us. Chess is not a popular sport in Indonesia.
Yeah.
Badminton, soccer, they take all the attention, and it's very hard for chess to be shown as an entertainment. So I'm very proud to be here because Chess 24 Play Magnus have represent chess, you know, in another level. And this is why you know, I've been telling to my friends also, if they haven't followed chess, you know, just take a look at this commentary. You will engage to the commentary, you will follow, and then you'll actually understand and learn about it. So. Yeah.
Thank you. Well, that's very nice. Yeah. Well, that was the thing for me as well, right? I never watched chess because it was just a different language to me. But when Magnus became a top player and Norwegian television started showing it in the way that we are doing, not using too many notations, taking it down, then I think people understand the beauty of this game and the complexity and how fantastically cool it is and how fantastic it is to watch 2 people, 2 fantastic brains, just fight against each other in the perfect battle game. I mean, all sports.
Your phone agrees.
Absolutely. Something strange going on with it. But yeah, just how cool it is to see 2 brains fight against each other in basically a game that all sports are sort of modeled after. It's just a battle game. I love it. And what's happening in this battle?
I'm confused. But it's kind of a standoff right now with black having an extra pawn, dancing around with the knights. Duda actually, a moment ago, kind of silently offered a draw. He tried to repeat the position. Magnus said no. And Magnus still a pawn down. It feels like white's pieces are slightly better than they were. Black's bishop is really terrible right now. But still a pawn up for Duda. So he has some leeway. So even if he gives back a pawn later, he should still be fine. Do you guys still think black's okay? Okay, trade of pieces. No more bishop pair for white. He just wants his pawn back, Magnus Carlsen. But even if white wins this pawn, if you look at the right half of the board, it's 4 versus 4. It's hard to imagine winning if you don't have a pawn majority, if you don't have a passed pawn. Maybe better pieces, but is that enough? Skeptical.
Yeah, I'm very skeptical as well. And yes, black has a bad bishop there on h7, but at the same time, white also has a very bad knight. And the 2, I feel, cancel each other out, because once the knight moves, the bishop will also be released. And I agree with Duda, protect your pawns. And he seems to be shaking his head. His rook is now under attack. Just step it. Oh,
I think there's
Oh, you caught me out there. I was going to just step that rook forward. But no, absolutely not. Because if you do that, then there will be a bolt from the blue. And it's all because of that silly light square bishop there on h7, trapping in the king, because there's rook takes pawn.
Yeah, rook takes pawn. Just like in the last game, Duda maybe forgetting about his back rank after rook takes rook. You've lost a rook with white, but you've lured away the black defences and the king is trapped. No way to escape. So he spotted that just in time. That's why he shook his head and he decided, OK, I can't abandon the back rank. I'm going to keep both my rooks there. And after a trade of rooks, it's going to be slightly better for white, but maybe not significant. The bishop's back. Yeah, again, as Jovanka says, yes, this is a very bad piece, but white's knight is kind of stuck here. Otherwise, it's going to come out into the game again. And 4 pawns versus 4 pawns should be a draw. Black has a good knight, meanwhile. And, yeah, it looks very balanced.
Yeah. Magnus will try to grind this.
Yes, absolutely.
So my guess would be the knight on g3 will move somewhere, and then you just push g4, and then king g2, king g3, some marching with this king. But of course, white has to take care of the defense as well. That rook might go to the back rank and so on.
Yeah. Some small threats against the white king as well. I think you can get away with this for now, because any check would be met by the king moving and still some problems for black on the back rank. But yeah, maybe you're right. I mean, still some chances.
Still some chances.
Yeah.
We know Magnus, he'll try.
He will definitely try. And I was also thinking in this position, you know, that maybe he will try to activate his pieces. And I was thinking using the king. Keep the bind for as long as possible.
Yeah, first, he sets another trap. He's basically saying to Duda, please move your rook off the back rank. I really want to checkmate you. And it's not the most subtle of traps in the world.
Do you think Magnus is kind of now making a 2-game strategy? Just make this a really long one, tire out Duda, and try to win it in the second game?
Yeah, we've seen that before from Magnus in other matchups against younger opponents especially. He's happy to play super long battles. There's never, ever a premature draw offer or a premature result. Second idea, maybe he's trying to attack this pawn at some point with his knight, with his rook. You have to be a bit careful before you go and take it. But yeah, I think you're right, Kaja. Why not play till the end, tire out your opponent? He is the slightly older player of these two, Magnus, so stamina-wise, it's not clear that he has a massive edge on Duda, but I think it's just the match situation, the nerves. Duda is closer to the finishing line with a draw. So, and it's always when you get closer to the finishing line, you choke or you tense up and you can't quite play your normal brand of chess. Duda doesn't enjoy this either, just slightly defensive, no chance to win, really. He wants to be on the front foot with imbalanced positions, not where it's very, very kind of static like it is.
And Duda thinking about where to move the knight, and that gives me an opportunity to put a question to the studio. Renaissance Man says, about the cheating saga, I think it would be interesting to have a competition where cheating is allowed.
Oh!
Interesting. For chess players to come up with great ideas and see if they can get away with it and how big a problem it is. See, that would be very interesting.
I like
Maybe
it.
have some players... Yeah, but how to do it, because everyone would cheat.
Oh, you mean, so some would be trying to get away with it and some would be playing clean?
Yeah. Well, no, I was thinking actually that you could have a situation where if they catch you cheating... No, I mean, but if you know everyone is cheating, it's going to find you out, right?
Just like make it the Hunger Games, where if you get caught, you
Yeah. I need more details. I need to think this one through, but I do like the concept. And meanwhile, Duda has liberated his king by pushing the pawn forward.
I really like what he's done. Black actually has a threat now. Now that the black king has some breathing space, the black knight is threatening to take white's pawn on the f2 square. That's undefended. Could we see Magnus just bail out of this one? We said he'd try for a while, but it's actually hard to continue trying, unless the white rook's going to come down and be passive defending on the second rank. How do you defend white's f-pawn? OK, he's playing for the win, Magnus, but giving up a pawn. And black's knight, can it get greedy? I'm impressed that he's playing on in this position, but some small risk, perhaps. I guess white can always give a draw by just continuously checking the black king with his rook. So there is, that's kind of a get out of jail. You know, just in case things go wrong, you've got that get out of jail free card later.
So he needs to be careful now not to over-push.
Yeah, that's the question. Also, black's bishop has got access to one square at some point. It can no longer be completely trapped in the corner there.
Oh, I have to say, I absolutely love Magnus's choice because it sets practical problems to Duda because, of course, that knight is not going to stay there on the e2 square. It's going to manoeuvre itself to e6. And from there, well, not only is black's king rather shaky, but also the whole pawn configuration there on the right. And yes, it's true that the light squared bishop can get out, but yeah, it's going to get harassed by a knight on d4.
And big question, so if black gets greedy and grabs a pawn, it looks like free bait at the moment, you can capture it, but white's idea is to spring forward, I guess, with the knight. I'm not sure which direction. Here, maybe the black bishop can stop, you mentioned the e6 square, Jovanka, stop the access into this square. Maybe we can go the other way. We can go the other way as well to try and get in.
But yeah. I like the other one. I like the other one.
Okay. The other one, yeah. Okay, the bishop will move, for example.
Yeah, and I was thinking the knight could come down and...
into the square.
To g6. But yeah.
Yeah, threatening some
but maybe
nasty knight forks.
It works.
Yeah, it looks very good. Also threatening some checkmating ideas at some point. The black king is in big trouble. OK, we might see the answer. We might even see this position on the board, Jovanka. The black king in some trouble. Duda suddenly wiping his eyes. Is that because he's missed something? This is the current position. Surely, if you're Magnus, you have sacrificed a pawn, you want to get your knight into the game. But just to show, again, the safety net, you can give a check to the black king moves, you can give another check to the black king. The king can never really run away from protection of its 7th rank. So draw up your sleeve if you want it. First, though, maybe try with the knight. You can always go for that draw later, most likely.
Game 4 has started between Mamedyarov and Rapport. That's must win for Mamedyarov. We're going to jump into that when this one finishes. And you are saying likely with a draw.
Yes, but again, Magnus is trying. Magnus is Magnus, as they say.
Yeah.
Just, nobody else tries as hard and as often as him, I think, to probe in positions. He knows it's a draw as well, but he doesn't care. He's going to still try. And your move, Jovanka, you're right.
But we didn't see rook h1 before.
That had slipped my radar. And now the knight comes to the d3 square challenging, and Duda sits back.
He looks very happy, Duda, but I would be slightly nervous.
And he played that quite quickly, so what he is up to. So after knight a6, how do you protect g7?
And I think you don't. I think you just simply capture the pawn, although this does look terrifying.
Yeah, how is he so calm? Suddenly white's pieces are swarming towards that black king. And yes, black's a pawn up, but white's pieces will coordinate a bit better. White's king is a bit safer than black's. And why is he pausing now? Surely you pause later. Surely you pause earlier, before this happened. He does take a pawn. 2 pawns up now for Duda.
Rook has to take g7 now?
Yes.
And after king h8?
Yeah, good question. After that, what comes next? What is Magnus thinking? He's going to take that pawn with his rook. I guess you could maybe move the white bishop back first. But
there is a very tricky line. I was thinking that after rook g7, king h8, and OK, bishop d4 looks very tempting because you just want to take on f6, but there is rook g5 maybe.
Yeah,
I don't know if such an endgame would be drawn.
Yeah, you can...
What do you think? Rook g5, hg5, bishop f6. I think it would still be drawn.
You think this is still a draw? Yeah, white would win a pawn at the very end here. And yeah, I think it should be a draw just because we're running out of pawns. Opposite colour bishops as well. It's going to be hard to break down black's formation, but at least Magnus could try here for 100 moves.
Yes.
Torture the opponent. So this is the current position. He did take that pawn. We're expecting the bishop to drop back, perhaps, and go for this guy. What else could he consider?
That's a very nice resource of just giving up the rook, because maybe you would discount that one.
Yeah. I'm wondering as well, for example, if the bishop drops back, maybe black can block this attack with his knight. It just, if you don't want to go into that position where you're suffering a pawn down, and it's still hard to find a breakthrough. OK, Magnus shifts his rook across one square instead. So he is going after this pawn with his rook and maybe hinting at some checks on the back rank.
Yeah.
That can be blocked, but still a bit scary. I would be a bit worried if I were Duda of this king. But if he can exchange pieces, he should be OK. For example, do you start with dropping the bishop back, trying to trade off for the white knight? Yep, that looks like the most natural. He has played it. Magnus is happy to allow this. And OK, if the bishop does take the knight, that bishop's finally off the board, but still some problems. 2 weak pawns. How do you defend them both? Evaluation bar says dead draw, as usual. But Now 2 pawns under attack, and Duda, he's trying to counter. He's going for this pawn next to the white king. It feels like he's just in time, just active enough. And Magnus not happy. Look at Magnus on the camera. He's shaking his head slightly or puffing out his cheeks. He knows that Duda should be securing the draw in this one.
Oh, and what a dramatic game 4. That will be Magnus' black pieces must win to take it to those blitz tiebreaks. He is an expert in doing exactly that. But Irene's stats show that the player who wins the first game usually wins the match. It seems to be correct. It very often happens. So will we have comebacks today, or will Duda face Richard Report in the final starting tomorrow?
White's king going back, that doesn't really change anything. White's pawn now in front of the king on g2 can be captured, but black's pawns, one of them will drop off as well. And rook and bishop, we say they work better than rook and knight, but when it's pawns just on one side of the board, knights are pretty decent pieces. They can hold their own. They can fight just as hard as bishops can. So this one, yeah, we're not expecting any more turnarounds.
Could we end up with rook and bishop endgame here?
Rook and bishop versus rook.
Yeah, hardly
Unlikely.
so.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's Magnus's dream right now, but he's not going to get it. For example, if Duda was really nervous, he could get rid of White's remaining pawn with the black knight now, but no reason to do so. Black's knight is trapped though, so if Magnus can somehow get rid of this black pawn, which is a bit dangerous, then some small chances of that endgame. I'm always surprised by Duda. Some players, they've done the hard work, they've got a dead drawn position, they would just sit and curl up into a ball and be solid. He's like, no, I want to play for a win, or I want to keep calculating, pushing pawns, you know, making committal choices. Magnus now cutting off the black king.
Does he resemble Magnus in some way? When it comes to also, we've been talking about physical fitness in this tournament as well, Magnus being very physically fit. Seems Duda is also very much into staying in shape.
Yeah, I've seen him play some sports. I remember an interview as well from 4 or 5 years ago before he broke into the real elite, where he said he was working out every day. And I think he'd already stopped studying at that point, and he was just focusing on fitness and a few other things. I know he really loves football, or at least following football. I don't know if he plays, but I think all the top guys
have a Grandmaster Fantasy Football League.
I don't do fantasy, otherwise I would be addicted. I've got too many vices already, too many bad addictions in my life.
Do you know the secrets, though, of the Grandmaster Fantasy? I know Magnus is playing, because Andrei Sipenko told us earlier this year that they were in the same league.
Yeah, I know Magnus plays. I know a few other Grandmasters who play, but that's a secret world that I'm not part of, unfortunately.
Well,
I didn't get the invite.
You didn't want to play.
No.
Yeah.
True.
But if anyone out there knows who's in the lead in the Grandmaster Fantasy Premier League, I would love to know.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
I remember Magnus was #1 for the time being for a while, right? And then he dropped to #2, which is still incredibly impressive.
There's like 10 million people in the world playing Fantasy Premier League. And do you think, David, it's a coincidence that the best chess player in the world was #1, and he's very often up there, I know?
Yeah, it's not full coincidence. Chess players are very good at spotting patterns in general. That's one thing where we say, does chess cross over into anything else? I actually worked with some scientists a while ago, and they said chess players are very good at recognizing faces as well. That's patterns work with faces, not necessarily kind of numbers or other aspects. But yeah, he's very good at recognizing the stats, the patterns, and he does his research, which all top chess players should do.
And does he seem like he's finished with this game now?
Close. I think Black's found a really nice defensive setup. Duda's rook, knight and pawn together, they hold everything. There's no real way of dislodging them.
No. And the best thing that Duda can do is just not touch this configuration and just move the king. Nothing for White to do.
Except after king f3, you have to move your rook.
Then I have to move the rook, right. I should have conditioned my statement.
But it is really interesting how full of emotions both players are compared to if they're playing over the board. They would be trying to make such a poker face, like whenever they make some mistake or, you know, having like an advantage or some winning position, they would try to stay cool, right? But here we've seen for 4 players in this semi-final. Like they've seen, you know, they've shown emotions.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah. I love that about online chess. You actually get to see how they feel. Mostly, sometimes they hide it, I guess.
Occasionally.
Occasionally, yeah.
But you're right, in general, much more than usual. And meanwhile, is Magnus going to win the black pawn?
Oh.
Because black's knight is trapped. And there's a route round to attacking it. It takes a while. Maybe we can show this on the board. But Magnus has a 2-move threat. For example, if black waits with the king, he does, then the rook's coming this way, I think. And he's going to step back and attack it. And once that happens...
Oh, no. Don't say it.
will we see the black knight give itself up for this pawn?
No.
Versus rook?
No, because the pawn can step forward.
Yeah, and then play knight h4.
And then you can finally get the knight out. And this should be a draw, but we're in for a long night. Buckle up.
Pun intended.
The problem for Magnus, though, is actually this rook is kind of trapped now. You can't really get it out easily. Black has ideas against the white king if you're not careful. So it's unlikely you'll ever be able to make use of your pawn. I don't think you'll ever be able to force black to trade off the knight for it. And in the current position here, again, what do you do if you don't step back and attack this knight? You win a pawn, but yeah, it actually helps black, if anything. If you don't play this yet, the black king is simply coming in to an even better square. You can't move your king forward, really, because the black knight is now out of its prison, and it can escape with a check. Still should be a draw. How long is Magnus going to try? That's the big question.
Well, maybe it's a part of his 2-game plan to tire out Duda in this game and to win. Game 4, he will have to win it if this is a draw. Now, Game 4 has started between Mamedyarov and Report, and if drama starts in that game, then we probably should jump over. What does it look like in the start of that game?
It's looking like a very good start for Mamedyarov, actually. Nice opening. Every game of theirs gets the pawn center. White gets the pawn center, sorry. So the colors are actually very important. White always seems to be doing well out the opening. There's always twists and turns later, though, so early days. But yeah, it's hard to say. Do we jump?
Yeah.
Or do we?
It's up to you, David.
See if Magnus can make any magic. I feel like this one's going to Game 4 either way. So, should we jump?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yep.
Let's
do it.
Let's
make a jump. I love it. We think this will be a draw, maybe a long one. And this is only Game 3, so a Game 4 is very likely coming in this match. But this is Game 4. It could be the last game of the match if Report is able to either win or play a draw. But the bar is over to the must-win Mamedyarov. Yeah. Can he win this?
He's definitely built a good foundation for winning this one. White has everything you want in a good strategic position. You have the pawn center in the middle. White's pieces are all very nicely centralized, all supporting that pawn center. White's knight is actually on quite a good outpost, defended by the queen and rook. Again, it's that question from earlier, what next? That's the big question. I'm not 100% sure what you try next. Tempting to push some pawns at some point or try some tactics, but if you can slowly build up, your position is very healthy too. Do you guys see a plan for White right now? It's Mamedyarov's move.
Whenever I see this type of fiancé bishop, I would always want to play h4, h5. But of course, that's not very correct right now because the knight on f6 will just capture it. But that can be an additional idea, probably something with bishop e5, and then followed by some pawn march on the king side. So, yeah.
That looks very logical. We could also maybe think about using the knight to step and attack this weakness. I guess black would defend it. I'm not sure what next. Yeah, as you mentioned, it's always nice to kind of, in this fianchetto position, to also just one square or two squares, wherever you put it, your king gets a bit more breathing space just in case for some back rank checks later. It's funny how you think attacking, like going on the attack against black. I was like, oh, let's go defensive. Now I have a safe square for my king. We're so different.
I was thinking of that move too, David, but for completely different reasons.
Oh, you want to step forward and attack as well? I was just like, oh, just put my king here and nothing can go wrong.
Yeah, but I was kind of looking at combining everyone's ideas. Okay, instead that we see a pawn push. This one was also on my radar as well, with the idea that after pawn takes pawn, knight takes pawn, and there will be a trade of knight versus bishop, which will favour white.
Yeah, that would certainly favour white. White's bishops are perfectly placed, actually. Very clever, this pawn push. It's always easy to write off like this type of idea because it's like, oh, the opponent can capture en passant. Let's not even think about it. But yeah, with this pawn push, you pretty much force en passant, which has been played because bishop takes knight would not be a good trade for black. If the queens came off, for example, white still has all your trump cards and this weakness, bishop pair too. So Jovanka seeing the future. Let's go back to the position. Knight takes bishop whenever he wants it. That won't run away for a while, it feels like. So you can prepare this capture on favourable terms.
And eventually, it was a draw. Magnus and Duda, game 3. In 14 minutes, Magnus will have the black pieces in a must-win situation. Duda, with a draw, will be ready for the final.
Yeah, with white as well. Magnus, he's done it before, but massive uphill struggle. It'll be interesting to see if Duda just plays his normal game, goes on the attack, which has served him well, or whether he just tries to hold tight.
Which never seems to be a good idea.
Which never
play
seems
out
to work.
of style.
Exactly. Especially against Magnus, you don't want a quiet game because he'll slowly outmaneuver you. I think he should be consistent, Duda, and stick to his principles of playing aggressively. Meanwhile, Richard's rook comes across. Black has 2 isolated pawns on that left side, so he has to defend them. That black c-pawn was the weakness. 5-minute advantage on the clock as well for Shaq. Looks very nice for white. The problem with these positions, I mean, from time to time I get these positions against top players and I'm like, oh, what do I do next? And before I know it, 5 moves later, they've equalised or they've found a forcing variation to swap off all the pieces and make a draw. And I'm like, oh, I knew I was better, but I didn't do anything with it. So Shaq's going to try and avoid that feeling, that sensation of missing the moment.
And, well, Irene, someone's been listening to you. Push forward the H-pawn. And I have to say, I really like the move that you suggested in conjunction with this move, actually centralising the bishop. I think that's a fantastic, I think it's a fantastic idea.
Yeah, he's definitely more on your wavelength, Irene, than mine.
Yeah.
Shaq will never play a quiet...
Well, he has to play a more aggressive chess because he's in a, in a must-win situation. So I think H4 is pretty much to the characteristic of the game.
Yeah, I agree.
So I think now the task for white is how to reroute the knight on A3 to a better square. C5 would be an ideal square, but to get there, it's going to be a long way.
And why is that the ideal square?
Essentially, it's parked in front of an isolated pawn, right? And it will attack as well the queen if the white knight sits here. But the problem is this formation, a knight, and if there's a square in between, but diagonal, it always takes 4 moves to get there. So this is a typical pattern, and it will take, for example, 1, 2, 3, 4. So
yeah, that's too much.
too much. And also, this is one of the launching pads to get there, and black can control this square by pushing a pawn. So you're right, though. It's this type of position, it's slow enough to think, OK, where are the ideal squares for my pieces? And ideally, you want to reroute the knight here. Black's saying, OK, he doesn't want any exchanges, potentially, and he's getting his bishop out of the way. That looks odd, but I guess his idea, if the rook moves to attack this bishop, is to just run out this side of the board and then back. But, OK, the bishop still doesn't look great. It's got to be said. It looks very kind of similar to their game 2 games ago, with white having this beautiful pawn centre, but just in that game, he didn't really make much of it. Mamadjarov will have learnt a new lesson. And maybe now you can start rerouting this knight again, back towards the centre, back towards some better squares. I also like your other one you mentioned earlier, putting the bishop in the centre at some point, maybe not immediately. Still, white advantage, but what to do next? OK, swapping off the queens.
Nice.
Yeah.
And now maybe giving up the c3 square for the knight after knight b1, knight c3. That could be another rerouting idea.
And then you can get to your dream, your dream c5 square. If the knight ever lands there, Rapport should just resign.
Yes.
But it's maybe not a Shaq move, offering a queen exchange. I mentioned earlier it didn't work for him the previous 3 games, getting the queens off the board. But here the justification, I guess, is that Black's 2 pawns are just too weak. And Black's queen can no longer defend them. What do you think? Will Rapport take those queens off the board?
Absolutely not.
No. Never in a million years.
Okay, the queen will go to, either b6 or b7.
Yeah.
I don't know which one is the better square.
Yeah, it's unclear, but White still has all the advantages.
And
it's very good.
So much time on the clock. 6 minutes more on the clock, Mamdyarov, than Rapport. What do you think right now? Will we see Rapport in the final, or will we see tiebreaks?
Tiebreaks would be cool.
Yeah, I know. Blitz with these 2?
More action. Yeah.
Yes. I think tiebreak would be the justice for these 2 players. Yeah.
Oh, I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't want either of them to go home or be eliminated. We want them in, staying in as long as possible. Imagine Armageddon with these 2, with just the sacrifices, the race against the clock, the mouse skills.
Wow.
Yeah, and they're both quite charismatic, over the camera. So if I just pictured them playing an Armageddon, I don't know what would be happening. I don't even know who would win. I suspect in Armageddon I would perhaps favour Shaq, but that's only because I feel Richard's online play is a little bit unknown. I mean, but then again, David said you'd had experience playing a lot of games with him when he was very young.
Against Richard, I played lots of blitz games when he was a teenager, and oh my God, he was just crushing me. It was depressing. But you're right, Jovanka, he's a bit of an unknown quantity nowadays because he doesn't play much online blitz, and he plays, as far as I know, like minimal bullet chess. I've played Shaq recently at blitz and bullet, and he's not the fastest. He's not in this kind of same bracket as Nakamura, Carlsen, Firouzja, but he's quick enough. So it will also be fascinating to see who chooses the colours. I think Mamdyarov came higher in the prelims, so if it goes down to Armageddon, he will get to choose the colour. But blitz, of course, they still have a little bit of increment. So I liked how Shaq drank his tea there, the very English style. He had the finger.
Very refined. And whilst the players are thinking, Kaja, you asked a question about how Magnus is doing in the Fantasy Premier League.
Yeah.
And the Queen comes down to offer a trade. And Sam Bennett thankfully answers your question and says Magnus is in 6th place in the Grandmaster Fantasy League.
Oh.
And in fact, it's our friend Victoria Smiliti who is at the top.
Okay.
She's a Grandmaster and she's also, I think, the Speaker for the Houses of Parliament in Lithuania.
Wow. How impressive.
So talented at everything.
Yeah.
So we have a female Grandmaster on top of the Grandmaster Fantasy Premier League.
Yep.
I love it.
Yeah, and in 2nd place as well. Very strong woman player, Yulia Movsesyan.
Wow.
Women are taking over the world.
It's the year of the woman, right?
Yeah.
FIDE.
Is it?
Yeah, it is.
So FIDE has been celebrating women all year?
Yeah, and also...
Intended to, I guess, then.
Yes, I think this is such a great campaign, and not only for this year, I think for the next years to come, because, well, I think it is a very big moment for the women to actually show, our talents, our skills, and such campaign would encourage people, encourage girls and women to play chess more.
Absolutely. Yeah. Queen's Gambit, of course, did a great job with showing that women need to fight, and you're leaning.
Wait 1 second. Wait 1 second. Yeah, I'm leaning because that move took me by surprise because the knight there in the middle of the board is up for grabs. So I just had to do a quick double take.
Hey.
And I can see that pawn is forbidden fruit because after pawn takes knight, oh dear, you're going to be met with pawn takes pawn. And there is a pin, or is it called a skewer? I always get my pins and skewers. Skewer, right?
It's
It's a pin.
It's a pin.
It's a pin. Skewer is if the higher value piece is in the front.
Ah.
Yes.
And yeah, a pin is when a piece can't move out the way because it would lose, like you said, the higher piece at the back. Skewer is the higher piece has to move out the way at the front, and then the weaker piece falls at the back. So here, rook takes rook would win. What a move this is. I mean, from Rapport, I was about to say strategically, it just looks winning for white. Despite what the evaluation bar says, white's knight was trying to come up and actually trap this black rook. White's knight could also have jumped into the center to pick up this weak pawn, but Rapport, he's trying to solve all his issues in one tactical blow, and that's, again, why the top players, they're so good. Just, they're hard to beat, but they also spot these one-move tactics. They nearly never miss a shot like this one, and the whole idea is you're actually trying to pick up the bishop pair. So Shakhriyar can't take the knight, it was poisoned, as he said, and he moves his bishop, and the bishop is hunted down. No more escape squares without it getting traded off. So big question, do you capture this knight, but again walk into this pin? Here your knight is attacked and your bishop is attacked, or do you just retreat the bishop and say, okay, you got me, you can take the bishop pair, but white's pawn structure is still better. The advantage is disappearing. It feels like, at least. Okay, this is an attack, but the bishop drops back, and yes, black's bishops aren't the best, but long term they might have something to say about white's structural advantage. It's, yeah, Rapport solving his problems with tactics. Really clever stuff.
Rapport seems to have grown stronger and stronger throughout the tournament. He ended in 7th place in the preliminaries.
What's happening
Now, on his way to the final.
Look at that, some more trickery on the board.
Okay.
And, well, David highlighted some lines where the bishop retreated, or perhaps pawn captured the knight. But no, there was a third alternative, which completely bypassed my attention, and that was actually to retreat the knight.
Yeah. I didn't see this one either, I've got to say.
Yeah, this is such a good trick. And then you're actually pressuring the knight on d5, so it's not only a retreat, but you're also attacking.
Yeah, and okay, the bishop was captured. If knight takes knight, then white happily steps back now, and both sides have bishop pairs, still targets for white. Big advantage. So Richard decided to capture the bishop, and again, choice of two. Take this one or this one?
d5.
d5.
d5, yeah.
Yeah, so you take the pawn,
Yes.
so you take the knight, and attacking the bishop as
Yes. I think this would be an ideal scenario for white.
well. Yeah, and next move you're getting this guy. So what is Richard's idea here? I don't see it. If you move the bishop, maybe you have to move to a square like this one. I don't really see any other safe squares.
Oh.
He takes the other piece. I agree. I mean, I would have gone for... I would have gone for this one. The bishop's attacked, and next move you'll establish a really nice strong passed pawn.
Yeah, did we miss anything here? Because this looks like quite a clear variation to choose.
Maybe you take this pawn back.
And
this is
then-
really sneaky because the rook is loose for white, and if rook takes rook, the bishop, you can save it by swooping back.
Aha. But if you take the pawn on d5,
sorry,
bishop takes d5, and then king moves.
King moves, so I'm not sure where. Let's say the corner.
How do you evaluate this position? Takes on c8 and takes on g5.
Yeah. Oh, here, yeah, I agree. Looks good for white still, although this pawn in the centre might drop off after
e6, yeah.
the bishop's kicked away, and black would win a pawn back. Two bishops should be holding.
Yes.
So if we go back to the game position, still level material temporarily, but still a bit crazy. Black has a weird pawn structure here. You can take one of them, but then you would lose your central pawn. Yeah, it feels, again, opposite colour bishops. Another theme of the day. It's happened a few times, especially in the Carlsen-Duda clashes. But yeah, this pawn, if black gets it, the black bishop will be better than the white bishop. I would love to kind of lock this bishop out the game at some point, for example, pushing a pawn forward, but white has to be careful before doing this, of course. Firstly, because pawn takes pawn might ruin the white pawn structure, but also because the knight gets in the way to a nice outpost. And we do see a trade of pawns.
Okay.
It's level material still.
To me, it feels like Shak's advantage is just slipping through his fingers.
Body language, it looks the same. He knows it's slipping away.
Black's pieces are just now very active, and that's why he chooses to keep two rooks on the board and doubles up against the c-pawn.
Look at Rapport. He seems energetic, almost a little nervous. Getting close to that final.
Yeah.
So funny, his comments yesterday. He was like, oh, I want someone to put me out of my misery. As soon as the game starts, he's like, yeah, I want to win this.
He's quite high energy character, actually, on and off the board, but not in interviews. He isn't. But I want to say over the board, you know, you feel that he is concentrating a lot. He fidgets quite a bit, and he is giving 1,000% of his concentration. And there we see rook takes pawn. We will see a capture of rooks. I expect so.
Yeah.
And then the black knight to spring forward to the c4 or to the a4 square.
Yeah, white has a really weak pawn over there, that b2 pawn. It's going to fall off at some point. It's just about whether Shaq can somehow keep his temporary pawn advantage by winning black's dangerous potential pass pawn, the black b pawn. And you called it, Jovanka. The knight is in. How can Shaq... I mean, I don't really see it right now, but how can he get rid of that black b pawn before it's too late? I don't want to see black's b pawn promote.
Probably rook c8, rook b8. I think that's...
Looks very sensible.
Yeah.
Let's just show this on the board. So, big threat, knight takes pawn, so check, and you get behind. How does black keep this one now? It's not easy. I mean, if we see a trade of pawns here, then only white can win. I'm not sure how big the winning chances are, but 4 versus 3 on the right side of the board in terms of pawns. Some chances. This would be a dream scenario for Shaq, no risk, and he goes for this. I think you've called it again, and okay, after the check, he did go behind, so big threat. The problem for black is you can't defend it with a rook, for example, because you drop back. Is this a skewer or a pin? A skewer.
It's a skewer.
The heavy one is at the front.
This is I'm all here for, yeah? Just to tell the difference between pin and skewer.
Yeah.
Skewer, heavy one is up front.
Yeah, pin, it's the other way around. The lower value piece is at the front. Yeah, if the higher one's at the front, it has to move, essentially. Black could still survive with a pin, but the white king would just move out the way. And I think this is safe enough.
Safe knight d2.
Here, in the game position?
Yeah, in the game position,
Yeah,
yeah.
in the game position, that looks sensible. Defending this pawn, attacking this pawn.
And then you move the rook somewhere because the bishop will be aiming toward the b2 pawn.
Yeah. X-ray vision against this pawn. That looks like the best move to me, or at least the best that we've seen so far. White still has some issues. Somehow, yeah, if you can't get this pawn, you feel really nervous with white. And again, I would love to push in the center at some point and block out this bishop, but it's just not possible right now because the knight would be hanging. So yeah, it's just a few things wrong with the position, and wow, he's willing to suffer.
He takes a negative decision.
Okay.
He says, okay, fine, you can be a pawn up, and I am willing to grovel the draw. Unexpected.
Yeah.
Yeah. Really risky because, I mean, we mentioned that 4 pawns against 3. White's pawns don't look ideal because of the double g-pawns, but actually, this g-pawn at the front does clamp down on black's weakness on the h7 square. It can never, ever advance. And if white gets the opportunity, for example, let's say the knight goes back, and I'm just going to give white a few moves, but if white gets the opportunity to lock in this bishop, white's playing with an extra piece. White's got 3 versus 2. So it's really, yeah, it's a negative decision. Like you said, Jovanka, he wants the draw rapport, but he's too focused on it. Maybe he needed to play ambitiously. I like that knight d2 move you mentioned, Irene, earlier. But now, suddenly, in the game position, 4 versus 3, pawns, opposite colour bishops, not the most relevant factor right now, while knights and rooks remain. And yeah, serious winning chances.
Wow. And I just wanted to mention that the game between Duda and Magnus Carlsen has kicked off, and it is a King's Indian defence on the board. So
What
Magnus.
does that mean?
So this actually means that he's chosen a very risky, very aggressive opening, because of course Magnus is in a must-win situation.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
We are keeping a close eye on that as well. We'll, of course, jump over as soon as this finishes. But now we have to stay on this, right? Do you think now Shaq will win this? Chances?
Yes. Chances. I would say 50% chance it's going to be a draw, 50% chance it's going to be a win.
Okay.
I think it's 60-40 for me.
Oh, 60.
Yeah.
Yeah.
60 win?
60 wins, yeah.
Okay.
we're assuming 0 winning chances for Rapport, because unless there's a massive blunder, he's just a pawn down.
I'm thinking not so high as these two. I think it's going to be 40% win and 60% draw.
Okay.
I think Rapport is going to do it.
Oh, the knights are off the board. That's not ideal. You wanted to keep them on, ideally.
Yeah, and now the bishop has to step forward. If it steps back, keep along the same diagonal, as David indicated, it will be shut out of the game. So very dangerous moment here. He has to take the correct strategical decision.
Yeah, and Irene, I worry for us because Jovanka is the queen of predictions. She gets it right every single time.
No. But to be fair, come on, everyone can get it right?
Not as much as you do.
No, but I mean, we've all said, yeah, there's a chance for a draw, there's a chance for a win. I mean, he's right. I mean, it doesn't... We're in a win-win situation.
Yeah, during the whole commentary, actually, I was wondering, we've been guessing the moves, the ideas correctly, Jovanka.
Yeah.
If we could do this during our tournament in Austria back then, we would have done much better.
Channel the inner Mamadjarovs.
Oh, okay.
Put his bishop on a very bad square.
I thought this is not possible. You cannot allow your bishop to be locked in.
Yeah, and the evaluation bar really shoots up.
Yeah.
Black's bishop is just... This is perfect strategically for white now, because white bishop on light squares and the pawns on dark squares, you control both colour complexes, and black's bishop is in prison. The one thing you can't allow is black to break his way out of that prison by swapping off some pawns, and this is why Mamadjarov puts his rook on the 6th rank, because now black's g-pawn cannot advance. It is pinned. We've learnt it's a pin, not a skewer, to the black bishop.
And if black wants to escape with bishop f8 and then using that diagonal by playing e6 now, then e6 would be another weakness, because then bishop h3 will be on the board.
For example, if black ever wants to get the bishop out, as you say, pawns on light squares, easy targets for white's pieces.
Okay.
Why would he ever put his bishop... I mean, now look at it, it's just stuck hitting white's solid concrete pawn chain. Weird stuff. And
oh no.
Oh no. Are we heading towards rook and bishop versus rook?
But this time Richard is going to be on the defending side.
But he's going to know all about that.
We know how to defend.
Yeah.
He's had a lot of practice these last few days. I don't think, however, he can force it, luckily for him, and luckily for Mamadjarov, and luckily for us, because you can give up your bishop, but only for 2 pawns right now. You can give up your bishop, for example, for 2 pawns, but as long as white remains with a potential future queen, one of the pawns, it is easily winning. So he drops the bishop back instead.
Yeah. But his idea is to undermine this pawn chain by pushing the g5 pawn and...
Can white win a 2nd pawn right now? Could white have... Oh, wait, sorry, I was getting the position wrong on the board. Sorry, that's why. OK, he actually pushed his king to h3, not his bishop. So, yeah, the white rook steps back.
And what's the idea of rook b5? I would have moved my king for...
Because he wants to fight against g5, but it's on the board anyhow. Richard just keeps surprising me with his moves.
Yeah. Now he can step forward.
Allowing the pawn to step forward, I just don't get it.
I think he must have thought that black cannot just stay still and then just wait, you know, something has to be done, even though it makes the position worse.
Yeah. It looks really scary because suddenly the black king's in some serious trouble. Suddenly the white bishop's coming in. There's going to be checkmating ideas against the black king.
And Rapport now under 30 seconds.
And how do you attack white's pawn? Ideally, the one thing Rapport wants is for white's pawn, this one, to commit onto a light square. For example, if you can gain a move, I'm going to play a silly one just to illustrate the point, but if you can force white's pawn off a dark square and force it to step forward, then you can blockade everything on dark squares. This is why opposite colour bishops is always a draw. Wow, the evaluation bar shoots up now. But, yeah, unfortunately, you can't do that, and these pawns, you can keep them here forever as white. And now this bishop is still the worst piece on the board, but how to take advantage? The evaluation bar says it's winning for white.
Even in that position that you mentioned, David, there's always bishop d5 followed by rook b8. So that is why I think in this position, Rapport play bishop h8, because just to make sure if after bishop d5 there's king g7.
Yeah, so the king has one escape square, but look at this.
Look at the bishop.
It's not a bishop, it's
It's a big
block of
pawn,
wood.
yeah?
It's not even a big pawn. It's just at least pawns could move off this square.
And it's on the
we go.
board.
We're heading in this direction. And the question for white is how to break through. Ideally, your king would want to be more centralized. I don't know if you have time to start bringing it this way, but wow, Mamedyarov, he's going for the win immediately. He's pushed a pawn, giving one up, but he's running through now. The fact that the evaluation bar hasn't reacted means this is the winning plan. He's found it. This looks very strong. How do you stop this guy running? You can't with... OK, he pushes a pawn first with a check. I was going to say you can't really stop it with the black king.
You must be slightly careful with where you put the king.
In this current position.
Yeah.
OK.
Otherwise,
so
it would get checkmated on the edge of the board.
I'm thinking that if you're very...
Forward or back?
The coward in me says go back.
The foolish warrior in me says go forward, but I would not feel entirely safe here. The reason we're hesitant here is because, for example, we could see a situation of black, I don't know, moving the king. OK, it doesn't quite work here, but just as an example of the king trapped on the edge of the board. So he does go back. You don't want to risk anything like that.
1 second. Oh, he's living on the edge. I mean, his position is so bad. Yeah. You cannot salvage this.
And it's really good, actually, coming back with the king, because now you've stopped the black rook getting behind the passed pawn. Okay. So we see another check, and we might see a result any moment. This pawn is just going to make a new queen. How do you stop it?
I think you have to move the king to f8.
But your rook is under attack.
Yep. OK, there you go. And it's over.
We have a result.
It is over, yes.
Tie breaks.
It means tie breaks. These two will decide who goes through to the final with blitz tie breaks, actually starting in 10 minutes. Blitz game number 1. What a comeback by Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, winning game 4 in a must-win situation. How did he do it, David?
He did it in style, but also with the helping hand of his opponent, Rapport, playing some really dubious moves in that endgame. And this is why we don't want to have bad pieces, ideally. Black's bishop in the corner is just a dead block of wood. And just the really nice way that Mamedyarov finished it off was by sacrificing a pawn in order to open up a clear line for the other pawn to run through. And this pawn can't be stopped by the black rook in time. He could have tried, for example, with the black king, but a check followed by another check would have forced the way through. And I hear Jovanka chuckling. Sorry, have I done something? OK, no. This pawn would win the game for white. And, yeah, simply no way for Rapport to save it.
Wow. 10 minutes, and they will start blitz tie breaks. Question is, will these two follow? If Magnus wins this game, they too will play blitz tie breaks. But with a draw or a win, Jan-Krzysztof Duda is ready for the final, knocking out Magnus Carlsen. The bar is over to his side, but there's a lot of pieces on the board. What's your take on this, David?
Yeah, it looks good for white on the face of things. White has more space in the centre, but computers, they are known to over-evaluate white's chances due to that space advantage in these King's Indian defences. And Magnus now, he's getting ready to trade off his worst piece, the dark squared bishop, for black, which was Rapport's worst piece in the previous game. And if he can do that, maybe one day he can hope to fight back and maybe whip off an attack against the white king, but I don't see it in the moment. Who do you prefer here, Irene, Jovanka?
I don't play this type of position, but yeah, white has more space advantage in the queen side, so probably I would take white. And then hopefully there will be some pawn move like f4, probably at some point when it is ready. So I think white is just going to be just patient here, waiting for black to show his cards.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree. No need to rush with the block centre with the plans. Duda just rerouting his knight. And it's actually really hard for Magnus to come up with a plan, to be honest. He's kept all the pieces on the board, so in a must-win situation, that's good strategy. That's all you can ask for with black. Problem is, what next? Again, what's the next step? What's the plan? How do you get your pieces out? Half of black's pieces are still asleep.
And what I guess we learned once more from Richard Report now, if you only need a draw, don't play too much on the draw. Jan-Krzysztof Duda, no, does he have to somehow attack a little bit?
He would love to, yeah. I mean, he's got control for now. Black doesn't really have any threats in the near future. Nothing too scary, at least. Unless he wants to start pushing pawns, kick that white knight off the side of the board. But, yeah, it feels like Magnus doesn't have any direct threats, so as long as Duda keeps control, maybe gets ready to attack or ready to push some pawns or to do something, you don't want to sit still forever. That's the only... that's the one pitfall to avoid, I feel.
Yeah. Do you feel that Magnus is going to use this position to build? So first of all, step forward with the light square bishop, improve the queen, move the rooks towards the right side of the board, but just not commit with his pawns at all.
So move the bishop, move the queen, and then start swinging the rooks across?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that makes a lot of sense. I guess, for example, if white just waits, as soon as you move this bishop, you possibly have to consider what would happen after a pawn exchange and white's rook coming in, but I guess there's no threats. Even if the white rook does come in, you can kick it away eventually. Firstly, maybe just move the king and then later kick it away with the bishop, but yeah, every move comes with consequences. Okay, he does actually make that move. Wow, I was just going for a random improving move and he plays it. Yeah, it's really hard to say in terms of plans. Maybe it's just too blocked.
There's a lot of pawns. I think all pawns still on the board.
All pieces apart from one set of bishops.
Wow. So what is the clue in those kind of positions that are blocked with a bunch of pawns?
I guess it's just that knights are normally very good. You want to keep your knights because knights can maneuver around. Look at white's bishop. This piece is not great, stuck behind its own pawns. I guess one idea Duda could go for later is to try and reroute this piece. If you ask yourself what the worst placed piece is, you can find a better diagonal there. I'm also wondering what this knight is doing in the square. It looks really bad. It looks trapped, but it keeps the white king feeling a bit uncomfortable.
Is it a correct strategy if white plays knight g1 followed by later bishop f1 if black keeps the bishop on h3 in the future, for example? Like, because we want to trade off this bishop, right?
True. So, for example, let's make this happen. Like, the knight drops back. Let's say black, I don't know, waits, an exchange, and next move you want to drop the bishop. Oh, sorry, you want to get rid of those pieces, but you drop the bishop back to try and exchange. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. But we've seen some crazy stuff happen.
g5.
G5, yeah, well, Magnus really goes for it and forcing the knight back. And now what is his plan? Is his plan simply just to move over the rook, again, build the attack, wait for a while? Because the one consequence of pushing the pawn to g5 is that if white were to break open the position, and this is something that you should do in closed positions quite often, is you should start calculating pawn breaks and all these line opening moves. I mean, that's going to come with extra power.
Yeah, it makes sense to move the rook across. At some point, I kind of want to get my king out the way, just scared it will get checked on this diagonal. Not yet, but... yeah, it's really tense because in this position, black doesn't really want to push a pawn because that allows white to push his one forward and open things up. And black can't really push this pawn yet because it's not defended enough on this square. So yeah, it's both these pawns, they look nice and aggressive, but you're not really going anywhere with them. Okay, he does move his king across. And the question for Duda is how to maneuver now. And if you blast things open, you have to be really careful. Oh, your idea, Irene?
Yes.
Dropping back the knight. This knight was just too strong, controlling too many squares and direct threat as well. This knight defends this pawn, so, for example, the black knight, if it takes, this will be met with another Zwischenzug in between move. Check. And only then take back this knight next move. Winning a pawn in the process, so big threat of just getting rid of this knight. Yeah, it feels like Duda's just in control. He hasn't taken any risks, he hasn't done anything committal, he hasn't given Magnus anything to bite on.
Magnus fighting for his life in Aimchess Rapid. He has to win this game. It's not looking good right now. But we're only in move 28 and they both have more than 10 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, and he drops his knight back, defends the black g5 pawn. Yeah, Duda's got so much time, it feels like he's sport for choice. I like what he did with his rook as well. That white rook on the b2 square can swing across on the second rank at any moment. Exchange of knights first, maybe?
Yeah, I think that would be a good idea. And I'd probably play rook g1. You're trying to scare opponents off, you know, just in case there is like g4, trapping the bishop, you know, there's some additional idea like that. Or you might want to move your g2 knight later and then play bishop f1.
Yeah, exactly. So knight takes knight. It's all about pins and skewers today. I guess you want to get out of the pin as well.
Get out of pin, yeah.
Yeah, and then you're right. So either later dropping back and trying to challenge this bishop long term, or just hinting that due to this, you might open the position up.
Also in that position, could you try to put a knight onto the f5 square?
Yeah.
I love
So for
maneuvering.
example, yeah, something like moving the queen back and then bringing the knight in. Eventually.
that is nice.
Okay, wow.
F4.
He doesn't want to mess around. He's going all-out attack, even though he only needs to draw. Duda, he's pushing a pawn forward. He's going for the black king now, trying to open up lines, and he's ready.
Wow.
It looks like he is ready. For example, again, if pawns get exchanged, suddenly the rook, later when the knight moves, will be ready to swing across with some checks. The white queen is ready to swing across with some checks. Makes a lot of sense. Magnus maybe on the ropes already.
And I think it is a good attitude, yeah, because even if you just need a draw, you don't go after the draw. You just play according to the position, and then this f4 is objectively, I think, is a good move.
Yeah, really nice move. If you can play it, it's going to be effective. There's no downside as far as we can see. And it makes sense as well. It's good strategy if we rewind one move, black goes back, therefore I go forward, f4 forward, f4. And yeah, you're guaranteed, again, this pawn breaks, you mentioned that word, you're guaranteed to open up a line if you challenge two pawns at once. Black can't keep everything closed. Magnus brings his bishop forward. But again, it looks scary. For example, even if we trade off, at some point the white rook swings. I'm not sure whether now or maybe after trading a set of pawns. But the white rook could swing, and I'd be scared of something happening on this f-file.
Yeah. And I just have a question. I mean, I love this plan. I think this is the best thing to do. But could Duda be cynical and try to close the position down?
I was about to say, what about f5 here?
Just lock every single pawn down so nothing can move. I personally would not advocate for this because I feel like David's plan is the way to go. But I mean, is this something that's going through Duda's mind?
Certainly, yeah. White's bishop is maybe not happy about it, but on the plus side, like you said, you block things, black's pieces are not great. Also, this bishop is kind of stuck behind enemy lines. There's some world in which it might get trapped if it can't escape. So, yeah, it makes a lot of sense as well. The problem, again, for Duda, just like earlier, loads of promising options. Do you go aggressive, kind of trade off, swing your rook later, or do you, maybe play a bit slower and just block? Looks good for white either way, gotta say. Magnus, he's taking risks, but so far not paying off.
And if Magnus loses this, he will be knocked out in the semi-finals. Last time we saw that must have been Ding in...
say the Chessable Masters?
Chessable Masters, this summer. Not something we've seen often on the tour. Can Magnus fight back? We've seen that often on the tour, actually.
Yeah, not many people get the better of Magnus, but it tends to be players who can attack him. Ding was capable. Duda's doing that today. We've seen in a couple of games.
Yep.
So it's clearly the strategy. So for all the young ones watching, or the young ones who have played against Magnus as well in the tour, who haven't quite succeeded, they've beaten maybe one game here and there, but not consistently. It's just, you've got to bring the energy.
Yeah.
Fight him on his own terms.
Ding Liren. Is he a big hero in the whole of Asia? Ding Liren, someone that that many countries in Asia would be rooting for?
Well, obviously, yeah. And he's such a great personality as well. So I don't think anyone hates him. I think he is one of the most lovable players, chess players in the world. So, He's quite a role model for young players.
Magnus seems to have huge respect for him, right? One of the players he really enjoys playing with.
Yeah.
And against. All right. But now he's playing against Jan-Krzysztof Duda, and that is a player Magnus has struggled against. He lost in the World Cup. He lost a game in Norway Chess at some point. He's lost a few games also in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. Is he losing this game, do you think?
If Magnus,
too early to say?
If Magnus was playing a computer, yeah. But against the human, there's still enough margin for error for Duda to go wrong. And also still no knockout blow, no immediate win. He's trading a lot of stuff off, Duda.
He wants to give up pressure on f7, apparently. Rook b7 is coming up. Depends on how black will take the pawn now.
Yeah, and Magnus did frown when Duda played this move. So, I mean, there's a few options, as you mentioned. The pressure is going to be against this pawn. So maybe you attack it this way, maybe the white rook will join from the front, or maybe the white rook will join from this side. Yeah, it's a bit scary. Okay, I'll play devil's advocate. Let's say I just ignore it. I'll take with the queen, head towards an endgame. I'm not sure Magnus is happy with this if he wants to win, but looks safest.
I think white would keep the queen, so probably play something like queen f3 or queen f2. I don't know which one is. Queen f3.
Okay, I mean, one of them, and I'll defend. Okay, he doesn't play this.
He doesn't play that.
Wow, okay, Magnus more ambitiously wants to stop the rook coming.
But I don't understand, because the rook can capture, and then the queen can move over to f3,
oh my gosh,
hitting the f7 pawn, the h5 pawn, and it's on the board. And Magnus just turns away. He hasn't seen this.
Yeah, it's almost over now. Both pawns are dropping, or at least one of them is going to drop, and that's going to spell the end of the game.
Wow.
It's no surprise if you put your queen too far away from her king, she needs to defend. And yeah, I think we'll see a result any moment. Unfortunately, that double attack of queen takes f7 and queen takes h5, you can't stop both of them. It's just not been his day. And Duda's been attacking him, and he doesn't like that.
What is that down to? We so rarely see Magnus Carlsen blunder. Is it maybe his intuition not working entirely? What do you think, David?
Yeah, maybe just not in the flow, as we call it. So he's kind of in the zone. He's been getting slightly better day by day until now, but yeah, just not that same intensity. Maybe he's been training on other stuff, the Fischer Random, for example, taking his eye off kind of regular chess for a little while. But yeah, also it's just, we've got to praise Duda. It's not just Magnus playing badly, it's Duda playing really, really well.
Yeah. Yeah, I also want to stress that it is also Duda, but I maybe think that it might be to do with the fact that he's already the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour winner. And, you know, he would have been riding high after that, because this is what he has been playing for all year.
Yeah.
And he won it yesterday. So it kind of feels a little bit flat now. And we often see this actually in a lot of situations where someone achieves their goal and then the very next day, they lose. So, I mean, we saw it with Nepomniachtchi when he won the candidate. You know, he won it with a round to spare, and then the final game, he lost.
And it's over. Magnus Carlsen is knocked out of Aimchess Rapid by Jan-Krzysztof Duda. What a match by the young Polish player. He is ready for the final, winning 2 games against Magnus Carlsen. Wow, Jovanka, how impressed are you with Jan-Krzysztof Duda?
Very impressed. I mean, he just followed a formula. He really went for Magnus. He played aggressive chess. It was complicated, it was chaotic, and he got the upper hand over the world champion.
Yeah. And this game, David, it was kind of tense, and then suddenly something happened.
Yeah, in the end, the game was decided by a blunder from Magnus, but he had been under pressure for the entirety. And it was at this moment I was mentioning maybe he could trade off the queens, he could play queen takes pawn, ask for a queen exchange, but he was in a must-win situation. And here, the position is at the maximum for black, just level. So it's understandable he wanted to try something more ambitious, but it didn't quite pay off. And he tried to challenge the rook on the open file. It looks like it's about to enter the 7th rank. So the move he played was very natural, but unfortunately, black's queen is deflected away from where the action is really happening. And after rook takes rook, the black queen too far away to defend her king. A simple sidestep, and double attacks in chess are the most common type of tactic. This was the killer. No matter which pawn you defend, maybe this one is the most valuable of the two. The other one will drop off, and white's queen is coming in with a check. White is 2 pawns up, completely dominant. That decided the game.
And we're joined by Magnus Carlsen, knocked out of the tournament. How are you right now, Magnus?
I'm okay. The last game was, you know, it was a pity that I couldn't really, you know, put up more resistance. I mean, I felt that my position was kind of improving, and then, yeah, towards the end, I just missed a tactic, and he wrapped it up very nicely.
Jan-Krzysztof Duda obviously had a very good day today. What can you say about the way he's been playing?
Yeah, he played very well. I thought he did a good job in the first and third games of really defending quite well. And then in the second game, yeah, that was obviously the decider. I felt like I sort of played two very good sequences in that game where I was outplaying him, and in between I made two major blunders. I felt like the fact that he had... Actually, I missed queen b3. I missed that move twice in the game. First in the opening and also later. The fact that he had it later was a bit of a freak occurrence, because I thought at that point I'd done well. From a lost position, I'd sort of refused to go away and had a winning position of my own. And then after that in the end game, it felt completely hopeless, but I kept on playing and actually got a chance to save it. And I kind of realized that at the time that this may be my moment. I felt that might have a save, so I spent my remaining time. I just couldn't find it, unfortunately.
And making those few blunders that you did today, is that something that happens when your intuition isn't at its peak, kind of thing?
I don't know. I felt like yesterday I played, in the last couple of games, I played a lot better than I did in the preliminaries, and I felt like today was generally not awful. So I don't know what happened. I felt like, there are many explanations, but I felt like it was kind of a especially the king e6 rather than king c6 was kind of a freak thing, really. It was just a case of trying to be too accurate somehow.
And yesterday I made a blunder, Magnus. I should have congratulated you yesterday on winning the tour. Overall, there is no chance Duda can now catch up with you. So first of all, congratulations with that.
Yeah, thank you. It's obviously a nice consolation on a day when things didn't turn out my way. So I will take that with me. I feel like I've had at least 2 or 3 very good events on the tour this year, and then I'll. So the funny thing is, all the tournaments that I've played from home in Oslo, from my apartment, I've won.
Yeah.
And all the others, one I did win, but I struggled a lot to win at the end, and the others I didn't win. I don't know if there's something there, but it might be. I don't know.
Interesting. And the next one will be in San Francisco. Are you nervous then to not win that one?
Yeah, considering the information I just learned myself, then it seems to be in jeopardy.
Yeah. Well, no matter what, you win the whole thing with one tournament to spare. Do you think competition hasn't been as strong for you this year as it was last year?
Obviously, there have been a few names, strong names like especially So and Nakamura, also Rajabov, that were good last couple of years and didn't play this year. So that has certainly helped me. But I feel like I've been more consistent in general as the tour has gone along.
Yeah. We are following a blitz game between Mamedyarov and Report. I don't know if you're seeing it and can give us your thoughts. I see the bar is way over to Mamedyarov's side.
Yeah, he's winning a piece. So what happened in the first? This is the first blitz game.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So more likely than not, Rapport is going to have to strike back.
Okay. Now, finally, Magnus, you're heading into something huge. Fischer Random World Championship next week. How excited are you for that?
Oh, I'm super excited. I've been looking at a lot of, well, literally random positions in the in the last few days, and it's been very fascinating. So I'm definitely looking forward to playing some as well. Yeah, it's gonna be a fun event. So for me, the only problem is I've kind of been calling for events with more of a classical time control and Fischer, and here we're still playing Rapid. So, but it's a great game that I'm eager to seek my teeth into.
Yeah. Oh, it's going to be fun to follow. Magnus, thank you for joining us. Best of luck in Fischer Random.
Thank you.
And as we were speaking to Magnus, is now knocked out of the tournament. The first Blitz game ended with a win for Mamadjarov, I suppose. Looked like it. Yeah.
Essentially, Rapport blundered a piece in one move, and he was actually doing very well earlier on, but it turned around. And Mamadjarov, big favourite now. And
we're going to follow the drama in Game 2, where Mamadjarov will have the white pieces. That starts in about 5 minutes. Before that, we're joined by Jan-Krzysztof Duda. Huge congratulations on a big day.
Hello, thank you.
How do you feel right now, knocking out Magnus Carlsen?
Yeah, I'm very happy, of course. Wouldn't expect to win 3-1. Especially after our last match, when I was leading 2-0 and managed only to win in tiebreaks. So that's for sure a big thing. I mean, it's kind of very strange for me because, I mean, of course, the second game was crucial, and in most of the time I was playing very good, but unfortunately, I also made some very, very huge errors there, and one point was basically lucky that he missed Queen B3 and didn't play King C6 instead, which I would have won the game for him. And I of course I couldn't win the one position, and it was like very, very, very nervous game. And after that, honestly speaking, I was kind of sleepy, to be honest, and in a sense that helped me because I didn't feel that much of pressure. I just knew that I have to be like more alert, but I also have kind of, I mean, the situation, for example, in classical game when before move 40. Usually there is Zainot, there is some often some sharp position, and once I get this additional time, I'm feeling, I'm losing it. Like all emotions, all hormones go down, and I'm kind of sleepy as well. So but I'm nevertheless very proud of the second game, especially the attack in the beginning of the game. It's also, I mean, for some reason, I wanted to play Bishop D4 instead of the stupid Queen C3, and actually I calculated it. I didn't see like a forced win, but I thought it had to be winning, and then I mean I was calculating something else, and he played the move, and I played Queen C3 at tempo, which instead of this Bishop D4 move, which was very upsetting, and I lost control, of course. So but of course, if you win the game, then it's very difficult to come back for anyone, even Magnus.
Yeah, incredible final by you. I can hear a bunch of messages coming in for you, probably people congratulating you on once again beating Magnus. Actually, do you at all get nervous when playing Magnus? Because you seem to be in complete control.
Yes, in first two games I was very nervous. After that, as said, I got kind of sleepy. So but I knew, of course, that it's never easy actually to convert. So also not particularly happy with the way I played in the fourth game. But I guess it was solid and kind of okay for me all the way. So no, I mean, there is nothing like beating Magnus is probably like the most rewarding feeling you can have when playing chess. So yeah, I'm very happy, of course, to win the match and reach the final.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear. And you're going to play either Mamedyarov or Rapport in that final. Mamedyarov did win the first Blitz game. Do you have anyone you're hoping to play?
Not really. I think they are kind of similar in a sense that they're aggressive players. So I think it will be a nice fight. No matter who wins in tiebreak. Actually, I'm very happy that I reached this final and got to play one of these players.
Fantastic. Jan-Krzysztof, congratulations on beating Magnus today, and best of luck in the final starting tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. It's time to figure out who he will play in that final. Mamedyarov is in the lead. He won the first Blitz game, and now Richard Rapport with the black pieces has to win the second Blitz game to take it to an Armageddon. Any other result means it's Duda Mamedyarov in the final. And we didn't really get to follow that first one, David. Was it a really nice game by Shakhriyar?
It was a nice turnaround by Shakhriyar. He was in a really difficult position, but he managed to whip up some activity in his own style. He managed to kind of create something out of nothing. And as soon as the tables turned, as soon as Mamedyarov created any threats, Rapport collapsed. So, yeah, a bit of a strange first Blitz game. Both players do look quite nervous, or at least their play looks quite nervous. But now, no time for nerves. It's all about whether Rapport can go for the win. And, OK, is he going to play Bishop takes Knight?
He is.
Yeah. This, I can't remember the name of this variation, but it's a very risky one for Black. Black parts with his ideal dark squared Bishop at the cost of ruining the white pawn structure. If you look at white C-pawns, double pawns. Computers hate this, but complex.
I can give you the name. It's called the Modern Defense, the Beef Eater variation.
The Beef
Eater, yeah.
Maybe I didn't even know that name there.
No, I didn't know the name either.
Beef, is that something in front of the castles?
Yeah, in the Tower of London, there are the people with the red hats.
That's it.
I don't know
red suits and black furry hats.
Yep.
That's the one. And meanwhile, there is actually quite a lot of theory on this variation. It kind of goes in and out of fashion. A lot of players, including Magnus and Nakamura, they play this in Blitz, just in must-win situations, because it's so strategically complex. But I don't know. I think
my colors today is really resemble what you just mentioned.
Sorry?
The red suit and black.
Colours, yeah.
Oh, that's true. The Beef Eater colours.
You could be a Beef Eater.
Yeah.
Career change.
And meanwhile, we have seen a pawn takes pawn on the board. I mean, white's pawn structure is just horrific. I mean, is Black looking at just getting into an endgame?
Possibly. I mean, Black doesn't necessarily need to capture this pawn back. Black could, for example, castle the king. Black could, I don't know, step his central pawn forward one square, potentially. Very surprised Mamedyarov, unless he studied this before, which he might well have done. I'm surprised he's kind of played the last few moves so quickly, because White had a bunch of options. And, OK, Richard captures in the centre White's ugly pawns. They're starting to drop off, but the evaluation bar hates it.
Wow, wow, wow. I'm just looking at my database. Someone has played this, and it was Nishant against a Thurman, and it was like a case of like a David versus Goliath. I mean, White won very convincingly in 20 moves. Incredible stuff. So basically, White just developed the pieces, and Black was in big trouble.
OK, so which pieces did White develop? Because they're all asleep right now.
The knight came out, very natural, and then Black simply collapsed, and then the queen came out to attack the knight.
And yeah, I mean, essentially, Black's knight is the only piece that's out in the game right now, the only piece that's been developed. And if it gets crazy, Mamedyarov, he's strong enough attacking-wise to punish Black for getting development.
Yeah.
Level pawns right now as well, so we don't have to worry about material. It's all about open lines, all about speed of development.
Yeah.
Knight f3 would be natural to play here. Oh, queen d5.
Oh, queen
here we go.
d5, going for it.
Yeah.
Hanging around.
No. And the queen is, of course, threatening the knight, but at the same time, she can move herself into the e5 square and attack the rook.
Yeah, black's knight, I think, needs to retreat. I don't see anything else, really. It looks too brave to keep that knight out in the centre. Maybe the knight can go back where it came from. Black's queen could jump out with a check, but I think that's just easily blocked. I don't think you can get away with being too ambitious here for black. And there we go, the knight retreats. The evaluation bar didn't like what Shaq did.
No, it hated it.
I guess it's conventional wisdom, don't bring your queen out too early.
And now the bar has changed its mind. It says white is better. And we see pawn takes pawn. And you have to remember that Shaq just needs a draw and that he will be through to the finals.
Yep, and now he's gone a pawn up. He also has the bishop pair, so unless black comes up with something quick, something creative, it's going to be trouble for Rapport.
And this queen takes c5 is also preventing black to castle, which is a very important move to do. And in the meanwhile, I think after queen takes c5, okay, now the queen is being attacked, and after the queen goes, and it's time for white to develop the minor pieces.
Yeah, quickly. I mean, you're playing with the queen. Black's playing with 3 pieces out right now. I'm slightly worried for Mamedyarov. Okay, nice square for the queen. She can't get kicked around here, but black can castle finally.
Yeah, black can castle now, and I'm sure this is like 100% Rapport would do this.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I have to say, I'm very worried about the position here for white. You know, just because of the king's safety, the queen can give a check after he's castled, and
oh no.
Oh,
first.
Queen e7 first. I was wrong.
That's
yeah,
always
but the queen
commentator's
can
curse.
step back. This was one of the reasons I kind of added after he castles. But Rapport, he's relentless. Now he places a knight in the centre. And actually, we just assumed that the king would castle to the right. But it's actually possible for the king to find a nicer home on the left side. And I'm expecting the black knight sitting on a6 to relocate itself to support its companion.
Yeah, it's the commentator's curse, Irene. Anytime either of us says, like, oh, it's 100% going to be this move, it's never that move. But yeah, it still looks decent for black, as Jovanka says. The knight on the edge of the board can centralise. Black's bishop can defend this knight in the centre as well. I have a feeling Rapport's calculating right now whether black can castle either side. I'm not sure you can get away with giving up your knight yet, but it's tempting while white's king is stranded in the centre. And time disadvantage, though, for Rapport. 2 minutes against 3 minutes could be significant, especially because it's so chaotic right now. Quite hard to calculate. He's, yeah, it feels like he's not adapted to the pace in the first game as well. While we were interviewing Magnus, Rapport on the clock did struggle. So big factor there. Pawn down, lower on the clock, but with a good position. And he does play, after a long think, the most natural move. We see an exchange. And which way would you take back, Jovanka?
With the knight.
Knight. Keep the queens on. Good.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Go
Especially
for
if you
broke.
need to win.
And again, very crazy position on the board. I mean, black's king is ready to go to the left. The rooks are ready to go into the centre. White's king is in big danger.
You've got to move that white knight, surely. Get castled.
Yeah, it's
Or
forced.
it's too late. Where do you move the knight to? That's the question. F3 looks like the most natural square. Is Shaq really thinking of bringing his bishop out to attack the black queen? Why else would you not bring your knight, develop your knight?
Bishop a3, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, he's
Plays it.
going
there
for
it
it.
is.
Trying to deflect the black queen from the protection of her knight.
Yeah, but at some point you have to castle your king. And now, if I were Richard, I would be tempted just to move my king.
Move the black king, yeah, giving up castling rights, but white's king is this massive target. If you can get a black rook to the e-file, you win immediately. And there we go, massive threat on the board.
Now knight e2,
Yeah.
probably.
There we go, blocking the e-file, so black's rook can't do too much damage.
And just castle.
Okay, the rook comes to attack the queen. Queen has to take a step back and keep an eye on her knight. And now the black queen has to prevent the white king from castling.
Yep.
This position is still crazy. I mean, both kings in the centre of the board, they're stranded. I mean, Richard is material down.
It's a key moment for Richard. Like you said, one move, if white castles, he's out of any danger. He's at least going to draw the game, maybe even win it. So Richard needs something now. Stop white from castling. Black's king is committed. Okay, it moves again, but now white can castle, surely.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Then white's knight gets to the centre of the board.
he's missed his chance. He had to stop the king getting to safety. And what happens next? I mean, what can black do? Attack the queen? But the queen can move away with check. Maybe he missed this.
Unless he wants to go into an endgame, he's going to try and get those queens off and trying to play against those weak white pawns. Still not out of it, but white's knight is very strong.
But this is definitely not what Rapport had in mind before, yeah? So things have gone wrong for him.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're 100% right there. Just if he had one or two more moves to kind of get that rook in the corner into the game, go for white's pawns, maybe, but just too slow.
Time for the white rook to mobilize. I'm thinking put it on the 7th row, put it... Oh, and we have a check.
This might be a killer because white's knight is coming in. Both of the black rooks are within range. If the white knight can end up on the c7 square, it will attack and fork both of those rooks. Did you see Mamedyarov? His eyes kind of looked across. He's got the camera up, I think. I think he's realizing he's winning this game. He's looking pretty relaxed now, Mamedyarov, taking a sip of water.
And he has lots of time advantage.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
You can't keep your rooks. White's knight is going to win one of the black rooks. And game over.
In the previous tournament, it was all about the teenagers. We had a bunch of teenagers in the knockout stage. In this one, it's the oldest player in the tournament, Shahriar Mamedyarov at 37, looking like he's going to make it all the way to the big final to fight for the title.
Yeah, experience still matters in chess.
No
And
doubt.
now the white knight, it doesn't even need to rush to take the rooks.
Yeah.
Maybe delay it.
But I would.
Yeah. Before they run away.
Capture that rook in the corner and then just step forward with your rook to the 4th row, pin the bishop, and I just can't see any situation where white is going to go wrong. And, well, Shahriar decides to do what David suggested, just move a rook, knight takes rook.
So you take the rook now, and then rook f4, yeah?
Yep.
Double pin.
Double pinned.
Yeah, black's bishop.
And then
Sorry, you go.
Sorry. And then you can relax after this, like, because this pin is going to be forever.
Yeah.
Unless there would be an exchange of the rooks, which would be in white's favor.
Yeah, so even if the black bishop can move, which it has to now,
Yep.
Before it was too late, as you say, white's favor. Bishop can't compete against a rook when there's pawns on both sides of the board. Black's king is active, though. I'm trying to look for little plus points, little glimmers of hope.
And the rook steps back, gives a check, everything is protected. I guess the white king could also make a move towards those pawns on the right. He just pushes his pawn forward. This is just very nice strategy. All his pawns are safe, and it is in the bag for Shahriar.
And is it kind of nice that they finish off for Richard Report the tournament with a rook versus bishop? Kinda.
Thank the chess gods. Thank Kaja that there was no bishop versus rook today. That would have been a bit of a dampener. But OK, Richard still has an idea. Look at this. He's going to try and cut the coordination between the white rook and that A pawn. He's going to win it, but white's king is going to come across and cut off the black king if it captures.
And just before you thought it was going for 50-move rule, you push the pawn.
That's right. And yeah, just when Rapport maybe thought he had some chance winning that A pawn, the problem is now for black, his king is in the way. That black king is trapped. You can barely move now for Rapport. You can move your bishop, but no real chance anymore. This Mamedyarov doesn't even want to win. He's repeated the position now. It's the second time we've seen this position. If the bishop moves again, he'll happily keep repeating that order. Rapport 10 seconds as well, closing in on his last 10 seconds. He moves his bishop. He's got to play for a win. It's the same as a draw in this one.
And Mamedyarov advancing his pawns. Imagine also his rook will come to the 7th and he will repeat the position once more. A draw is good enough to win and secure a place into the finals.
Yeah, what a final that's going to be.
Oh, yeah.
And two of the most informed players, the players who topped the prelims as well, Duda and Mamedyarov. They're just so informed right now, both of them. They're sometimes inconsistent, those two. That's been the one criticism levelled at them, but not this tournament. They've just been fantastic. They both deserve to be there. OK, a check.
Probably king b4 first.
2, 1 second. Oh, so close.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And Mamedyarov would just repeat the moves again.
It's over. Shahryar Mamedyarov makes it to the big final of Aimchess Rapid. What a performance by the 37-year-old from Azerbaijan, playing, well, he said it himself, the best chess of his life, at least in one game in the preliminaries. And he is doing some impressive stuff in the knockouts as well. So, David, what do you now expect from a final between Mamedyarov and Duda?
This is a tough one. I'll say that Duda's a tiny favourite just because he's coming off the high of beating Magnus Carlsen. Duda also topped the prelims, but Mamedyarov, I have a feeling he's going to get one hit in. It's going to be at least one or two crazy games in that final.
Yeah. What do you think, Irene? These two players, and Mamedyarov with his attacking style, and Duda, who just seems to be in top shape. Who do you hold as a favourite?
Yeah, I would agree with David. I think Duda is a slightly better player, and especially if we see the overall performance by Duda in this competition. But again, Mamedyarov shows so much endurance during the game, during this match against Rapid, when I was predicted that he was going to lose the match because Rapid won the first game. Yeah, but turned out I was wrong. So tomorrow will be a very exciting final.
Yeah, definitely. And we're joined by Shahryar Mamedyarov. Congratulations!
Hello, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
How are you right now, Shahryar, after a super cool fight against Richard?
Okay, it was very interesting match. Match started not very good for me. I lost the first game, but after we played few very good games, interesting games. I mean, it was just a very interesting match, and I don't know, I was lucky or not in this match because really we tried to play good chess and interesting games. In games, but okay, I'm very happy to play in final. Richard is played very well. He also deserves to play in final, but I will play.
We are super excited to follow you in that final, and you definitely now played your best tournament on the Champions Chess Tour. What is the reason, would you say? Have you done anything differently before and during the tournament?
No, I mean, I played, I think, a few times very good tournament in Champions Tour. In Oslo also, I played very good tournament, and I played very good against favorites, but I lost a very important match against Hansen, and I cannot share first place. Also, I played very good one time. I think I take third place. I think it was a very good tournament for me. I won about 18 or 90 games in one tournament. I mean, it was a very good tournament for me. But first time in final, I mean, okay, finally I got this one because really I deserve it. I played every time interesting, good chess, but every time some bad lucks, and for this reason I'm very happy finally I will play in final, and I will try show my best.
And do you feel, being the most grown-up player in the tournament, we had 5 teenagers in this tournament, and at 37, do you feel it's nice to prove that experience matters a lot in chess?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I think all chess players is enjoyed from this tournament, and also chess lovers. I try also to play very nice, very good. A few chess players, of course, many chess players played well in this tournament. Also, Richard. He played very nice, and he won first game, but in last game he lost. I mean, it's a very interesting tournament, and the results is every time supposed to change. I mean, sometimes you can play good, sometimes it's bad, like this.
Yeah. And of course, facing Jan-Krzysztof Duda in that big final, what do you expect when playing him? He's been on top form as well this tournament.
Yeah, he's in top. Yeah, I mean, and of course, I think in online chess tournaments he played very good. Also, of course, in normal classical chess he played well. But in this tournament, I lost him in group tournaments. But okay, I mean, it will be a very interesting tournament. very interesting final, and I think he's very strong, he's very good, and we see today he beat Magnus, and okay, I mean, maybe he's a little bit favorite because he's good in online, but nothing to lose. I mean, I will try to show my best and to play till the end.
Now, finally, we can hear some sounds from where you're sitting. Is there a lot of wind in, I guess you're in Baku, Azerbaijan?
Yeah, Baku is every time is like this. Baku is, when it's October, is weather like this. It's normal, absolutely normal. I cannot do anything. Weather is very cold here. I mean, it's very good weather for me, but it's a little bit cold. Yeah, I mean, I say this one before the game, and my friend, it will be not easy to play chess, but for me, it's absolutely normal. I love this sound.
Sounds like the perfect weather to be inside and play chess. Shakhriyar, congratulations on winning today and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
I was wondering what that was.
I thought it was some interference on the line or something. I didn't think that it could be that. Just very windy in Baku right now.
How are you guys? Maybe. How are you guys with the interruptions like that when playing chess? I mean...
no interruptions for me. Silence, full focus.
How about you, Irene?
I think I'm trained in such situations when there are so many distractions. Actually, this is part of my growing up method that my parents did, that I was actually playing like next to the bus terminals against street players, just because, well, if I went to the chess school only, I would only play against theoretical players. So if I play against these players, they might not be as good as club players, but their creativity would, inspire me. So I need to be ready against any sort of players.
How cool. Wow, it's a clever idea. And how about you, Jovanka? Did you play with a lot of sounds?
No, I grew up actually studying in silence and playing in silence, but I'm okay with noise as long as it's not during that most critical moment in the game. Then it's not good at all.
But Mamedyarov, it didn't bother him. He won today's semi-final match, knocking out Richard Report in the semi-finals yesterday. He knocked out Nodirbek Abdusatorov, one of the biggest talents in the world, in the quarterfinals. In the other one, Jan-Krzysztof Duda, he won the preliminaries and then he won his quarterfinal against Vidit. And today, knocking out the world champion Magnus Carlsen to make it to the final to face Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. A little refreshing, David, to see a final between two players we haven't seen in a final against each other before.
That's right, and also two players with really aggressive styles, and there's definitely not going to be a boring game tomorrow. These two, they're on form, they're both full of belief, full of confidence, and especially Mamedyarov. It's refreshing, as you mentioned. It's just so nice to see experience. If you keep going, you can make these breakthroughs, even at an old age, improving at the rapid time format.
Yeah. Irene, thank you for helping us through these exciting semi-finals. It's been very nice to have you in the studio.
My pleasure.
Talk about the big match. Do you have anything like that coming up, like the big match, or like playing blindfold chess in a car that we talked about?
Not in the near future, but I'm trying to work on something.
Very cool. We will pay attention to that. And for everyone else, we'll be back tomorrow to follow the first day of the final between Duda and Mamedyarov. So join us again, as always, 5:45 CET. See you tomorrow. Bye.